Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be getting started in just a few minutes. We just have a few more minute delay. We're waiting for a few more council members. Madam Mayor, whenever you're ready, we can start your meeting if you would like. Councilmember Weber is going to be joining us later today. So, Madam Mayor, with that, we will call your meeting to order. Our first item on the agenda today is the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right. Mr. Carey, would you like to lead us in the pledge? All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Breckus, Dewar.
Here.
Delgado. Weber absent at this time. Jarden. Reese. Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our first item of the day is public comment. First to speak is Kevin Dick, followed by David Frazier. As a reminder to all those participants in the audience, your public comment is afforded at 3 minutes today. Please address the mayor and council as a whole. Any behavior that is deemed to be inappropriate in this room, you may be given a warning and then asked to leave. Please be respectful while you're in these chambers. Mr. Dick?
Hi, nice to see you.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and council members. I'm Kevin Dick. I'm the District Health Officer for the Washoe County Health District. And I have a commitment later this morning, so I'm speaking in the first public comment, but I wanted to talk about item 2B on the agenda today, and in particular on emergency medical dispatch. And just wanted to provide some background. The interlocal agreement that establishes the health district provides for the health district exercising the franchise authorities of Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County for ambulance services. And so we have a franchise agreement with REMSA. In August of 2012, there was a study that was conducted on the regional EMS system. It was called the Tri-Data Study, and it contained numerous recommendations on the system. And as a result of all of those recommendations, a regional work group was established. And that group included myself from the health district, city and county managers, fire chiefs, REMSA, sheriff, and dispatch personnel. And Mr. Sean Carey, who at that point was the city manager for the city of Sparks, chaired that work group. And we met numerous times, and there were several concurrent meetings held during that process. And we worked with REMSA to renegotiate the franchise agreement. And as a result of all of that work, we then held a concurrent meeting on February 10th of 2014, and we presented what that work group had agreed upon as the principles of agreement for a renegotiated franchise agreement with REMSA. And one of the recommendations that was in the Tri-Data study, recommendation 13, was whether to combine the 911 dispatch centers into one central countywide resource so that all data is collected in one central location with singular methodology, or alternatively, develop a virtual consolidation between dispatch centers using a universal CAD or type of CAD for the county. And the solution that had been agreed upon that was presented to that concurrent meeting was for a CAD-to-CAD system versus the consolidation of EMS dispatch. So that was agreed upon by the Reno City Council at that point, and the health district moved forward with REMSA to establish the renegotiated franchise agreement. That franchise agreement does state that REMSA is the Community Emergency Medical Dispatch Center for the franchise service area. So my concern is if there is movement forward with the city of Reno providing the EMS dispatch, that can be a violation of the franchise agreement that we have negotiated with REMSA. We're very close to having the CAD-to-CAD operational. It was supposed to be working last month. Now it's supposed to be working in March. So I would urge you to focus on the CAD-to-CAD and making that work.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next comment is from David Frazier.
Good morning, Mayor. I wish to thank you for your phone call. Because of it, my rent got lowered so that I can stay here for another year and a half. But I'd like to find out about the Home Advisory Board. Is there if there's still any positions opened? Because I'm getting conflicting stories. And so I'm just trying to find out because I would like to get on that committee for the work that I've done from Action.
Great. Okay,
But
good.
I wanted to thank you for that
You're
phone
very-
call.
You're very, very welcome. I'm going to have you speak with the clerk. She can tell you what the openings are on that board. Because I don't believe you've had any meetings yet, correct? No. Okay, so they haven't even had a meeting, so great. So, Madam Clerk, will you make sure that you give him the information? All right,
Yes,
thank you,
Madam
sir.
Mayor. Madam Mayor, with that, I have no further general public comments signed in today. And with that, we will be transitioning to your approval of your agenda.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, may I get a motion? So moved.
Madam Mayor, I only
Yes.
have one item,
go right ahead.
which is to have a time certain on item B5 for the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority for 2 p.m.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, so I have a motion. Go
Well,
ahead.
Madam Mayor, are we going to be here at 2:30 or 2?
It just depends on how long this meeting
know.
goes, and if it's, obviously, if this is shorter, then we'll recess and come back for the 2. 2 o'clock will be RTAA, just so everyone knows.
Yeah. Could we just have them like be here by 1 or something?
We can try.
I'm seeing a head shake, no,
Oh,
No, okay,
2 p.m.
yeah.
So is one to gather then that items B1 through 4 will each take an hour? 10, 11, 12, 1, yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
okay.
We have 9 trustees and a whole team, and we received agenda materials late in this process, and we wanted to make sure we had a full opportunity to make sure our trustees were aware of the time, our team was assembled, so that we can have a great conversation. I apologize to put that into the middle of what's a very long day for council people. I know you've got people pulling in lots of directions, but I think 2 o'clock was the the agreement that we kind of made to get our team together to meet with your team. I'm here because I'm desperately interested in hearing what you're going to do this morning.
Yeah,
So
all
thank you.
right. Thank you so much, and do not apologize. I think
Okay,
that
no
was.
problem.
I think that was a mistake on our end. It was supposed to be Reno Fire first and then RTAA second. And I wanted to make sure that actually the rest of your board was not wasting their time by sitting here this morning. So, thank you. Don't apologize, though. All right. Okay.
Madam Mayor, you have a motion on the table?
All right, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Madam Mayor, your first item today is the operational and administrative analysis of the Reno Fire Department by the Center for Public Safety Management. First item is B1.
You know what, I would actually like to move that. One of the things I would like to actually see, I believe Remza is here with a presentation for dispatch.
Okay.
Considering the comments that were just made, I'd like to see a presentation on dispatch. I believe, do you guys have one?
All right, Madam Mayor, so this
You
will
do?
be
Are you
item
ready to, could you come up
B3.
now? Would that be okay? Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, we will transition to item B3, which is a dispatch technology presentation. There is,
Madam Clerk, I believe that they are here for item B2. B2?
Yep.
all right, B2 instead.
Okay. All right. It's all you.
All us.
Madam Mayor, normal presentations are limited to 10 minutes when we are in a quasi judicial or otherwise. Is there a particular time you'd like me to put on the clock for outside presentations
I
today?
want to make sure that we get through all the presentations, so I don't want to cut people off, but just be cognizant that there's kind of a time limit. And if you're kind of going over, then, you know,
Understood.
it
We'll be
just,
as
I
brief
just want
as
to
we
make
can
sure
be.
everyone hears the entire presentation. So just go ahead and I won't cut you off.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Council, and City Manager, for the record, I'm Dean Dow, President and CEO of REMSA Health and CareFlight. We'll be as brief as we can be in our presentation. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you facets of what REMSA Health does to assist in a regional capacity to provide quality health care along with our regional partners to the citizens of Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. In 1985, the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and Washoe County agreed through an interlocal agreement and through the oversight of the Washoe County Health District to create the Regional Emergency Medical Services Authority, or REMSA. This agreement has been mutually supported through the last 35 years, as well as being reviewed and achieving continued unanimous support in 2014. As you know, we were formed as and remain a 501c3 not-for-profit organization. The dollars that support our healthcare delivery efforts come solely from the services that we provide. In the last year, we responded to over 80,000 calls for service and then cared for as well as transported 50,000 patients. We only bill when we transport. Additionally, as with all of healthcare reimbursement in this country today, we do not receive dollar-for-dollar reimbursement. In many situations, we are being reimbursed less or not at all the cost of our service delivery. With this, we have in the last year provided over $2.5 million in uncompensated health care to Washoe County region. This morning, I stand before you representing 520 employees of REMSA Health and CareFlight, which every day proudly perform their part in a regional healthcare delivery system to provide nationally recognized healthcare to the citizens and the visitors of this area. Within the interlocal agreement, part of the responsibility placed on REMSA includes providing the critical function of medical dispatching for the region. Today, our goal is to highlight the significant importance of the Clinical Communication Center and our EMD process play in delivering the nationally recognized mobile integrated pre-hospital care regionally. With that, I'd like to introduce our two subject matter experts. First, Adam Hines. Adam is our Executive Director of Integrated Health and Services. Adam is a paramedic and has been with our organization for many years. In that time, he has overseen our education, clinical, and quality departments, as well as overseeing our medical communications department. Also today with us is Aaron Abbott. Aaron is our new Executive Director of EMS Operations. Aaron is a paramedic who worked for us several years ago, and as part of his responsibilities at that time was overseeing our Medical Communications Center. Aaron left to go to California several years ago after receiving an opportunity to become the director of REDCOM in Northern California, which is a public-private partnership of communication center, which oversees 42 fire and EMS agencies. So with that, I'd like to start our presentation off with Adam.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, members of the council, Adam Hines. Thank you for the opportunity to present. And I think important for us to just start off, I know there's a ton of frustration, shared frustration, both from you, Remsa Health, as well as the fire service at how dispatch regionally operates. And I think we too share a common thread that every day the men and women of the Reno Fire Department, the men and women of REMSA are committed to providing high quality, compassionate care to our patients. And I know that the brain trust is here. We need your support and direction. And I think moving forward, a solution towards some sort of regional solution is near and definitely something we can do. So I start off with a kind of oversimplification of kind of what happens here, specifically for the city of Reno. The top is blue. So when somebody calls 911 here locally, they get the primary PSAP, which is the public service answering point. That's Reno Communications. And again, oversimplification, definitely not to understate what they do, but essentially police, fire, medical. If it's a medical, they gather some information, address, phone number, specifically what's going on, and then it comes over to REMSA Clinical Communications. That's where our medically trained dispatchers go through an algorithmic, evidence-based protocol to determine what type of response is necessary, right? We know it's not safe to send everybody barreling lights and sirens through the community. We don't need everybody at every call, right? Sometimes we just need an ambulance. Sometimes we need the fire service to respond as well. Sometimes we need the police. So we go through a very systematic process. On average, in order for us to determine that, that's 2 minutes, 21 seconds. So it takes a while for us to walk the patient through to ensure that we're ruling out potential life threats. Obviously, somebody that's experiencing a life-threatening emergency, we get that sooner. If somebody's in cardiac arrest or choking, we know that very quickly, and we send the appropriate assets. Ideally, with CAD to CAD, when these calls come over, so the quicker we can get them over to REMSA Clinical Communications, the quicker we can go through EMD, the quicker we can get an EMD determinant. And that really is important because I know a frustration is constant responding to calls and getting canceling, constant responding to calls that are unnecessary. And that's because we're gathering just a little bit of information on the front in our primary PSAP, and then we're getting all of the information over at REMSA Communications. And so if we're able to employ that CAD to CAD, if we're able to employ some sort of system where exactly when our ambulance is getting that EMD determinant, our fire service partners are getting it, we can make better decisions as who should be responding, when we should be responding, how we should be responding. In addition, I think it's important, our medically trained people stay on the line with people on average 4 minutes, 38 seconds. I think that's understated. Our response times in the city are low. There are times where our people are on the phone. If you live far out, they could be on the phone for a much longer time. They're providing dispatch life support, medical instructions, CPR, AED, helping a mother deliver a child. Those are all happening while our first responders are on the way. And so really, our response time is zero when care starts with the call at REMSA. So I think that's important as well. That's the standard of care locally. And then finally, just kind of common, this is something similar that actually they do down in Las Vegas, right? So we talk about sometimes how Las Vegas does things. So when you call 911 in Las Vegas, in general, you're going to get Metro Police. They're going to say, do you need police, fire, or medical? And then they transfer you to a secondary PSAP so that they can perform EMD. EMD is determined, and EMD determinant is obtained, and then notification for response to the appropriate jurisdictions. So super important. And then finally, having these separate specialties is important because our primary PSAP folks are taking many more calls. When somebody calls for a traffic accident, a lot of the times, you're getting 5 people that call, 5, 10, 15 people that are calling. And so that frees them to take the next emergency while somebody's also continuing to provide care, which is a standard. In addition, the profile of people in which we recruit is a little bit different. These people are advanced medical dispatchers, right? So they go through a certification process. They're healthcare provided CPR. We know that every minute that goes by, it's Heart Month, a lot of people wearing red, and so we know every minute that goes by, 10% decreased chance that somebody's going to survive out of hospital cardiac arrest. Their commitment is to provide compassionate, evidence-based dispatch life support. In addition, sometimes these people, they're all medically trained. So I have paramedics, EMTs, advanced EMTs, all of which wear headsets and provide care over the phone. These folks one day may be providing care patch to patch with our fire partners in the street, the next day wearing a headset, walking somebody through some sort of life-saving instructions, which obviously is important because it provides perspective. They've been there, they've seen it, they've done it. In addition, the foundation of this is extremely comprehensive, right? It's not just you answer the phone and you give these instructions, you move on. It's extremely expensive and extremely comprehensive in the sense that quality assurance is part of it. We have quality assurance officers that review all of our calls to ensure we're doing what we say we do, right? Our accreditation, 18 years accredited internationally, is important to us, and we remain true to it. We have 3 medical directors, 3 physicians that provide evidence-based medical direction on how we should respond, what we should be providing patients, what instructions we should be doing. In addition, we house our own EMD instructors that are able to take people that are interested in providing this job, getting into this career and training, and then obviously our commitment to continuing dispatch education. Sorry, I'm going to speak up quickly because of time. 18 years, one of the longest in the world, only dual accredited. It's obviously a requirement of the franchise, as the health officer had stated. Our commitment to high standards and quality is evident by this accreditation. And then because we do what we say we do, and not to be braggadocious, not to toot a horn, but places come to REMSA because we do it so well. We're an international mentor site. So when people are coming on board to say, how should we do this? They come to us to look how they should do it because it's such a standard. And then finally, this region's built on innovation, right? The REMSA Clinical Communications is the hub of a lot of things that we're doing purposefully to provide access to healthcare. It no longer is efficient. It no longer is financially responsible. And quite frankly, clinical outcomes don't change when we send everybody to every call. And so we have to navigate patients safely. It's not that when you call 911, we say, you don't need help. It's we need to find you the right resource for the right through the right path safely. And that's things like our Alpha and Omega program, which the fire department has been extremely supportive of for those patients that are calling for low acuity calls. Our nurse health line, Pulse Point, and drones, which is a partner of yours. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague who has a lot of information to share with you, and I'm sorry we're taking time, but I hope you find this information important.
For the record, Aaron Abbott, I'm the Executive Director of EMS Operations for REMSA. Again, thank you for the time today, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I want to make sure that we're keeping in mind that this is a regional issue. We're having discussions here at the City of Reno, but we have 2 other major players at a minimum that are involved in fire and EMS response in this county. And I want to keep them in mind as we kind of proceed and move forward. As I mentioned, or as Mr. Dow mentioned, I recently came from a system where we operated a joint powers authority with 42 different fire and EMS agencies being operated out of one consolidated dispatch center. That joint powers authority was made up of over 37 districts and city departments on the fire side, 5 separate private ambulance services, 2 private helicopter services, and that joint powers authority was actually operated by a private entity on contract. And if that's not kind of mind-blowing enough, we were also part of another CAD consortium where we shared the exact same CAD and technology platform as the 13 other law enforcement entities in the community. So if it's any consolation or encouragement, if we can do it with 42 agencies, we can certainly, through a public-private partnership, we can certainly do it with 4. And as I review the CPSM study, 2 of the recommendations I think missed the mark. Number 31 and number 32, you know what they are. And the only reason I say they missed the mark is because we're not including Washoe County and Sparks in that conversation. And so I'd like us to keep that in mind as we move forward. On a micro level, Mr. Hines explained kind of on a macro level what happens. On a micro level, the EMD process drives many other processes. Our Alpha and Omega, where we're getting people access to healthcare through a nurse health line. Our CareFlight aviation specialists are tracking medical helicopters, not only our own, but others as they come into the region to make sure they're safe, make sure the helipads are safe and clear as they come in and bring patients in. We're communicating with hospitals, distributing patients based on the mass casualty incident plan. We're even doing frontline screening to potentially look for bio surveillance opportunities. We're currently screening for coronavirus out of the dispatch center. So hopefully we can give some information to the responders before they show up that potentially we had somebody that may have traveled from a hot area with coronavirus. We distribute patients through our disaster management systems during mass casualty incidents, as well as communicating back and forth with the other primary public safety answering points in the region. Another study that was mentioned earlier by Mr. Dick was a TriData study. The TriData folks actually came out to our center and actually reviewed what we did and looked at our processes. And they confirmed that we are a high quality, sophisticated system. Our dispatch center, like the city of Reno, like Sparks, like Washoe County, is filled with dedicated people who are passionate about this position, who are passionate about the job that they do. And we don't want to discount that. We're very data-driven at REMSA. We have a process where we actually use real-time data to decide where to pre-position our ambulances, automatic vehicle location, and Mr. Hines mentioned our medically trained dispatchers being EMTs and paramedics. REMSA is on the phone actually taking emergency medical dispatch calls with callers over 300,000 minutes a year. That is a big commitment and investment. We respond to over 80,000 medical emergencies a year. We're managing over 250,000 telephone calls per year, on top of having our nurse program, our Alpha and Omega program, et cetera, that we already talked about. We are a state-of-the-art facility that we're very proud of, and I would invite anybody in this room or in the community to come and actually see what we do, and we would be happy to show you our center. This is the actual cost to REMSA for EMD. We spend over $4 million a year invested into our EMD process. I did see part of the recommendation included a $120,000 licensing price tag with some other costs that were unknown. These are your other costs. Dispatch is a cost center. It is expensive. It's very technology driven. We're technologically heavy, which increases costs. Obviously, our salaries and benefits are our largest cost as well. Cost of readiness to have enough people actually ready and available to take those 911 calls. So it is a major, major, major investment if you want to do it the right way. This is right out of my operating budget. These recommendations are recommendations based on regional challenges that we have with interoperability. Interoperability means that whether we are or are not able to share information in real time across jurisdictional lines, across agency patches and badges, these recommendations go toward interoperability, and that is the problem that we have in front of us regionally. I will say also that our system is not broken, as Mr. Hines pointed out. This is common. This is a common way that a lot of cities and communities manage 911 calls, but can we do better? Absolutely, and I think that we can. And I think that we can achieve interoperability not only on radio systems, not only with CAD systems, but information sharing in real time and stakeholder involvement. Stakeholder involvement is the reason that we have not got from point A to point B in this community over the last 10 years when it comes to dispatch services. That is the number one thing that we need right now. The CPSM recommendation number 20, again, that is the other major recommendation. And we believe we can come up with a system and a process that has REMSA call prioritizing, establishing determinants, and sharing that information seamlessly with our partners. And we believe it is a partnership. And that's what we need today and going forward is a partnership model, whether it's a formal public-private partnership, whether it's a shared CAD governance. But we think that we can improve interoperability. We think that we can improve responder safety. We think that we can improve the cost to us, the cost to you. We can do a cost-sharing model. When you're actually going in and buying technology together, you increase your purchasing power and your negotiation ability with the vendors. And at the end of the day, we want safer responses and improved patient care. And we think that there are several different levels of a partnership that we could explore and achieve. And I guess our call to action and our request to you is if we want to move forward with a partnership and we want the stakeholders involved, then we need elected officials involved at an ad hoc level in a dispatch steering committee with stakeholders, including REMSA, Washoe County, Sparks, the fire service, because this is something that's all important to all of us. And certainly the dispatch centers in the region understand what's in front of us. So again, I want to say thank you for our time today. I'm happy to answer any questions. I would like to again invite everybody to our center. We'd be happy to host a meeting or host a tour or help facilitate some type of steering committee. But we really need some leadership from elected officials at this point to help move forward. So again, thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, any council members have any questions? Go ahead, Councilman
Just
Dewar.
a real quick question on both, we heard from public comment and the comments just made that there's been this long-term effort to get the CAD to CAD. So I'm really confused since there's so much willingness, interest, it looks like our firefighters support it, et cetera. What do you think's the real holdup here? I mean,
The
I
holdup
want to
on-
be able to problem solve very directed on what the problem is.
And you're referring specifically to the CAD to CAD interface?
Well, that's what you just mentioned and several mentioned, I thought.
So there's two different ideas that we could be kind of discussing in parallel. One is a CAD to CAD interface. I will be honest with you, in my experience, the CAD to CAD interfaces rarely yield the vision that you kind of thought that you were going to get out of it. And the reason for that is because it usually requires workarounds, a lot of workarounds with the staff. And they have to change process flows in order to try to achieve what your vision is with a CAD to CAD, and often that leads to mistakes. The other problem with CAD to CAD interfaces is that when you go to upgrade CADs or one party needs to upgrade software, and that affects the CAD to CAD, and sometimes and very often things break, and it takes a lot of resources to try to fix those issues. The other parallel track that I'm more alluding to, and the one that I most recently have experience with, is a shared CAD. So it's not that you're operating on two separate CADs with an interface. You're actually going out and buying a CAD together, and you're negotiating a way to govern that CAD between multiple parties and operate on the same exact platform. That way, when REMS is taking an EMD call, that information goes directly into the trucks of the Reno Fire Department through their mobile data computers.
The AVL or whatever.
Seamlessly. AVL, seamless, all of that is absolutely seamless.
So let me just hone in a little bit if I can. So obviously this agenda item's about dispatch and consolidation, what's the best model. But since I've been on council 6 years, we've been talking about this. So what I'm really trying to get my arms around is what is the issue from your perspective, and maybe others have different perspective, but I see that under fiscal, it says yes. So that means there's a fiscal requirement, 120,000 on one, that's consolidating dispatch into Reno Public Safety, and then the other, I don't want to belabor it, but I just want to better understand for 6 years what's been the challenge.
It's been longer than 6 years.
Okay.
I've been in this community operating in emergency medical services now, if you minus the last 5 years, almost 20 years. And there has been a lack of dedication by the stakeholders to come together.
And that
and
includes
to
us as a council.
That
and just-
includes
Yep.
the council, that includes REMSA, that includes Sparks, that includes Washoe County, that includes the fire service, that includes the paramedics. So what we need going forward is we need that dedication. And we need to keep really the goal in mind is improve patient care and responder safety.
Yeah, okay.
So
I'll yield back.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes,
may,
go
we
ahead.
also have a item today on B3, which is a discussion of CAD to CAD and the update. Because my experience with Ms. Kimchi and being on the MSAB, I'm currently chair of the MSAB, is that we have been devoting a lot of effort and attention to this.
But we're getting nowhere.
I think we're actually pretty close.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to get off topic, but and we can have some further comment certainly on the CAD to CAD if that's appropriate, or if you'd like me to comment on that, that's okay too. What's that?
All right,
Sorry,
go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
I thought we were on B3, because we had to open B3 for REMSA to come up and,
2.
oh, B2, okay.
Okay.
Okay, we can wait for that further discussion. I just know when I first started on the council 7.5 years ago, this was the item that we were discussing when I was on the health board.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable that we are here today. I have to say, I am sitting here shocked that we are having this conversation again. And the fact that if we needed to push the ball faster or harder, I feel like we didn't know what the issues were so we could push the ball. Very disappointed in this.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Maybe the question's for Mr. Dick or our chief. After the Tri-Data came out and we had a bunch of meetings on this, we put an end, a sunset to the REMSA Evergreen contract, which is so old and possibly not, reflective of the demographic and, the region that we've developed. When does that Evergreen clause, when does the whole, because that's the framework, that's the commonality, is this contract. And I think sometimes when it's pointed to Reno, it's like, well, our hands are tied because we've given up a lot of rights to the Board of Health to administer. So when do we get to re-envision the whole thing again? What did we put the date on that?
So the initial, I'm sorry, Kevin Dick, District Health Officer for Washoe County Health District. The initial agreement review date is June 30th of 2024. And then that's when the first extension may be granted. The agreement is to run till July 1st of 2030. So in the effort that took place in 2013 and 14 to update the REMSA franchise agreement, we were going from what was the Evergreen Agreement, it was called, in which there was no end date to the franchise. And so REMSA agreed to reopen the agreement and work to negotiate that through the regional work group that Mr. Carey chaired. And a number of concessions were made, and one of the things that we achieved was an end date to the agreement. But part of the discussion around how to set up that process of establishing the review period and to make a decision on whether to extend that agreement from the 2030 date was the capital requirements that are necessary to maintain a viable and efficient ambulance service for our community. And so there needs to be, and that was the discussion and the reason that we determined these time periods, there needed to be some term of certainty for REMSA to be able to operate in order to be able to maintain all of their costs, overhead costs for their system to provide the service and to be able to achieve financing as necessary to do that. So it's a complicated process if we are going to terminate an agreement and move on while we need to continue to have ambulance services over some time period if we're making a transition. And so that's the way that was
Okay,
determined.
if I could just follow up, because I'm not sure I understand. The Reno Fire Department is about 26% of our budget, 27%. So, we're in big, and, we got to think about our place here. And so if this council takes this CPSM study and wants to, go down a path on it, and that path involves some changes, do we have the freedom in '24 to back out of the REMSA contract if we wanted to? Or reopen, that franchise and go our own way separate from the Board of Health? Yes or no?
2024 would be the date that we can reevaluate the agreement.
We, the city of Reno. We, the city of Reno.
The agreement is with the District Board of Health and REMSA, and that the city of Reno provided your municipality's authority under NRS for establishing a franchise for ambulance services. You provided that authority to the health district. So that's in the interlocal agreement
Okay.
for the health district.
So we can pull out in '24 and go down a path of wherever we want to be.
That's when we as a region said we were going to come together again and evaluate the EMS system
Okay.
and whether
Okay.
we wanted to try to make changes in the REMSA agreement, whether we wanted to start planning for termination of that agreement and to notify REMSA of
Okay.
that. So that's
Okay.
the timeline.
That's helpful, because to me, that interprets that it's 20. If this council wants to take this document and go in a direction, we can lay the groundwork and come in on '24 and say, this is the new landscape, and the big player in the region who has the most, going on is saying this is where we're going. I'm not advocating for that. I just want to know what options are, because there's lag time. And like my colleagues, this was an issue in 2012, now it's 2020.
And if I could just add, I think it's important to recognize that that REMSA provides a regional ambulance service for our community. And if the city of Reno were to decide to go down its own path in how they are providing ambulance services for the city of Reno, that creates quite a complicated picture for the other partners in the region. And so I think just as far as controlling costs and maximizing the efficiency and effectiveness of the system, I think it's very important to have that regional view. And that was why in 2014, we also established, and it was out of the Tri-Data Report recommendations, we established the regional EMS oversight program at the health district through an interlocal agreement from Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County with the health district. And so, we're talking about the commitment to the CAD-to-CAD implementation. That interlocal agreement also obligates those entities to work together in establishing the CAD. So, thanks.
Councilman Delgado.
I apologize,
Oh,
but I do need to go to another meeting, so I'm sorry I can't stay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. Madam Mayor, I just wanted to, through a lot of this process, is just not to bring back our history here, but I think it's important to know that when we came in, several of us in 2012, that was definitely a different climate with respect to the transparency and the opportunities to work between the Reno Fire Department and REMSA. Things moved very slow back then. There's been a tremendous amount of change in leadership, tremendous amount of change in terms of transparency. And to try and look back I get the frustration, but there's been a lot of changes between then and now, and things move a little bit too slow at times. But I think we've got to acknowledge the fact that back in 2012 and 13 and 14, when we went through a lot of these negotiations, we were looking at canceling out opportunities to work with REMSA. Now, even at the health department and so forth, they are a tremendous asset in our community. So I think that's just changed the conversations in terms of where we stood before to where we are now. I too share some frustrations with you in terms of the catty-cat conversations that we heard just recently, which I'd like to learn more about, is if, I think what was proposed back then too was an opportunity to open up dialogue. I think we're in a different place now to really try and bring back to say, what is the best option on the table, if now, maybe not then, because we're filling each other out, seeing where was the trust and honesty at that point. Can we have that conversation now about saying, if it's not a cat, then it's a shared cat, or what those pieces mean, if we're really trying to push to move forward? Because I don't want to halfway do it. Let's make sure we do it the full on and do it the right way. The first time around, as we've seen, it's a huge uphill mountain to climb here. So I just want to make sure that we remember not too long ago the frustrations then. If we have if everyone's bought into the process, let's do it right. Let's truly do it right. And I think everyone's committed to wanting to do that. I know I'll carry that conversation at the health district, but it was a different climate back then, and we can't forget that. And I give a lot of credit to both the fire department and REMSA in terms of their transparency, wanting to work together as a region. So I just wanted to make sure I needed to touch on that piece, because I know it was a different climate a few years ago in terms of moving away from REMSA and us taking on transport, and we've mended a lot of fences since then.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just to wrap up, when I launched my question, it was a very sincere question. It was not to blame anyone. I truly want to know what problem I'm trying to solve. And I, too, want to acknowledge that there's been a sea change, I think, in my opinion, from where I sit in the last few years. And I think it's directly due to change of management. You know, Mr. Dean has brought in, or Dean Dow, sorry, has brought in, new management. I think there's a new philosophy across REMSA. But I don't even have some of that old history. I'm just been in my focus since I've been here, since we've all been working really, really hard, and especially the last couple of years. So I just wanted to know, the last couple of years, we still couldn't quite get it done. I'm not even focused on 5 years ago, 10 years ago, just even now. And I just wanted to know really sincerely what was the key issue. Is it money holding us up? Because I don't think it's personnel anymore. I don't think it's like management conflicts so much. I think there must be something else. So I want to thank our manager for, getting the management group to take a look at the fire and to give us like a third-party overview. And I look forward to hearing from our fire department. We've only heard, one piece of a giant story. So I just wanted to say that too, that this isn't like grinding from 10 years ago. I truly want to understand, roll up our sleeves. Most of these recommendations do not require council action. So most of the recommendations are very much with our staff at all agencies. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, and I just want some clarification. Maybe, Madam Manager, you can sort of explain to me, what this looks like, how to get it done. Where is that at directly? Is that on the board that you sit on? I mean, I'm trying to figure out, like, we kind of need some, I guess I'm a little frustrated because I feel like we need a little bit of direction, vision, where we're going. So, take us into how we get there.
So I think what would be helpful is there is a staff presentation on this that can talk about this. We are moving forward on CAD to CAD. Ms. Kim G, as the director of IT, is the owner of that project, and she's been working with REMSA. And at the EMS Advisory Board, we have been hearing about this at every meeting. I put it on every meeting for the last several. And we have had significant challenges with the vendor that was chosen, to the point where we were almost severing that relationship and going to a lawsuit over it. But Ms. Kimji can cover that at a different time. I do think that this particular item has a lot of different items, a lot of different questions for you. I think going forward on dispatch, I think The suggestion by Remza is a good one to get together a work group. That's what we had talked about the last time that the CPSM study was presented before you. We were sort of underway, and then this meeting was scheduled, so we figured we'd wait off until this meeting. But I would definitely be interested in cooperating with them on a regional approach. The thing about CAD to CAD is that it's still the way we've envisioned it, the way that it's currently going. And I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but
Aaron Abbott, that's okay.
all right, the way Aaron talked about it still involves the transfer of the call. It still involves that delay. And so I think what he was talking about is a different way of thinking about how the calls come in and maybe a combined dispatch. But the other question that is part of this item that we haven't discussed yet is also something that Councilmember Reese has brought up, which is what calls do we think our fire department should respond to? Currently, they go to priority 1 and 2. Hopefully not 3, although we have some numbers that we get canceled on 3s, and I know that that's been a priority too. So I think that's within the staff report also, and food for thought on this item. I'm not sure I provided clarity.
No, I think so. No, it sounds complicated, and so maybe, that's probably a large part of the delay. I guess I want to remind everyone in the room that today is really important, I think, for all of us, because I think we all have the same goal in mind to have the best possible public safety service for our citizens. And really, that's why we're here. Not really, pointing the finger. It's how we work together better to provide the best possible, service to those citizens. And I guess for a wrap up, and then I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Reese, but for a wrap up, and I don't mean to, put you on the spot, but from what I understand, what you're saying is currently the service that we have is not the best service that we have to deliver the best public safety service to our citizens. Am I correct?
What I would say is that we have, as far as call transfer and processing goes, it's a very common, what we have in Washoe County is a very common system. What I would also say is that all of the points about interoperability or lack of interoperability between the cities, the county, REMSA, all being on disparate platforms is absolutely accurate. It's an interoperability issue. It can improve, and we should. It's a very important topic, as you mentioned, Mayor Sheevy, and we should move toward improving that system. So I don't think it's wholly broken. I just think that we can do better.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate your honesty.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to say sort of broadly something about the day that we're going to embark upon together in these chambers, and that is that the goal is to find solutions for the problems that we face. At times, I think it is difficult because as a body, we're moving fast. We don't have the ability to focus at times on one single thing, but our mayor has made it a priority to make changes that would affect broadly this community. And as a result of that broad vision, we're all tasked with plugging into it in the place that we can. I've listened to what I understood of some of the presentations this morning, but I'm not sure it's entirely hitting the mark for me, and that is a more broad vision for how do we move forward. I think we have issues, and Mr. Abbott, if you'll come back up, and I want to look at one of the slides that was up there. It's the wheel that's got the colors on it and a little plus in the middle of it for Ashley, if we can find that. But in any event, what I'm trying to figure out ultimately is how we stop talking and how we actually start doing, because governments are good at talking, and each of us on this dais is thinking critically about what are the ways that we take steps to do improvements into the current structure. And I understand from Mr. Dick earlier that that's the one, yeah.
This one right here.
That's the one. I understand that there are issues, what happens when our body wants to do something, but our partners in Washoe or Sparks are not doing something. But we are going to be a leader in this area, and we have to be. And I think each of us are passionate about it for different reasons, but I think a lot about our mayor and why she's so invested in it. And I just think it's part of where we get to together. So each one of us has only a small role to play in that. I didn't understand this slide. What am I to take from it?
This slide to me represented how this is pre-hospital healthcare is a system. EMD is part of that pre-hospital healthcare system, and it's a regional issue. Your citizens typically don't know or care what city they're standing in when they call 911. That's not the first thing on their mind. There's some areas between 4th and Prater, obviously, that people don't know what city they're actually in, and it's kind of irrelevant to them. They call 911. They want a level of service and a level of care that they expect when they call 911. And so I guess the point I was trying to drive home with this slide is that this is healthcare we're talking about. So number one, that's why the cross is in there. This is healthcare we're talking about. Healthcare starts at the point where somebody calls 911, they're talking to a dispatcher, and that dispatcher is providing instructions, sometimes medical instructions. They're providing instructions on how to birth a baby if you didn't quite make it to the hospital. They're providing bleeding instructions, CPR. People are hesitant to provide CPR. My husband just collapsed. And ma'am, you have to get on his chest and start pushing hard and fast on his chest. And those are minutes and seconds that make outcome differences. Stopping bleeding makes outcome differences, et cetera. So it's a healthcare system. It starts with the 911 call. And we have regional partners that have to be involved in improving this system. It's a difficult question that you just asked. How do we get there? Because we're one government. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, you're the city of Reno, we're REMSA. Together, we're covering a large majority of these calls. Let's start a partnership between the two of us, and then let's invite our regional partners
And
to
so
continue
with
the
regard to
conversation.
that, though, we hired CPSM to come in and do a deep dive into what's going on here. It's both a reflective opportunity to understand what we did well and what we could improve upon. And one of the recommendations that they made is about the CAD to CAD interface. It's identified here as recommendation 32. I actually think it might have been a different one, but in any event, and I'm not sure why we're moving off that slide.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to find the recommendation. I thought I had it.
That's okay. So, but my point to you is, with regard to the CAD to CAD interface, it is REMSA's position. Now insert what the position is.
We're supportive of the CAD to CAD interface as long as the city of Reno wants to continue to partner in that endeavor. Based on experience, my professional opinion is that it's not a long-term solution.
And that's because of interoperability issues.
Technology conflicts.
Right. Technology is getting better. And so the question becomes, what is the next technology platform? Because if our city staff has been working for years, apparently, on a CAD to CAD interface, and we're at the end line with that, and you're now telling us that that is outdated, what is the alternative? Because if all you do for me, and again, we haven't had the privilege of interacting, I don't think much. I ask questions in a particular way because I'm trying to get at an outcome. If all we're doing is saying that you would live with this in the interim, but on the other side, you are rejecting the item 31, the CPSM, that sort of took dispatch into the city, there has to be a solution. And I haven't heard that yet. It sounds like what you're suggesting is we all got to get in the room together, which is what the mayor is basically trying to do in this process, and figure out what that is. Because we can't have more working groups. We can't have more EMS subcommittees of the whole. It just is not working because we're not getting there. And by the time we do get there, the technology has passed us. And I know my time has probably expired, but again, I'm looking for solutions. I don't want to talk about more committees. I don't want to do that because we'll be here 5 years from now having the same conversation.
So I think that if there was a commitment by the stakeholders, we could all get in a room and probably under a year provide direction on where we're going and how we're going to get there.
Okay, so we're not committed. I mean, that's what's really, I'm sorry to burst out,
no,
but,
That's okay.
but I mean, that's where I've been
go
trying
ahead.
to say, I think we are committed. Like, we have set the direction, we've had previous meetings like this, and I apologize for the outburst, but I'm thinking, you said, if we're committed, my gosh. I mean, we've had legislation, about talking better together 4 years ago. We've had meetings, we've put money in the budget, we put our manager on a major committee. I mean, I think we're committed. So that's why I'm gonna go back to my first question. Where have we failed? We weren't committed, or we're not committed?
I think if we're between the resources and the brain trust between
Yeah.
the city of Reno and certainly at REMSA, if there's a commitment there, we can solve this issue.
I think Councilman Reese was very right in that if we're chasing technology, like there's no longer any point to talk CAD to CAD because we both have outdated technology and it's going to keep changing and updating. And if we're always chasing it, we're never going to get there. Maybe we should just be committed to the bigger answer.
My comments about the CAD to CAD. So let me just also preface this. I've been here 2.5 weeks.
Oh my gosh, I had
So,
no idea. I'm
so
sorry.
I am not up to speed on all
Sorry.
of the technology pieces, and there have been some very good
Okay,
people
sorry.
working on this issue of the CAD to CAD and putting this CAD to CAD into place. I
Okay.
don't want to discount it as a viable way to move forward.
Okay.
But in my professional experience, a CAD to CAD is not the seamless solution that we all sort of envision that it's going to be long-term. And so if we're working on a CAD to CAD in the interim and we're getting together, in real time and working on a long-term solution, that's what I would like to see going forward.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank
to
you.
Reno.
And Mr. Reese, I want to make sure that I answered your question as well. And so
You have answered my question, but it just creates other questions, right? And that's the nature of this process. And for the members who are in the audience and people who might be watching at home or when we look back on this, I want our time to be productive. And at times, it's like nailing Jello to the wall, right? It just
it's a very good
wiggles and
analogy.
moves. I've been very fortunate in my lifetime to have worked for probably the better part of 20 years as a lawyer representing fire districts. So I understand some of the world in which you operate, but at times it's like dipping the toe in the pool, and you all have the subject matter expertise that we do not. And so for our purposes, again, I come back to we paid a company to come in and give us an analysis of where we have been, what we're doing, and where we're going. And if you have specific points at which you want to say, hey, we don't agree with that, you have to very much flag that for us so that we can have an informed conversation about it. Because otherwise, we just continue to chase around, it's like chasing our tail. And again, this slide, why I paused there, is because it's something that I can actually grab onto, and then we can have a conversation about it. And I think you've answered the question about the first side of it, and we continue to have sort of an item on the right side that we'd have to have a further conversation about, which I think is addressed in another one of the presentations. I think our manager has also rightly pointed out that some of this relates to a broader question about what we are being dispatched to go to. Our firefighters are being tasked with doing vastly more with less, and the service levels that we need to provide to keep our citizens safe are going in the opposite direction. And so we are struggling to be able to make certain that as we grow, we have the ability to support our firefighters and their families, and those commitments are broad, and at least some of these things will touch on that today. This one in particular, because as we ask them to do more with less, instead of providing them with more people, it becomes a never-ending cycle in which we will not catch up. And so that's why the question about dispatch is one question with many, many other questions attendant to it, and also asks a deeper question about what we're going to do to support the men and women who keep this community safe, including people in dispatch, including people at REMSA, including our first responders. And so that is why our mayor has been ever so passionate about this issue. And it's really been able to educate me about the importance of it because of the depth of knowledge, but also the passion for the issue.
And just to comment, so the CPSM study is by no means a comprehensive look at dispatch. I think that the recommendations that came out of that were at a very, unfortunately, a very shallow level at the dispatch level. I did mention nobody from CPSM came to REMSA to evaluate our system at REMSA on site. we did meet with them. Some representatives of ours did meet with them here at the city. But I don't believe that it's a comprehensive look at dispatch. I think the CPSM study is a broad highlight, and the recommendations that came out of that is a highlight of the interoperability issue that we have here. And again, I'll restate it, it's an interoperability issue. It's not an issue that Reno Ecom is poor at their job, or that REMS is poor at their job, or that Sparks is poor at their job. I mean, we have dedicated professionals doing this that are operating a lot of sophisticated technology to provide these services to the community. They're great people, they're great departments, all of us, but it's an interoperability issue. And then to your point, Mr. Reese, about really you're highlighting to appropriate levels of response, appropriate prioritization of calls, having the fire department respond to appropriate calls, having REMSA respond in the appropriate way to appropriate calls, and that can come together, that puzzle piece, those pieces can align when you have interoperability. You can decide together how and when each agency wants to respond, then we know how, when, where they're responding to, what they're responding with, and we can communicate in real time with them. And then you're talking about an actual real system, back to that first slide, a system that is actually functioning together instead of independently of each other.
Question I just wanted to ask you, how long would that take? How long to be able to do this together?
To come to fruition?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle. I think that I think we could have a direction. We could probably have a budget. We could probably have all the pieces in place in under a year. And then you have to implement technology. You have to implement process. You have to, one of the recommendations refers to co-location. Co-location is a very broad term. There's virtual co-location, there's physical co-location, there's partnerships, there's all kinds of different ways to kind of look at this. In its simplest form, sharing a CAD doesn't mean that you have to have physical space for everybody sitting next to each other. So I think that if you minus the physical space piece out of the whole equation, a virtual CAD environment, depending on current contracts with CAD vendors that REMSA has, and I'll be honest, right now I don't know when our current service agreement with our current CAD vendor ends. I believe, and I want to, don't quote me on this, but I believe the city of Reno has begun to look at a different CAD system at some point to up, or at least an upgrade. So I'd be looking at some technology folks from the city of Reno to answer that question. But at a certain point,
Shouldn't we all be
we could-
looking at the same though? Because this is the direction.
we very well could. Yes, ma'am. I agree with that 100%.
You know what I mean? Like instead of,
Yep.
we're all in these silos.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's the best way to do this? I'm kind of hearing like, because I want to make sure that we're not sitting here, in another 6 years or whatever that, we
Correct.
won't be, but
Yeah.
someone else will be. With that being said, what is the best way to move forward, obviously cohesively?
I think the city of Reno representatives and involvement of at least one or two elected officials as an ad hoc with REMSA, the Reno Fire Department, and we can invite our partners from the city of Sparks and Washoe County to come sit in a room and have an initial
So I'm
meeting.
hearing kind of like a subcommittee or, some sort of oversight.
Yes, ma'am. That's what
Or-
I would recommend,
okay.
is some type of dispatch steering committee to look at a regional dispatch system in Washoe County.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I would just ask my colleagues, does that sound like something that you would all be in favor of? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I don't think so. I think sometimes when someone comes and tells us to go regionally, we need to really think about that. Sometimes I think it's abdicating leadership that we need to take. Sometimes it's just very clear. I don't think it is in this way, because I think we've been, the reason we're in the problem we're in is because of this Board of Health construct. I mean, Kevin Dick was just here, and I don't want to blast him as, because he left and all, but they do a lot of great work, but they're a catch-all organization, and when they're overseeing our franchise agreement, why? I don't see them having 25% of their budget for the fire department, and 4% for dispatch. So why are they in charge of a critical way of how we do that? It seems wrong to me. So maybe, I know we only have an hour for each of these items and we're over here, but I would like to really ponder that, because I think we have too much fragmentation among our government structure. I think we need to decide, do we want a model where we have this intermediary health board, which I don't think is the best, or do we want to go at it and have our own franchise with the ambulance service, just like all of us have our own waste management franchise agreement? Then we have a very direct line with them. And we're only 4 years out from that. And that's where I think we should go. And frankly, whether it's REMSA or another ambulance company that wants to come in, I think they'll get better results and we'll get better results, because we're always going to have a private ambulance service. We just shouldn't have that intermediary. I think that's the broken thing. I don't see it as much in here, the CPSM, but I certainly recall it from the Tri-Data, and that's why I started my question. But, so I would not support another broad out there committee of, more manager time on a regional approach. I think we need, to show the leadership on the issue and sit here at this table and decide the path we want to go down with the information that we have. Thank you.
I respect that. I just think that if we are not working with our partners, our regional partners cohesively, then we're drawing the lines in the sand. It becomes my team, your team. We have seen that before. Not inviting people to the table can be very detrimental to the best service. So, I mean, I think, that's kind of the mentality everyone kind of needs to have moving forward, is working together regionally. We've become too big to, put that line in the sand and to silo ourselves, so. All
Madam
right,
Mayor, I would support
I'm
it.
gonna- thank
I
you.
mean, your question.
Thank
I would support it and I'd be willing to help.
Thank you, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, and I will be brief. I actually don't think that Councilwoman Breckus's thing, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I actually think that what we want to see is if we can expedite this sort of regional approach to get the good thing done, whatever that thing ends up being, but put a deadline on it. And then if there's not a good progress made, and I don't know what a reasonable amount of time for that would be. Would it be 6 months to come back to this board and say, we're ready to pull the trigger on a this? And if that's not the case, then maybe Councilwoman Breckus's approach is one in which we pursue. But I feel like let's put a deadline on it to get everybody to exhibit their entity's leadership, to understand this is a priority with a deadline, and get it done, and come back to this board, and Madam Manager, I don't know what a reasonable amount of time is, but to put a deadline on it so that it doesn't float around in la-la land like it has been.
Councilman Delgado.
I agree with everything that Councilwoman Jordan just expressed. Those took the words out of my mouth, so.
Okay, all right,
that.
good. Okay, did you want to say anything else, Councilwoman?
No, I
okay.
think
Thank
whatever
you.
it's going to take, we need to do that and do it right away.
Right.
Thank you.
I'll tell you that I'm willing to dedicate my staff to it as a number one priority for us. We think this is important. And so if there's a deadline put on it, we'll be at the table for every meeting, and we'll make sure that we continue to work forward in a concerted effort to help come up with solutions.
All right. So I think that's a great suggestion, putting a deadline on it. But also, I want to know, you kind of have to have someone there, and I guess that would be you, Madam Manager. Is that kind of what we're thinking? Or is that our fire chief? Or, who is that? I want to know who exactly is going to come back on that deadline, because there has to be some accountability. And that right now it seems like everyone's kind of doing this. So what's your thought?
Madam Mayor, I would imagine it would be me, the fire chief, the IT director at a minimum, and then maybe some other staff as well. I mean, if it's a priority, and I hear that it is, to essentially reimagine, what I'm hearing is we want to reimagine what dispatch looks like and come back with a plan. That's what we're going to do.
Okay. All right, good. So you heard our.
So
feedback.
how about 4 months to
Perfect.
come back with a recommendation?
Great.
Does that seem reasonable?
Seems just fine to me.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And
a
Madam Manager,
recommendation,
it's,
But I want us to kind of be ready to go. I don't want to, take another year. We got to do this as soon as possible. I'm just saying, this has gone on too long. I know that we're all trying to be respectful of everyone and not trying to point the finger. But you know what? Like at night, these are the things I lay awake thinking about. And I just want us, and I know all of us want it too, but we have to have the best public safety and put politics aside and make sure that we're taking care of the community. So, thank you. I'm just stating that out there because I don't want us to come back in 4 months and have nothing done. So, did you want to say anything? Go
well,
ahead,
Madam, I
Councilman.
just didn't, I was trying to clarify, it's 4 months for an answer on dispatch?
Yes, a recommendation for dispatch interoperability, how we collectively believe that the system can best run.
And we're all
And-
on the same system.
Madam Mayor, did you want to designate, the REMSA presentation had suggested maybe a representative from council. Do you want to designate a liaison?
Sure.
I don't know if you do or not, but I'd be happy to.
I wouldn't mind.
Liaise
I'll do
with
it.
one of you,
Yes,
perhaps?
I'd be happy to do it.
Great. We look forward to it. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, at this time, would you like to transition to staff presentation on this item, or would you like us to go back to B1? Okay.
Hey, Madam Clerk, hold on one second. We're checking with our attorneys. We want to,
Okay.
we weren't styled to take action.
Action on that item,
So
correct.
I want to have a little clarity
Okay.
and then we'll get back to you. So give us a brief hold, okay?
Would you like to take a 3-minute recess, Madam Mayor, for council to stand up and stretch their legs
think that's a
as,
great
for those in
idea.
the audience?
Good idea.
So,
Okay.
3
10
minutes.
How, 3 minutes? I say 10.
How about 5?
10.
10-minute recess. We
10.
will
have one bathroom
reconvene
back
at
there, Madam Clerk.
11:30.
We have one bathroom.
One bathroom
for
break. We'll
7
be back at
people.
11:30.
All right, thanks. I am, thank you.
All right, Madam
Oh,
Mayor, we
You know
will.
what? Hold on, Madam Clerk, I am not. Hold on
Okay.
1 second. I don't think, I don't even have that. So, I guess we can go on, but I'm gonna,
We'll pull it for you so that way you can have it.
perfect.
So at this point, Madam Mayor, we'll call your meeting back to order. And did we decide if we'd like to transition to staff presentation on this item? Or did you
Yes.
want to? Okay.
Yes.
So we will proceed with staff presentation on item B2. After that, Madam Mayor, there has been a request for public comment on this item before council proceeds with action.
So let's go into public comment first.
Okay.
Okay.
Tom Dunn has not filled out a form, but I'm sure that he's going to because he would like to speak. Or Dan Tapia. Someone's going to fill out a form for me for the record. I'm certain of it before they leave the chambers.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm good with that. Yeah. Okay. Disregard.
All right, plenty of time for you to fill out forms. Chief, let's start with your presentation at this point. We'll transition to staff presentation on item B2.
All right, thank you. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. For the record, I have a presentation on dispatch, but I'm going to quickly skip through some of it. These are the 3 recommendations. I'll just point those out, highlight those for you. These are from the CPSM report that focus on dispatch. I think you've seen those. At least 2 of them were mentioned in the REMSA presentation. So that's what we're looking at, and kind of lumped it all under that dispatch umbrella because, as we've discussed here today, that is a big issue. It's a huge issue. In fact, I think that if the one thing we could fix, and if identifying the fix is the issue, out of this report, it would be dispatch. That would make the single biggest difference. CAD to CAD. Director Rich McKimji is here. She's going to give a presentation on CAD to CAD and AVL. I think there's been enough discussion about that already. I was just going to touch on it, but I think we've covered it. And REMSA did a fine presentation on their dispatch and EMD, so I'm not going to repeat that. And by the way, I agree, REMSA has an excellent dispatch. I would also say that we have a tremendous dispatch. I believe our dispatchers are the best in the region. I imagine REMSA would say the same thing, and they should. But I think the important thing is we need to figure out that cooperative way to make us more efficient. Madam Mayor pointed out or asked the question, are we doing the best we can? Are we being as efficient as we can? And I think the answer is no. We're very good, but we can get better. And what I want to go through is just a couple of scenarios to highlight some issues for the fire department. And if we're going to work toward that committee, these are some of the issues that we're going to have to talk about and make sure that our plan, our fix, addresses these issues for the fire service. And I think they'll help REMSA and the region in general. This first scenario is, as you can see, the 911 call comes into the Reno PSAP. The call taker asks several questions, determines it does not meet RFD response criteria, and the call is transferred to REMSA. REMSA processes the call using their EMD protocols. At some point in that process, it's identified that an RFD response, a Reno fire response, is appropriate. The call now needs to be not transferred back, but the information now needs to go back to the Reno PSAP so that RFD can be dispatched. So this just to highlight one of the inefficiencies in the system where the fire department should be going, but there's a delay in the response because of the way the system is set up. And I think Aaron identified interoperability, say that 3 times fast, as an issue. And it is, but it's also a process issue. It's how we are handling these calls and the process or the progression that we're working through to get the calls dispatched. So here's a second scenario where the call comes in, hits the PSAP. PSAP determines that an RFD response is warranted. RFD is dispatched and the call is transferred to REMSA. Now through the EMD process, REMSA gets additional information, but that information may or may not be transferred or conveyed to Reno. If we get on the radio, the information can be transferred verbally. Without the CAD to CAD, it's not transferred automatically. So again, another failure is probably too strong a word, but another shortcoming of the system. This is probably the most likely scenario, or the most common scenario. The call comes in to the PSAP. The PSAP determines that an RFD response is warranted. RFD is dispatched. The call is transferred to REMSA. REMSA goes through their EMD process and dispatches and handles their own responding unit. Now, if you've noticed, let me go through them real quick. All the different arrows from one system to another system, to Reno, to REMSA, maybe back to Reno. Ideally, the system would look like this. The call would come in to the Reno PSAP. The EMD process would begin, and all units would get all the information up front, at the front end. And that's the key. That's the process that I'm talking about.
The EMD, which REMSA does an excellent job at, is great, but it's happening too late in the process. It's happening either after Reno has already been dispatched, or the opposite, Reno hasn't been dispatched because that information wasn't identified early in the process. And the need for Reno Fire to respond wasn't identified early in the process. The other issue, so it's not being dispatched or being dispatched too late on delay, that's an issue. The other issue is call priorities. So ostensibly, we go to priority 1, priority 2 calls. This is determined at the Reno PSAP through their policies. I think there's 18 triggers that generate a response from Reno Fire. That is not the EMD process. That is just a short handful of questions that they ask, and then it's transferred to REMSA for the EMD process. Priority 3 calls we should not be going on. Those are the low acuity, the non-emergent calls. They are identified through the EMD process, but not through the current process at our Reno PSAP. We don't prioritize calls, by the way. That's what REMSA does through the EMD process. So we don't give a call a priority 1, 2, or 3. We just identify them, or dispatch identifies them through those protocols. When it is identified as a priority 3 call, we cancel. Reno Fire cancels. The issue, though, is we shouldn't have been dispatched in the first place. We have a huge call volume, over 43,000 calls last year. That's a 4% increase, and another new record in terms of call volume for Reno Fire. Of those calls, over 2,500 were priority 3 calls that we were canceled. Now, that's the only data that we could capture because, like I said, we don't prioritize calls. But over 2,500 calls that we were dispatched on, we rolled on, we never should have been on. That's a year's worth of calls for some small departments in this area that we never should have gone on. And the other issue there for the fire department, with that call volume, we're looking for ways that we can manage those calls. We can mitigate that call volume. If we can get that EMD process on the front end so that we are not dispatched, again, as Aaron mentioned, getting the right resource dispatched to the right call is the key. And doing that on the front end is what's going to make us as efficient as possible. There's also priority 2 calls that we don't need to respond on. But again, we can identify those without getting that EMD process in the front end. This idea is directed at trying to mitigate the call volume so that our calls, we're not doing more and more with less, I think as somebody mentioned today. We're trying to handle what we can. We're always going to respond. We're always going to go. But we want to eliminate the unnecessary calls, the calls we don't need to go on, to hopefully reduce that workload, reduce that burden on our men and women of the Reno Fire Department. So those are just a couple of the issues, not just. Those are some important issues that I want the committee or whoever looks at these fixes to be aware of because they're going to need to be addressed. CAD to CAD is helpful, and I think you heard it, but it's probably not the panacea that we thought or might have hoped that it would be. It helps in that sharing of information, but sharing information after those resources have already rolled out when they shouldn't have, that's good. We know we should be canceling, but hopefully we can capture that at the beginning and not roll out in the first place. So is CAD to CAD helpful? Yes. Is it the answer? Probably not in the long term. It's a process approach again. Getting that EMD, getting that triage in the calls at the front end so that the right resource goes at the right time to the right call. So with that, I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chief. So I guess thinking about this is, and I see the where we need to go with the growth and everything is just very seamless, just one place, wherever that may be. And I'm trying to get through in my head the economics of that. So we commit 4% of our budget to dispatch right now, and they do a great job. I always think it's the hardest work in the city is to be a dispatcher. And, you know, that's obviously support to police and fire and some others. But if we were to get REMSA out of the dispatch business in this post-24 period, and they're just an ambulance franchisee to us and the other jurisdictions, which is what I think, you know, having looked at this since 12 with the tri-data, you know, think where we need to land is that'd be a big hit to our budget to expand our franchise, you know, our dispatch. But are they paying a franchise agreement right now to who do they?
A franchise fee?
Yeah.
They are not.
They're not. So the economics of us having to expand our dispatch, need to be resolved. And I think that if I'm going back to the Tri-Data, it's resolved through the franchise fees that they pay to us for, the book of business they get being our exclusive ambulance company or, whoever. Is that something the committee will look at? Are have we looked at models before for franchise fees for the ambulance companies?
I know the Tri-Data report, and I'm paraphrasing, did suggest that REMS will reimburse municipalities for EMS services provided. So maybe that is part of the model that we're looking
Okay,
at.
but I mean, we got to shore that up with their statements that they do all this work that comes reimbursement. I don't know if that's, write downs or, here's the list price and here's the real price. I don't know. It's just, I think you always have to look at the economics pretty hard on how we move forward.
Well, I think Mr. Dow, he covered that, and he's talking about the payments and the reimbursements and the revenue they receive on one side, which is different from the dispatch. They're still going to need dispatch services, whether that's under a cooperative agreement, a partnership, the term was referred to. They're going to need those services. So I think figuring out how we do that, because we need the services too. It's EMS from fire and REMSA.
Sure, but we've got a revenue of taxes, they've got reimbursement, so it's different fee structures. It's just, if you want to talk dispatch and we want to broaden that 4% to 7 or 8% to get them out of the dispatch, we got to figure out a way to get that, because we're pinched on the rest of the general fund, and I would presume it's through that franchise fees. That's what I think was up at Tri-Data.
I understand,
one.
yeah.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I believe there's also funding through, is it the E911 board?
E911 board, there's
That could
opportunities there as
support
well.
some of this activity.
Yeah.
Of course, it has to go through the process of being approved by the advisory board and then the county, I believe.
What's the source of that revenue?
It's a surcharge on phones.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, so that's eligible to help us backfill the dispatch expansion. Okay, thank you.
If I could just add
Potentially, or other technology.
Yes, and there is some room to increase that surcharge. I think there's 15 cents left. Chief Benzon is here if that question is relevant.
Okay.
The one thing I did want to add too, because I feel like we're touching on it, but maybe not making it clear. We're not talking about changing what we do, changing who transports or anything like that. We're just talking about dispatch. We would still be Reno Fire, REMSA would still be the transport franchisee, so I'm not suggesting that we're exploring that. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And to this, and this again, this is going to go back to 2012, 2013, where I feel like it's Groundhog's Day, and we just keep having these same conversations over and over again about what you're rolling on, what you're not rolling on, and our very limited resources in our stations that have to then be shifted around. I mean, we're personnel strapped as it is. So how do we get to reducing those tier 3 calls if you don't need to be rolling on them? And I know your personnel no doubt get frustrated that they start to go and then they got to turn around and then there's this whole, disruption, I guess. Wouldn't the automatic vehicle locators, could that be a component of helping to mitigate some of these unnecessary rolls? I mean, if you could tell in real time where a REMSA was in relation to where an RFD truck was, could you then go, well, regardless of the type of call, they're going to get there first? If they're closer, and if they're not, then could that help in?
I can't say that it wouldn't, and we don't typically dispatch like that. Or we need fire. Oh, REMSA's closer. Well, so send REMSA instead. Let me make clear. We do have AVL. We just have the dispatching component of being able to dispatch using AVL.
Which means we don't have AVL.
We don't have it.
No, I can pull up a screen and look at exactly where all the rigs are.
Yeah, but we're not utilizing it in the way in which
to
it was
dispatch,
intended.
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And that's part of
my
Richmond's
point is,
presentation as well.
So I guess what I'm trying to better understand is CAD to CAD, this new universally used CAD, how is that going to clarify for you? In other words, if the person on the call is incapacitated in some fashion and you can't qualify what type of a call it is that's what it's not until you get 2 minutes into the role that you then you get more information? I'm trying to understand how a CAD to CAD is going to clean up rolling on things you maybe didn't need to roll on.
And that's actually my point. It's the reverse. It probably won't, because the CAD to CAD shares information that we're accumulating through the EMD process throughout the call. So we might have already been dispatched, and then we're getting this additional information and being able to cancel.
I got you. So technology isn't necessarily going to keep you from doing the third tier role.
Right.
I got it. Okay, that's.
But that process at the front that I was speaking to, evaluating that call, whether it's EMD and whoever does it, at the front end, so that everybody gets that information
Might
right
help to
away.
mitigate some
It
of the.
absolutely will help.
Then everyone
Okay.
knows where they're
Okay,
going
I got you.
at the
I
very
got you.
beginning and
Okay.
not on the end.
I got it. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. All right. Any other questions from council members on this? No? Okay, Madam Clerk, oh, go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. To Councilwoman Breckus's point, I think our dispatch does a tremendous job. They do tons of work.
Absolutely.
I can't imagine all the stress, right? Can you talk to me the differences between the training components from what our dispatch does to what REMSA, the different level of quality in terms of emergency medical dispatch, and what would be the difference, or are they part apart?
And I would invite, we have dispatchers here if we want to get some more details, but the broad strokes are, our dispatchers are cross-trained in 3 disciplines: fire, EMS, and police. And that's what we'd be looking for everybody in the process, to be cross-trained in all those disciplines. And maybe we need to add EMD as a layer to that training for.
So they're not now?
We're
You're saying
not
that they're
doing
not
an
now,
e-com
but
right
they
now.
would be, but
Right.
they're not right now?
Correct.
Okay. That was it. I just saw it on REMS's presentation. You didn't have it on yours in terms of the level of training for the emergency medical. I wasn't sure if that was something that was left
Yeah,
out. but-
there would need to
Also,
be some
wouldn't that
cross-training
help?
between those,
But wouldn't that help with consolidating basically that, because we're always short those dispatchers?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say, that there's a pool of dispatchers
yeah.
in both areas. Bring them together.
Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on to another agenda item, but before that, Madam Clerk, I'm going to make a disclosure, and I want to do that because we weren't styled for any action, and I just would much rather have that on the record. So at this time, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sferraza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. On this matter, I have sought guidance from our city attorney's office. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record.
Yes, Madam Mayor. And at this time, would you like to take public comment prior to transitioning away from this item?
Yes, go
Okay.
right ahead.
First to speak is Dan Tapia, followed by Tom Dunn.
Good morning, Dan Tapia, President Reno Firefighters 731. There's a lot to talk about. Hopefully, I don't know if I'll be able to get it in 3 minutes. I don't know if I'll be able to do it in 3 minutes, but I'm going to try. As far as CAD to CAD, as far as the firemen, I represent obviously the men and women that are boots on the ground, the people doing this job. The problem, I don't really care CAD to CAD or whatever it is we come up with, but one of the major issues in not being able to transfer information is we get sent, I'll give you an example. I was personally sent on one where we show up on an engine and there's police running around with guns out and chasing people, and we're not really sure what's happening. And all of a sudden on our MDT pops up, hey, you need to stage out of the area. So that delay is not only problematic, but it causes huge safety concerns for us. All of a sudden, we're in a situation that we really should not be in. So I'll be brief on that, but I don't care what system we use, but it needs to be fixed. As those of us that are on the ground and are getting put in these situations, it's very serious to us that something happens. And like we've all said, and I appreciate all the comments that are being made, that it's been a long time that we've been discussing this and nothing has happened. As far as EMD, I agree with the chief and everything that's been said. That will help prevent us rolling on calls that we don't need to roll on. This city spends a lot of money on this high dollar equipment, i.e. brakes, everything. When you break it all down, you spend a lot of money running priority 3 calls that we just shouldn't be running, to boot wear and tear on your
Do you have
employees.
any idea how many those calls are?
I don't have that number right in front of me, but it's a lot. I mean, I would say I work on engine 2. We do it 3 or 4 times a shift. I work a 48-hour shift. We have 14 stations. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of wasted money by this city.
Madam Mayor, we think it was at least 3,500 last year.
Thank you. So it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's a lot of wear and tear. I mean, you could break it all the way down to workers' comp is $10 million the city pays. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we shouldn't be running these calls, and we do. Like we said, we're stretched. We're stretched exceptionally thin.
Sure.
I want to quote, I'm going to talk real quick about this. The chief has in his department accomplishments. Number one, this was in his plan, the review of the CPSM study. He says the Reno Fire Department achieved our highest call volume ever in 131-year history with no increase in staffing. That's not an accomplishment to me. That's an embarrassment. We have the same amount of people within 12 firefighters that we had in 1999. We've gone nothing but backwards. And I can't put that all on the chief. I'm not saying that is all his fault. But what I am saying is that we are horrifyingly understaffed. And to include overtime, mandatorily getting told we have to stay at work for up to 96 hours at a time. Can I go for
Yes,
longer?
please.
We're at work for up to 96 hours or more at a time straight, never get to go home because we're so understaffed. So I wouldn't look at that as an accomplishment, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not blaming the fire chief on that entirely, but that's an embarrassment. We had 209 firefighters in 1999. We have 200 and roughly 15, 18 today. That's going the wrong way. So, 184,000 people, 250,000 people today. More than 3 times the total incidents. You see my point. We are stretched very thin. So for us to be running any extra calls, priority 3s, is just more taxing on an already taxed fire department. So
Yeah. Please.
thank you for all the questions, though.
that
They're
it?
all,
you have
unless you
more?
guys have something for me.
I mean, probably the process should have been not public comment, maybe, to provide us with,
Sure.
your perspective as well.
Sure.
So, okay.
I'm happy to do that. Is there any
okay,
questions for me?
That would be great. And, just as we go along further, just let me know.
Okay.
and so that it's not in public comment, because it should be more part of the discussion and presentation.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Does any council members, go ahead. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr. Tapia, thank you for being here today. I do want to make certain that you understand that we observe the local to be part of the stakeholder group that is important. And so I think what the mayor is saying is that it's not just public comment. We're asking for you to be here in the room making the comment and discussion points. So that way we're not constrained by the 3 minutes. If we've had presentations from REMSA and we have presentation from staff, I think you should have the same opportunities. And so the mayor was hoping that you wouldn't feel limited in that way. And I also want to understand, as when we get into those rooms and they're talking about CAD to CAD and how do we change interoperability, I think oftentimes we forget that the people working on the front line are the ones who have to implement those things. And so, of course, we need your input and knowledge, and this body welcomes that. It's hard to unpack some of what you've said there because I know that you're frustrated, and I know that the men and women who are keeping this community safe are frustrated by the direction that we are going, or maybe the lack of direction is really what it is. It's not about what we've done. And my hope is simply that you and the members will understand the nature of the political body that has to make choices about budgets and about the kinds of things that are important to you, and that you just continue to engage as you have, I think. And I appreciate your willingness to interact with me because when I've had a question, I've been able to get the answer. So I thank you for that. There's probably a million more check-in points where Madam Mayor and I think Ms. Jordan would have more specific questions that you specifically would answer. So I don't know if it's like you need to wave your hand or just,
Yeah, just let me know.
give the mayor the bat signal to say,
I
hey.
wasn't sure if I was going to get called up or not. And when I wasn't, I was like, well, I better say something.
Well, it's also cool. We've got these little mics down here. I don't know if we want to line up a bunch of people. I don't know what these were set up for. And so be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, thank you. And I did want to mention that. Sorry, I was going fast, but we are a very big
Yeah, I don't want to
stakeholder.
rush you.
Yeah, no, you're good. We are a very big stakeholder, obviously, in the CAD to CAD, all these
Yeah.
discussions. So we would definitely love to be involved.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right. You know what, Mr. Tapia, just really quickly, so that the council can follow along, I believe you were coming off this Reno Fire Department review of CPSM. We have 3 reports here. I just want to bring this to the council's
Correct.
attention. There are 3 reports. This is the one that he's referring to.
Correct. It's towards the back under accomplishments. I'm not.
It
in-
says department accomplishments right here. I was just trying to find where, what,
Sure.
and they don't have page numbers, so we're just
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to,
I don't.
we're trying to follow along with everyone. So I just wanted to point that out to council. Okay,
Thank you.
okay, come right up.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Tom Dunn, Vice President of the Reno Firefighters Association. Like you, several of you in the room, I was here in 2012 when the Tri-Data study was discussed at this podium by a whole bunch of stakeholders. We provided comment as well as written comment to the council at the time about what our issues and concerns were with the Tri-Data study and moving forward to the new franchise agreement and everything. And I think it's important to recognize that Sheriff Haley, when he was spearheading the major portion of the Tri-Data study, also had identified that the CAD to CAD was providing a solution that may not benefit the stakeholders in the long run. And like some of the frustration here today, that was back in 2012 and 2013, and here we are 8 years later, still talking about potentially the same solution that may not work for our region. And I would also like to point out that this same discussion about CAD to CAD is being had between the City of Reno and the Airport Authority about how to transfer information and data back and forth. So as long as we're talking about dispatch and CAD to CAD and those issues, we also need to recognize the issues with the Airport Authority as well. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on item B2.
Oh.
Councilmember Breckus would like to speak.
Yeah, Madam Manager, to the point of staffing levels, I thought you had told me that the CPSM shows that we are adequately staffed. I'm just wondering, is that true, and what pages is that on?
Yes, that is, the CPSM study said on several occasions that we were adequately staffed, but I would have to, can we put a pause on that and can I get back to you?
Yeah.
Because I haven't specifically dog-eared those pages.
Yeah, I mean, I dog-eared page 25, the top sentence, paragraph, but I thought that was more of a general of fire services in general and just economic conditions in general. It was harsh, it's a harsh statement, but it's just, to me, the cost of a workforce. I'd like to tickle that a little bit more, because I've always been concerned that we do have fewer firefighters and the coverage is spread thinner because we're sprawling. And so, that I really,
That's the way I read it, the same way.
you did?
You did, yeah.
So I'm trying to figure that one out. That's important to me. And also, very emergent is it seems like we're getting a lot more structure fires, particularly with the spike in the homeless populations. And I know that's a big concern to Ward 1. So, trying to follow those, track that. I mean, our former chief used to say, we have enough fire stations, we just have them in the wrong place. And I'm trying to wonder, how to get to this point.
I guess I would also ask of Local 731, I know we did add this council through their leadership authorized going for the SAFER grant. That led to an additional, I believe, 8. We had 20 additional firefighters in the academy. I understand we're down to 14 coming out of the academy, which is unfortunate, but. So I don't know if the numbers
Do you
they.
have this, Councilman Breckus, do you also have the International Association of Firefighters letter? Yeah. Okay, good.
I do have that. I
Okay.
just wanted to,
I just
it
wanted
seems
to make
like there's divergent
Right.
opinions. And I just want to understand, like Venn diagram those and understand where those are at, because we did just add, and I think, I've always wanted to get up to the number we had before.
Right.
And for the coverage that we've grown.
Mr. Dunn.
Yes,
go ahead.
ma'am. For the record again, Tom Dunn with the Reno Firefighter Association. We've got some data, we're trying to find it right now for you and stuff, but there's a kind of a national average of 1.28 firefighters per 1,000 residents. And when we use that average, we've got actual testimony from members of city staff and stuff of the legislature that says we're staffed at 0.87 firefighters per 1,000 residents. So we're actually below the national average. And when you look at not only our call volume, but the fact that we have 2 ladder trucks that are still currently not staffed, we have 2 fire stations that don't have fire engines that are staffed yet. And with the additional call volume that we have received over the last 20 years, a very conservative number of additional firefighters that we need to meet our service demand and our service levels that we had prior to the recession, and going all the way back to 1999 is anywhere from 70 to 80 firefighters that we still are short. And so in our opinion, we are not adequately staffed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where CPSM drew that. I mean, maybe that average is, you have to bring in the REMSA people into that to get an average, or I don't know. It just seems like a very different views.
Well, let me ask you, Chief Cochran, would you say we are adequately staffed?
Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief, I would say we are not adequately staffed. I think you've heard me say it in this room before. The figure Tom used, 1.28 per 1,000, is maybe on the high end, because I've always used a conservative number of 1 per 1,000, and if our population is 250,000, we should have somewhere north of 250 firefighters, and we have 221 currently.
Okay.
The other metric you can look at is calls per firefighter. New York City runs about 125 calls per firefighter. We're over 200 calls per firefighter. So in terms of workload, we are definitely on the high end, and I would say no, we are not adequately staffed. And I know that language is in the report, but we didn't direct the report. We didn't try to put them in a box and say, do this or find this result.
It was
We said, give us your
objective view.
opinion.
I get it, yeah. Okay.
So,
But I also think, you should know best, right?
right.
So-
Some of the dates and numbers that you heard, it's very real for me because that's my career. 1998 is when I came on here, and we're staffed the same then as we are now.
Okay.
But triple that call volume.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I don't want to say a lot more about this, but it was my impression from all the data I've gathered over the last 6 years that we are short-staffed. And I really think it has to do about an expectation of a workload and a provision of service. So if we kind of normalized provision of service from 1999, 2000, 2005, and said that's an expectation, obviously the number of calls and the calls per firefighter are just tremendous. And this, I don't know where it went wrong in terms of the study, like what they used as a metric, Sabra, what they used as an average, but I would agree with the chief. So whether it's 1.28 or 1 per 100,000, per 1,000, then we're at least 35 short, at least. And it could be as much as 70, it could be as much as twice that number.
Correct.
I mean, I think that we have the data. The fire stations are closed. They are running these exorbitant call volumes as compared to a large place. So I just, I don't want to get too wrapped around. I think we all acknowledge that there's shortage in all of our public safety services and something we need to keep working on. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Drummond.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I don't think any of us would sit here and say that we don't want to add firefighters. That's something that I definitely would like to do. And we've been trying to open up Station 7. I think hopefully we're close to doing that as a goal. And so, I think we're all on the same page. It's just, as always, resource constraints and other needs, particularly in the other public safety department.
So if I can comment very quickly, you kind of spoiled it. I was going to bring that up later, but we are going to open Engine 7, not just Station 7, Engine 7 on Monday, a week from today.
What does that mean? Like, where's Engine 7 located?
Skyline?
Oh, it's at Station 7.
Yeah, it's Rescue 7 is currently staffed with 2. We're going to upgrade that to Engine 7 on a week from today, Monday, following the recruit graduation this Friday.
All right.
Thank you. And my understanding is Station 19 is not too far behind.
Well, we need to add to that head count in terms of firefighters, so, but
Okay. I think you gave a commitment to me that you were hoping this year. On the record.
we need to add to that head count.
She's putting you on the spot
know.
right
I know
there,
she
so.
I know. I have expressed that to my constituents, that will be next. And I don't disagree that, I think every department is in need. I'm going to go back to the priority 3 calls. We keep talking about understaffed, volume of calls. My goodness, if we could focus more on those priority 3 calls and clean that up in some fashion, that at least gives you a smidge of breathing room. It doesn't solve your ratio issue to the needs that we have, but my goodness, you could at least keep more people in the stations in which they're, based more often. So it just seems like our focus needs to be there to at least control the things in which we can control, given our budget constraints. So,
No, that's an excellent point. And that's why I think that calls per firefighter metric is so important, because it speaks to that. And that's why I wanted to bring that out in the dispatch portion of this presentation, that it's not a fix, but it's work in that direction. It's something that can help mitigate that workload.
absolutely. Thank you.
All right, any other council? No? Okay, I think that's it. I'd like to go, we haven't even started where?
No.
One?
Yeah.
We haven't
Want to
even
start
got
with our
to
first
B1.
agenda item at this point, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
All right.
So why don't you present item B1, and then we can go from there. Sound good? What? I know. No, I knew we would. I actually knew we would, but everyone can dream, right? Okay, go ahead, Chief Cochran, take it away.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have the presentation? I will just start off by saying we are circling back to the CPSM report, the overall report. I just wanted to give you the landscape there.
Okay, is this is yours?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a lot of credit because it's 10 times bigger than, because I get very irritated if I can't read it. Last time it was like this, so you clearly were.
I got to give credit to our manager. I've been telling her how
Yeah,
I'm getting blinder by the year, and
I
she's
know.
been coming
We're
up with
getting older
these,
up
and it's
here.
amazing.
So I think
Good
last
teamwork.
time I was
Well-
like, what is this? I can't even read it.
I-
So
I can't take
I want to
credit.
give you some credit. You can't take credit?
All right.
Oh, it was, okay.
Manager says take the credit.
All right.
There we go.
All right, city manager, good job. Okay, go ahead.
So you'll recall back in December, the consultants were here. They presented on the report. I'm not going to redo their presentation. I just wanted to remind you the groundwork where this came from. The report was commissioned in January of last year, so January 2019. Took about 8 or 9 months, as I recall, to get it to a final product, maybe 10, maybe into October. The consultants actually spent time out here. They interviewed all the different stakeholders. They made a 3-day visit, went to stations, went to dispatch, and they came up with the report that you all have. And what you have in front of you is a summary of the recommendations that came out of that report. Don't think I mentioned it, but they interviewed members of IAFF as well. So all the relevant stakeholders had a voice in this. I want to read one section from the report because they ended up with 32 recommendations, but the introduction to the recommendations reads like this. For organizations of the caliber of the Reno Fire Department, the recommendations provided in our analysis are minor in comparison to the department's performance and do not denote major flaws in its day-to-day operations or overall efficiencies. And I point that out because it sounds like 32, like there's a lot of problems, but overall the report was positive. Having said that, we can always improve. And that was kind of the attitude that we went in with. Let's have somebody else take a good, hard, critical look at the department, and let's identify where we can get better. Because if you're not trying to get better, you're getting worse, right? I probably should flip the slides. That'd be helpful. So what I'm going to do is talk about a number of different categories. First of all, there's some of the recommendations that we've completed. And a big one there, a big win, frankly, is the apparatus replacement program. That was this council voting to adopt the program and fund the program, most importantly. Recommendations 6 and 7 from the report were directed at that. It's something we were working on when they were evaluating the department, and basically coincident with the presentation of the report, we got there. Now we have a long way to go before we get the full fleet to where we want it to be, but we're on the right track, and I think that's a great accomplishment for this council and for the city. Second recommendation, the Reno Fire Department should institute written and practical skills testing as part of the department's comprehensive fire training program. We do that. Now, do we do it in every facet of our operation? No, but we keep working to get better, to improve on that recommendation. I can tell you that on Friday, we had 3 paramedics and an AEMT just complete their written and skills testing and become certified to deliver those services for the department. So we're always working on things like that, working to get better, and we'll continue to work on those. Next, we have recommendations from the report that are works in progress. Recommendation number 2, RFD should consider expansion of program management duties to field personnel and utilize these assignments to enhance career development, and subsequently consider successful fulfillment of these duties as a factor in promotional process. Well, we do have field personnel involved in those program management duties. We have an FEO program, our Fire Equipment Operator program. That is driven by the line personnel. They manage that. They are always working to improve it. That's a certification, an internal certification that was developed here at the fire department that all personnel, before they can drive our apparatus, need to go through that process, that training process, that certification process. And again, that is driven by people in the field. 2 other things that we're doing, we have an acting captain steering committee. So the acting captain committee, the acting captain program, modeled after the FEO program, is aiming at that same goal. Let's work toward a certification, an internal certification that we're going to require of all our members before they can bump up to be an acting captain. We also have a strategy and tactics committee that, again, is made up of field personnel along with chief officers, and that is taking a critical look at our strategy and tactics. Each year, we're trying to identify some area where we can get better, and of course, there's a training component to that, because where we identify where we can get better, we then need to train to that. The next, I didn't read the recommendation, but that was recommendation 4. Recommendation 5, maybe self-evident, but cities should undertake a comprehensive fire station capital improvements program that provides the necessary repairs, renovations, and reconstruction of this critical capital resource. That's talking about the capital repairs that we need, as well as the capital infusion we need to maintain and replace stations. We have 2 stations that need to be replaced. Those would be Station 1 at 4th and Valley and Station 21 at the GSR. And as the city grows, some of that sprawl, to use a word that I heard earlier, expands the geographic area of our call volume. We know the call volume is going up, but the geographic area that we're responding to expands. We're going to need additional stations as well. So we are always working with Public Works and Finance and Budget to identify fire station needs for improvements, renovations, and reconstruction of stations. So working towards, and that's a huge lift, but working toward those capital needs in the department. Continuing with the works in progress, recommendation 8, city should work with REMSA, area EMS advisory boards, and the Washoe County Health District to implement common radio frequency that is utilized by ambulance and fire first responders on all EMS calls. We do communicate with REMSA now, but we do not have a common channel. We have to use a separate radio to communicate directly with their dispatch. This is something that I think they can speak to, they're working on. That is a requirement of the franchise, and hopefully that is a goal that we will continue to work on and ultimately result in a single common radio frequency. Recommendations 10, 11, and 26, generally I'll lump those under building familiarization. That is learning about the buildings in our district, learning about the hazards in our district. We've had various programs throughout the year where we go out and inspect what we call target hazards. Those are high-risk buildings, which could be anything from a hospital to a school to a high-rise. What we are doing now, or what we have done, and we're going to show you a demonstration later, we've embraced technology. We've embraced technology in a lot of ways, and we are implementing a program known as First Due, which captures information from the public databases and is going to provide that to our captains, to our crews, basically in real time as they're responding to a scene. So it's not limited to just schools or just hospitals. Everything that has a public record will be able to capture that information and provide that information to our crews. Like I said, I'm going to come back to that. We have a demonstration for you that I think will really highlight what we're doing there. Again, works in progress. RFD should work with the City of Reno Building Department, Planning Department, County Tax Appraiser, finance department and other local officials in creating a master file of inspectable properties. We've hired a data management consultant to help us with that process. We are cleaning up our records, our data, so that we not only know what properties, what are the inspectable properties, but we have them on a regular schedule so that we know when they need to be inspected, when they need to be re-inspected. Recommendation 28, another work in progress. The Reno Fire Department should establish a training steering committee composed of battalion chiefs, captains, driver operators, firefighters, union representatives, and EMS staff. This committee should conduct a training needs assessment, develop priorities, and provide direction regarding the training efforts of the department. Like I said, we're always taking a critical look at ourselves. I mentioned the FEO program. That's a very comprehensive program where we put our personnel through 2 weeks of training for fire engines, an additional week of training for the ladder trucks. They have to complete that training, successfully pass the test before they're qualified to operate those apparatus. They're spending 2 weeks just working on the engines. They're not in the fire station. They're just dedicated to that learning process. Same thing with the trucks. So like I said, we are always taking a critical look at ourselves, seeing where we can improve. We're going to introduce that to captains. Ultimately, we would like the training to be provided to BCs. And we'll continue to expand the training as needs are identified and working with that whole group that's been identified there throughout the county and throughout the department. So that's the works in progress. Two items that I just wanted to point out that I would like the council to consider, our recommendations from the CPSM report. RFD should consider hiring seasonal fuel crews who can provide fuel management and wildfire mitigation efforts. We have a huge need for that in the city. Now, I know there, in the letter that you received from IAFF, they, objected might be too strong a word, but they pushed back on that a little bit because they'd rather see full-time firefighters. I don't disagree at all. And in my meeting with them last week, I explained my thought there is to look for grant funding, look for alternative funding, not draw on the general fund. This is not a substitute for firefighters, for people, for bodies in the stations. This is in addition to. And I see a huge benefit if we can locate that funding. And that's something I'll be working on, and it could very well come back to this council for approval if we do find something, because we have that need not only with the wildfire exposure in the city, but also with the that interface, that fuels mitigation component. So there's a need, and I think we'd get a lot of benefit out of that. So we'll be looking at that. And then another recommendation to consider, and I know Councilwoman Breckus is a fan of this, requiring residential fire sprinklers in all new construction. Sprinklers save lives. It's an important part. It's standard in some states. We have already taken an initial step in applying for a UNR community-based grant to provide the cost-benefit data necessary to support the sprinkler requirement. We have not heard back from UNR, but that cost-benefit analysis needs to be done before we can bring the revised fire code to you for approval. So something to consider. Not asking for approval today, just highlighting both of those as something that may come back to you in the future. These last four are items of note. They're significant, and I'm not recommending for or against these, but I wanted you to know that I want to highlight them because they are important recommendations in the report. There's certainly pros and cons to all four of these. Something to consider. Some may require negotiation with the union. This is not something that we're looking to implement. It's something I want to bring to your attention. So the first one, the city should reevaluate its current practice of offering compensatory time off in lieu of actual pay for both holiday accruals and out-of-area wildland assignments. Next, RFD should move to a cross-staffing model that utilizes personnel currently assigned to the city's 2 ladder trucks to deploy on alternative response vehicles, squads, when the call type and service needs merit this type of response. Third, RFD should discontinue the use of a firefighter recruit academy and instead require attainment of firefighter 1 or 2 and EMT certifications as prerequisites to employment. And last, RFD should institute an annual physical fitness evaluation process for all emergency response personnel, including chief officers. There's value in all of these, but there's also challenges in all of them. So I just wanted to bring those to your attention. The other thing, just to kind of circle back to the positive, there was 32 recommendations. We made a list of 31 accomplishments. And I know President Tapia pointed out number 2 there, the number of calls that we responded to. And maybe accomplishments was a poor choice of words, but We did provide service to 43,000 calls. I was going to say residents, but they're obviously not all residents. Residents and visitors to the city of Reno, over 43,000 times they called for service, and we provided that service. So you've heard me say it before. It's a good and a bad thing. We're providing the service, but it's also, you know, a workload issue. It's wearing down our people, our assets, our resources. So I just wanted to point that out for you as well. Interesting part of that in terms of workload, something else some information to be aware of. Over 43,000 calls, about 2.5% of those are fires, but those fires constitute almost 20% of the workload in terms of time for personnel spent on scene. So we do have a very serious fire challenge here in Reno. And I just highlighted some of these to bring, I'm not going to go through every one, but I wanted to highlight some of them. We mentioned the SAFER grant. Like I said, the recruit class is going to be graduating on Friday, and Engine 7 will be open on Monday. Maybe not exciting unless you're into inventory and data and technology, but our new department-wide comprehensive inventory system is really going to make us more efficient in terms of tracking apparatus needs, repairs, replacements, right down to the drugs that we stock. We'll know when drugs are about to expire. We can move them maybe to a busier location so they get used before they expire, and we don't have to waste. That system is going to make us more efficient and better our job and more cost-effective as well. We are always looking for alternative revenue sources. This past year, and this is talking about calendar 2019, received over $150,000 in emergency management funds. A big thing we did, huge in my mind, number 20 there, issued individual radios and flashlights to every person or all personnel, kind of cross those, but everybody now has a flashlight and a radio, their own personal one. So everybody on every scene has a flashlight and can communicate directly with dispatch. That's a huge safety factor, and I think it's a huge accomplishment for the department. I will point out number 19 as well. We're going to come back and present this to you formally, but we implemented our own MOST program. And what it's designed to do is, again, Councilwoman Jordan talking about mitigating that call volume. When we identify people who have a need, that are using the 911 system to fill that need, but it's not really an emergency, we have a system where the crews can refer that to our MOST team, and our MOST team will go out and pay them a visit and find out what they really need. And they have a whole host of services they can recommend, whether it may be food, it may be other sources of assistance, but it's not 911 assistance. So we're getting them the assistance they need without having them use the 911 system to get that. Rescue task force training. Again, this is for something like an active shooter situation. We've been training with REMSA, with the police department to advance that, and we are on the cusp, again, going back to looking for alternative revenue, of acquiring a grant to pay for ballistic protection gear for all of our members. So we're hoping that's going to happen in the next 30 to 60 days. These are samples of all the different training, or some of the different training that we're providing to all our firefighters. Number 27, 28, very active in the community. We're out in we're conducting station tours. We're out in the schools. Next month, we'll be reading in the schools. We're very involved in charity organizations. We are going to be doing the firefighters, I should say, will be sponsoring the Shamrock Shave program next month to raise money to support research for curing children's cancer. There's some of those things. I think Art is still here. You know Art Ritz from the Justin Hope Foundation. And there's a list of some, not all, the charities that we support in the area. And then I'm going to bring Chief Jeff Voskamp up. He's going to give you a short presentation of the First Due program. One of the other things we're doing is embracing technology, and whether that means our reporting, our data gathering, our data management. I mentioned the program where we can grab that public data, that public record data, and let our captains, our crews see it when they're responding to scenes. Jeff is going to give you a demonstration of that right here.
For the record, Battalion Chief Jeff Voskamp, Madam Mayor, council members. If you look at the screen, this is our, I want to start off with about 2 years ago, our MDC program was pretty bad. And what we've ended up doing was revamping that, embracing technology like the chief said. And we've ended up having probably some of the best equipment out there right now, which has allowed us to do some of the things you're going to see today. Here's our current MDC, our mobile comm program, which is what every firefighter or captain that's going en route gets to see when they're dispatched to a call. What we've done is we've created a few links in there, if you see by that, which they can then go to that open up another page while they're en route. This, for example, is our NDOT cameras, so they can look at every camera on the thing. But the program that we're talking about today is First Due. So every call that the firefighters go to, it doesn't matter whether it's a residential address or a commercial address, we've scraped the data from the assessor. We're going to be scraping data from community development. We can also scrape data from our Fire Prevention Bureau. And what this does is it allows us, before what we did was a target hazard, is we choose a building that we thought created a high hazard for us. Schools, casinos, high rises, and you had a very limited view of the city. Most of our fires are in residential areas, not in high rises. So you were losing out on that ability to see a fire or a building that you were responding to. It was like Christmas every day. If you got a fire, you just didn't know what you were responding to until you opened up and you turned that corner and you got to see whether it had a basement or not. What this program allows us to do is by scraping that data, that information now comes up immediately to the crews responding. With these quick tiles that are visible, they can then click on them, a Knox box, I don't know if you know what those are. That's where we keep the keys for the building. Now, because of our Prevention Bureau, they mark that data inside there. They tell us exactly where that Knox box is located. Along with any contact information, we'll leave that off. But this is, again, all public information. Solar panels, if there's a solar panel on the roof, which is really dangerous to us because they're always charged, so you need to know where that disconnect is. And I think on this building, it shows it at the end. We have our alarm systems, electrical shunts, sprinklers, any kind of information that we want to put in there, it can be immediately available to our crews. And this is just one of the buildings. So this is a charter school, High Desert Montessori. Next building here is, this is another investment. But by pulling from the assessor, one of the things we do get is the street view, which I can't tell you as being a truck, when I was a truck captain, not anymore, obviously. This is one of the things I always loved. And when we got Google Maps in the MDC, it was great to be able to get that aerial view because truck is a large piece of equipment. Knowing where you're going to park it makes the difference. We have a saying in the fire service, as go the first due, so goes the fire. If the first due engine makes a bad placement or anything like that, the rest of the fire kind of builds off of that, either good or bad. So by being able to have more information available to our crews, they can be able to know where to park, where to spot, what exposures they have, what kind of terrain they're going to run into, all of that information. Another building with the assessors, one of the things that comes up, or not. Did I break it? Paper maps. It's broken. Well, I can see it on my screen, so there we go. So one of the things that this does with the assessor drawings, this is not available to us right now, but we can actually get measured drawings of the building. And in the future, one of the things we're looking at doing with community development is every new subdivision has what? Pre-plans. They have building blueprints for every, that would be unheard of, to be able to respond to a building and know the actual layout of the building before you go inside of it, whether it's got smoke in it or not. So it's pretty incredible what we're going to be able to do with this equipment and with this new technology that's coming up. You guys have any questions for me?
No, is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right. Good job. Thank you so much. All right, Chief Cochran.
So that is the end. I will just add that that technology is being implemented today. So the crews are going to have access to that today. And that is the end of my presentation as well.
All right, thank you so much. Okay,
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment. If you would like to take that prior.
I will in 1 second. I'm actually going to ask Dan or Tom, do you guys want to come up and present?
Dan Tapia, President, Reno firefighters. No, I'm not going to go over the same thing the chief
Okay.
did. What's that?
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
I just didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
The only thing I'll add to this is that there may be some things we do or don't agree on as far as the chief's presentation here, as far as his way of doing it. Maybe we do. I haven't had a lot of time to read this just this morning, but we will say that a lot of the items in here, to include the items of note that he's pointed out, are all subjects of mandatory bargaining too. So just so everybody knows that there's more at play than just yes, that we can do this, or no, we can't. So I just wanted to say that for the record. Are there any questions for us on this?
All right. No.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, public comment,
Madam Mayor, Melinda Smith would like to speak on this item.
and then I will bring it back to the board for questions.
Hi, Melinda Smith with the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. I'd like to address the recommendation on the fire sprinklers in all new residential construction. Without industry input, this is very concerning to us, and we'd like to further discuss and review this recommendation with our members and council on the difficulty of unintended consequences of this proposal before moving forward with this recommendation. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
All right, thanks.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment. We have public comment from Patrick Mooneyhan, and he will fill out a form when he is done with his comment.
For the record, Patrick Mooneyhan, Reno firefighters. As you know, I work in prevention. I'm a captain in prevention. So I just wanted to respond to the builder's concern on that. The only thing I would point out to the council and the body in general is that in 2000, it was in the code that there was going to be a 2009 addition in the appendix that residential fire sprinklers would then become a mandate in the 2012 codes. So since 2012, fire sprinklers have technically, as a minimum standard in the fire code, been required for residential fire sprinkler systems. That's the rule. So, and I know that we've got our rules here as far as 5,000 square foot under roof, they get sprinklered, or response time drives at now. But just to be clear that there was a 12-year notice on this. Now, we did have the recession in the middle of all that, but to say that there's an industry impact to it, I would just, as not only a captain in prevention, but as a labor representative, disagree with that. It's nothing that can't be overcome. Fire sprinklers are not meant to replace firemen. They're not meant to replace fire stations, firefighters, excuse me. They are meant to provide escape. So a family can make it out of a home alive and not perish in a fire.
Yeah,
So that's just what I wanted to say on that.
Okay, good. I really appreciate that. I think that's something, we need to get you guys in the room and, kind of work through that. So just know that we're paying attention, and, that will be something that we will do for sure. So everyone can kind of work that together and be on the same page. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment, and we will return it to the council for questions.
Okay. One of the things I wanted to ask in the chief's presentation is, you brought up the MOST team. Is that like the MOST team from the police department and the county, or like, and who is on that team? And because honestly, this is the first I've ever heard of it. So I want to make sure, we got to make sure you guys are fighting fires and be on the same page.
Very good question. Like I said, we're going to come back and present on that. This is different from the police team, and we're actually going to, we're calling it the MOST team because that was just kind of the reflex. Probably going to call it something different to identify that it is fire. And this is done separate. We do it one day a week right now, but we're getting enough demand on the program that we want to expand that. And we're doing that with a social worker from the county, along with a paramedic from the fire department. Two-person team that goes out, visits these homes, these locations, they're not always homes, to hopefully mitigate some of the need that people are using 911 for. And it may be, like I said, they need a ride to their doctor. They don't have good access to their medication. They're low-level, non-emergent needs, but they're using the 911 system to meet those. So we're calling it the MOST team, but it is different from police, and it is in addition, or it's a separate function from manning the fire engines, being in the fire stations, providing that level of service.
And, I'm a huge proponent of mental health and addiction, and I definitely, we're looking at other models that could really be a game changer. And so, I really support that, because I know that you guys come you come into circumstances that probably deal a lot with that when you're going to calls. I guess I'm just a little concerned. I think we all need to be in the room instead of trying to, do something on your own. And my only fear is that, right now we're trying to open stations, and if we're taking those resources away from that, then I think we have to be really careful. We have to kind of know, what direction that is. So, and I'm very supportive of it, but I think there's a way that we can do the model where it's much more efficient and it's much more regional. Right now, more than ever, like, there can't be this with homeless and mental health and addiction. There can't be this, this jurisdictional line and boundary. I mean, just people need to understand it's much bigger than that. It's much more massive, right? So we cannot afford to work in silos in any capacity when it comes to that issue. We have all got to be on the same page. So, and I don't know, is this something that your team knows about, or?
Yes, yeah. So, and I agree 100% with everything you've said. We're not sacrificing, like I said, staffing to do this. One of our paramedics and a social worker, it's been very well received from the line, because they know when they're going to Mrs. Jones' house 4 or 5 times a week, but it's not really a 911 call, but they don't have a resource to address it. Well, now we have this resource, so we can do it outside that. And that's part of why we wanted to bring it to you, because we are looking at expanding that, and maybe including Sparks and the county and REMSA, because this is something that can grow. It's not just a Reno issue. It's a regional issue.
No, and I love that. That is part of the Crisis Now model that we looked at with REMSA and the state and the city of Reno. There were all players in that space. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I think we could be duplicating services eventually that, we're overlapping again. We all have to be on the same page. So I just want to make sure. And who, do you have, like, when you call this a MOST team, are these the same people that are doing this, that they're trained to do that? Or do you just move people around?
So they are trained. There's, I believe, 4 paramedics who have signed up for the program, and we send out one at a time, like I said, just 1 day a week right now, because that's the level of demand that we have. But we expect that to grow, and that's why we want to bring it to this council.
Okay.
And
like I said, I'm a big proponent of that. I just want to make sure, I just think we can be really efficient. And I certainly think that service is definitely needed. The good thing is that we've all been working together on this solution. It's a really, really exciting model. I can't wait to unveil it with you. And we've really had a lot of momentum from the state has been super supportive. And Medicaid came with us. Julia Ratty came with us on the legislative side. It is impressive. It is absolutely impressive. And REMSA was there, and Reno Police was there, and they're going to continue to bring in more stakeholders. They can only do so many times. But my point is that is also part of that model. So again, we all want to work collectively, and I wasn't aware that you had a MOST team. So, and again, like I said, anything that we can do to help these individuals, we have to have all hands on deck. But let's do it together.
Yeah,
okay.
and I understand your concerns.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a question about the training. Recently I spent some time in South Florida, and I have a firefighter coming into my family, and they were moving from one jurisdiction to the other, and they had to get retrained, and they had to go through another 8-week training. I think ours is 18 weeks. Correct? So I was just wondering what the difference between 8-week training and 18-week training, and is this even practical? Where would a person get firefighter 1 and 2 training if not from you? Are there other places, like nationally, where you send people, or how does this work?
There are different programs, typically in a junior college or maybe a dedicated academy. You can go through that training. Lake Tahoe, for example, through their community college, has a firefighter training program that you can emerge from that with that firefighter 1 and 2 certification. That's a state certification, not a Reno fire certification. Our training, that 18-week training, is extremely comprehensive. I can't speak to the one in Florida without knowing the details, but I know I can surmise some of the differences are the fact that we are all risk. We're, in a sense, we're on an island here in Northern Nevada because there's nobody around. If we need hazmat, water, technical, we train to all that, not to mention trucks, engines, brush trucks, wildfire. So there's that comprehensive training, and I would suggest that we probably have the most comprehensive training in the region.
And if we have someone new coming into this area, maybe that worked at Tahoe or worked at Carson or wherever, and see out coming here, do they go back through the 18-week training, or do they skip modules, or how does that work?
No, they go through the full
The
academy.
full 18,
Yeah, that's
okay.
been our practice to date, is to put them through the full academy.
So, I mean, do you think this is practical, this item 27, to have something substitute for our training, or is it something you're gonna look at?
You know, it's something to talk about. I know the union has a position in it, and I don't disagree that having that full 18-week training for our new hires is important. Is it essential? Are there some things we could maybe limit, or some modules, I think to use your word, that we could eliminate possibly? I mean, I think it's worth having that conversation, let me put it that way.
I was interested when this person that I know was moving from one jurisdiction to the other and getting the full training. One of the things that I asked him about it, and he said that, well, it's important to train with the team and their way of doing things. Maybe it's I mean, throughout this report is communications, right? At every level, managerial level, council, elected, right down to the individuals. So it sounded like it's critical to be able to communicate using their same parlance, their codes, their way of attacking, I guess, a structure fire or whatever, that might be kind of unique to our area. So is that something you
And
would?
those are the exact things that were in my mind in terms of why it's important to have our academy, so
I
that
see.
we're all on the same page. And not just the academy, but they're coming out to 200 plus people who were
Right.
trained that same way.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all of that. I appreciate
Certainly.
it. My question is, and I'm going to go back to staffing numbers, and again, so when we talk about staffing numbers and we do comparisons of ratios per population, are we using all bodies within RFD, including, you know, those that are in a station or that are on the most team? Are those bifurcated, or are they all
So we have 221 FTEs. So that's the metric, and that's people eligible to be on a fire engine in a fire station. So that's the I was going to say body count. That sounds a little ominous, but you know what I mean. That's the number of people that we're using to compare to the volume of calls. And across jurisdictions, we're using that same ratio.
Okay, and that 221 includes people that are part of this most team, that are in the stations, because they kind of can do different roles.
They're
At different times.
They're all qualified to be in the stations. The most team or any number of other things we do, whether it's not wildland, hazmat or technical rescue, those are disciplines that we're working on outside the stations in addition to the regular 24/7, 365 duties that we provide every day. So that most member, they may be doing that service today, but they were in the fire station yesterday.
Okay, so I think I need to better understand how that all works together, because I have to tell you, I appreciate very much the additional efforts in helping with some of those types of things. But when those activities fall into the overall FTE number, of which we're saying we're understaffed, I just kind of wonder, and here, let me relate it to you. And this is me, and probably I need to know way more, I'm sure. So RTC recently has been debating whether or not to get into the housing space with some of its remnant parcels. We generally, as an RTC board, have said RTC should focus on RTC things, roads, transit. So maybe the housing space should be left to the housing experts. I just worry about, and maybe it's not, maybe it helps with the morale, it helps with a million other things. I just need to better understand that, because I'm a little worried about going in so many directions, and this argument of we're understaffed. Well, are we causing some of that because of these additional responsibilities or efforts? Maybe not. Maybe we're not. I'd like to have another conversation with you separate from this to better understand, because I'm sure there's way more to this than you have time for today.
I will tell you just briefly that working on the most team or the hazmat team or any other team that we have or any other discipline that we perform is not taking away from that head count. So we're not using somebody for most instead of being in a fire station, and we're not using somebody on the hazmat team instead of being on a fire engine. They have all these FTEs, and each one has different skill sets underneath. And so on a given day, they may be working their regular 48-hour shift in the fire station, but on a different day, they might be participating in some of these special teams or these special activities that we do. So it's not one or the other. It's a multidisciplinary approach.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
You know, there was a lot of recommendations, and he went over a lot, and thank you for listing the accomplishments. I think we all appreciate the work being done under very difficult circumstances. The growth is tremendous, the budgetary and the reset of the recession is just confounding how we're gonna get the job done today and tomorrow. I mean, it's very, very alarming, and you know, even something like the fire demands created just in the last 6 months by homeless camps along the river, those are of tremendous concern to the Ward 1 residents, you know, in Southwest. So it's just very dynamic situation. I guess I think for me, the capital is very key, and the balance of the debt that we commit for the general fund, which goes into outer years, is very difficult. I do not see any future for us to get those temporary stations permanent. I do not see any place for that unless our budget director is going to show us some outlying growth can take it, and I don't think growth can. I mean, she's already come in and told us she's recommending a 0 position increase this next FY, and things are good. So I really, you know, the efficiencies are where we need to get it, and you can only squeeze so much efficiency out. And so that's where I want to put my head in. I think that the building code sprinklers is very key, and I think we brought it up before. I think we're at risk in not going with the uniform building code at this point in time. Just like an inverse condemnation judgment came down against us for, you know, floodplain issues and so on, not going with the recognized building code, you know, and having this 5,000 exemption, I think is trouble in a western fire-prone region. I really, really do. But I wanted to ask you a couple others. The one about, and I'm sensitive that it might be a subject of bargaining. There was the one about rethink some compensation of overtime versus, what was that? Time in lieu or versus, how's that read?
We refer to it shorthand as COT. So instead of taking your overtime in pay, you can take it in time. So 24 hours of overtime could be 24 hours of pay at time and a half, or you can take 36 hours of leave that you can bank. Where that becomes problematic is then when you take that 36 hours off, now we pay somebody 36 hours of overtime to fill that slot.
Okay, it's cascading.
So it can cascade.
But
exactly.
if you, if we went the other way and it's just always going to be pay, then you get into a mandatory overtime situation, right? Where I just do not want the overtime. I do not want the overtime. I mean, are we at that point where we're?
I don't think that dichotomy plays out that
Okay.
way.
Okay.
It's more of a fiscal issue.
Okay.
And a labor issue, like President Tapia mentioned. They
Pardon me?
Like President Tapia mentioned, they feel that labor needs to have a voice in this conversation as well. So.
Okay, I mean, maybe that's something we take back for, you know, that conversation. The other one is the academy, because I know when I got here, the University of Nevada, Reno built their academy, and it was a big bust for them out in Carlin. But the junior college concept, does TMCC still run an academy?
I believe they do, yes.
Yeah.
And the UNR one, by the way, that was an oil fire school. It was different from.
Oh, okay.
It didn't translate
Okay,
to this
okay.
department.
But I guess my thing is knowing what the corporate world wants out of junior colleges is they want them to do their training. You know, they'll throw them a little bit of dollars, but they'll say, you know, you create the die cutters for, you know, auto manufacturer, and then we'll hire them. I mean, they want to use the junior colleges to do their training. And I think because it's a cost that they don't have to do, and maybe this is where we can get some efficiencies. It may not be popular. They'll still have to go through this employee orientation, but if we're going to go down this path of efficiencies on something, I would like to see it on that, because I mean, how much savings is it? How much is it in an academy? you know, how much does that take someone out of running rigs or doing calls or doing fire prevention?
So they put a big number on it in the report, and I'm not sure, I think they included all the personnel costs because it was much larger than what we attribute. We generally put it around $120,000 to run an academy. That's the overtime, the equipment, because they all need new turnouts and things like that.
Yeah, but-
the recruits, obviously. But it is time intensive in terms of the training and the people that spend the time. Right now, we have a 4-person cadre that is the lead training group for the academy. So we're pulling them off the line to run this academy.
Okay.
So we're capturing, in those costs, we're capturing the overtime that would be required to fill that back.
Maybe that's the one that's the most way to go with efficiencies of all the ones that popped out to me, so I just.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief. I agree with the prior comment about the sprinklers issue needing to be discussed. I mean, our housing attainability is difficult for many already, and I'm worried about what the impacts are. Of course, safety is the number one thing. I need to better understand what that all looks like. It's tough for people to get anything.
And I'm not suggesting that we're down the road to doing that. I just wanted to know,
Okay.
wanted you to know that's an issue out there. There will certainly be discussion with all the stakeholders before that happens.
And the other question that I had, I just forgot it. It was good.
Okay.
It was there. No, it's
It'll come
gone.
back.
See, we can't see, we're forgetting. So if you need to, just remind me and then you can butt in. I wanted to ask you about, what is your plan? One of my concerns is obviously the apparatus. And we have, 2 fire trucks right now? Fire engines?
We got 1 ladder truck and 2 fire engines, yes.
Okay, what is your plan for moving forward to get us more ladder trucks?
So we have 2 new ones that arrived just a couple months ago. We have 3 engines and a ladder truck on order as part of the apparatus replacement program. So we've already placed those orders. So in fact, I met with the new owner of the dealership, the apparatus dealership, last week. So that's a work in progress, and we're going to do that every year. We're going to order 2 engines in a truck, or 3 engines, or whatever the right mix will be to transition all our old ones out and get new ones in.
How do we know what the right mix is? I mean, obviously, I would think.
We have a spreadsheet that shows everything we have, the mileage, the age, all those things, and we're obviously
How many
transitioning.
should a city our size have?
Ideally, I mean, we have 14 engines. We should have 14 engines staffed each day. We have 2 trucks. We should have 4, plus reserves for those. So 4 to 5 reserve engines, or 2 reserve trucks would be better. So that's what we're working toward. And like I said, we're transitioning the aging models out.
But that could, if I'm hearing you right, so that could pose a problem. Let's say you're at South Meadows there, and then you're downtown, and then all of a sudden we have an explosion up at the university. So I'm trying to figure out, with that being said, those 2 would be busy, and then how would we deal with going to the university?
That's the depth of resources that is a challenge in any city our size. It's hard to capture every major incident. In that case, we would ask for mutual aid from Sparks, maybe Carson City. Sparks has a ladder. The county has just acquired a ladder. They're not using it yet. Carson City also has one that they're training on. They're not using it yet. But there are other resources in the area.
But that could be a very real scenario.
It could. Yeah, that depth of resources is vital. That's why we have the mutual aid agreements with our partners.
I just want to make sure, that we're being able to make sure we're servicing our residents.
Yeah.
I don't want to get us in trouble, so we're planning and preparing for what that future.
Well, and the explosion at UNR is a good example because we had resources coming from the lake, from Douglas County, from Carson City, from all over, pouring in to either respond to that emergency or backfill our stations while we responded to that emergency.
Okay. All right. You must have remembered.
I
Go
did,
ahead.
I remembered. I have a good memory, it's just short. So the thing was, with regards to the time off versus the overtime pay, and again, this isn't for you to answer today, is there any way to work where that's still an option without it being mandatory overtime pay by somebody else filling? And here's what I'm getting at. Having spent many, many years in human resources and dealing with employees that have been at an organization for a long time and accrue a lot of vacation and suffer burnout, sometimes that time off is far more valuable than the money. And I wish there was some mechanism to allow, and I know it's going to come down to staffing, to allow for a fill-in, to let them have the personal time off, to have the time off, and not have to pay someone at overtime to fill them while they have that time off. That's for another, you guys to discuss
No,
internally.
I
But I
appreciate
know
the
there's great
comments.
value to have that time off, because burnout is a very real thing, particularly when you're stressed
Yes.
and doing stressful things on a daily basis. So that's my 2 cents. I wish there was a middle ground somewhere in there.
Yeah, no, you raised some very important points, and staffing, it drives to staffing.
Well, if I
Thank you.
could follow up on that, wasn't there floaters? I mean, aren't there floaters who
Yes.
are, I mean, that's how they work it in the school district, right? I mean, they've got floaters. Are you just so tight that you don't have floaters?
We have floaters, but we're using them every day with between the time off,
They're not flood.
there's sick leave, there's normal vacation. some
Oh,
people on
okay,
workers'
so they're
comp.
not, this
So-
is additive to the floater demands?
Yeah,
for
so
the
we
floater.
fill spots with floaters and then overtime on top of that to
Okay.
maintain the staffing level.
Yeah.
Okay.
My next question for you, because they brought up the sprinklers, how involved are you when we, looking at a new development? How involved are you in that process of looking at, and maybe this kind of goes into, sort of our next item, and looking at where we're putting those fire stations, how we can collaborate with those developers, making sure that, obviously we're growing so fast that we want to make sure that we can service, those areas. How involved would you say you are?
What's the right adjective? Deeply involved. Because we know those needs are out there, the need to provide that service. We don't want to be perceived as saying, no, you can't do it because we can't provide service. We want to look for a collaborative approach to be able to provide that service. But how do we do that? Do we have staffing needs? Do we have station needs? We can mitigate some through sprinklers. It doesn't mitigate the EMS issue. So we're always very heavily involved in those conversations through the Prevention Bureau primarily, but I get involved with the larger developments as well.
Okay. So, and that was the other thing that was brought up, and I can't remember where we're at on this, and maybe our city manager can help me, is, looking at those impact fees so that those developers know going in, what those costs are instead of, coming out with some number that, people are trying to figure out how we get to that equation.
Yeah.
I think there should be much more uniform and much more stability in, on both sides, whether it's for the residents or for the developers. I feel like, it's always a moving target, and I think there needs to come up with a much more comprehensive way of deciding that factor based on the safety and what the critical needs are and the cost. So, because that one seems to be a really big, a big issue. And then we'll probably get into, what is this, B4? But that being said, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to, I guess, go from where you just ended, because this has been a personal frustration for me, and new developments coming in, and they're always further out, further up, further away from the fire station. But no matter how much analysis goes in, I've never heard, maybe with one exception, the fire department say, we can't serve that area. So there's an area in my ward, for example, it's the highest, there's only one way in, one way out. They are gonna sprinkler because of where they are, but the response time is over 8 minutes. Why don't they just say, we can't do this, unless you pay X, Y, Z or something? Instead, they just said, yeah, we can do that. It's just a longer response time.
We don't have enough, so.
And I couldn't even believe the answer from you guys was yes. So.
Well, don't mistake, if somebody dials 911, we're always going to go. So we're always going to provide a response. But I think it's been clear in the staff reports, our reviews of these projects, that we have raised those concerns, that we are not comfortable with those response times, that they're outside what we consider the standard, and that's placing an additional burden on the call volume that is already off the charts.
Well, I really do think, I don't think this is specifically germane to any one of these recommendations, but it is something near and dear to my heart, is I've expected you guys to be more advocates to say no. No unless this, no unless that, or we need another station, or, not, in other words, there's not just, we're here to serve and we will do whatever you need, and yes, yes, yes. I think it's important from public safety. I would say the same darn thing to our police chief and their staff. I appreciate the staffing levels are so thin and the response, it's ridiculous. I know that if those houses up there on the hill, which is going uphill, right now it's the max grade, 6% or whatever on the road. I can only imagine what's taking a fire truck to go up there. There's no two ways. You should, in my opinion, you should be saying we need our 2 ways in and 2 ways out. We that will take us extra long because it's a very steep hill that you're planning to build on.
I think if you look at our case reviews, you'll find that language is in there because we're not enabling in the way that's being described. I think we're saying this is a problem.
Well, maybe I'm going to have to reach out more on some specific examples with you, but I think you guys, need to have a strong seat at the table. Thank you.
All right, city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do think fire has a strong seat at the table with respect to development, but many times the development is the purview of this board, and I think we've talked about doing the impact fees that's currently under review within CD right now. But that's a long process to put those into place. So far, the chief has tried to negotiate agreements on some of the bigger developments. Those can furnish fire stations, it can furnish apparatus, it cannot furnish people, right? That's what we need the new homes and that tax base to do. So it really comes back to a policy decision of this council. I certainly wouldn't want to see our fire department or our police department be the hard stop when it is
Yeah,
the
but-
purview of this board to make that decision.
I'm sorry, you're right, and I'm just, since you're responding to my comment, but you're right in that you don't want it to be the hard stop, but I think sometimes it is the hard stop. I think that we can't do everything, and that everybody's got to be at the table, whether it's for REMSA, fire, and police. I'm sorry, that's just, and until we say no, just like we've had to on sewer, by the way, until we say no, it doesn't get people's attention and they're not all coming to the table, so.
All right.
Yeah, and
Councilwoman Breckus.
I'd like to weigh in on this also is, one, impact fees are not a panacea because you can get the capital, but if you don't have the bodies or the bodies are coming out of Skyline and Skyline never gets open, you're hurting established neighborhoods with this sprawl. And there's approaches in our master plan to grow and meet housing demand otherwise. And that's where I thought the path we were going on. But I'll defend the chief and the other chief too is, one, they are putting those comments in there, but they're paramilitary organizations, and they come to this with a very different mindset, much like the military is, go get that hill. If you tell us there's that hill, we will do it. And that's the narrative they bring to us, but they also are saying this. My faults lie with the community development department and on up, where they are not, I feel, fully representing the concerns in our organization, fleshing those out, particularly the ones that are service responses. So I'm going to defend the chief and them for what they've been saying, because I have a lot of conversations with them. I don't think their concerns are expressed well enough, because at the end of the day, what carries the most is the community development staff representation, and that's where they're saying, we're good, those guys will go get that hill.
Well, I disagree a little bit in the sense that they know what they can handle, what the capacity is. CD might not, but you guys certainly do. So, and we've sat here where you guys have said, yes, we can service it. And we're thinking, how could that possibly be? So we're getting two different, answers here. And I get, you're obviously trying to, be workable and those types of things. But I think, again, it needs to be better clarified and
Yeah.
what that is.
Reflected
Right.
maybe in the staff
Exactly.
report to speak
Yep.
to both of you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you need to, Tom, did you want to say something really quick? You had your hand up.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, for the record, Tom Dunn, Vice President, Reno Firefighters Association. This is a continuing issue that we've brought up several times in this council, both with Stonegate, Daybreak, and we have concerns with several others that the amount of growth that our community is looking at, our current fire department is at the point of, are we going to be able to provide those services in a timely manner or not? You know, for example, Stonegate, when that development was approved, we brought forward a bunch of GIS maps that said that development needed a fire station sooner on in the project because of how geographically remote it was from the rest of the city. So when the rest of the city resources, with the exception of the Stead Station out there near Reno State Airport, that's 12 minutes away, you know, road miles and time from Stonegate, and that's on dry paved roads with no wind, no fire, no snow, and the rest of your resources come from the city of Reno are 20 plus minutes away. That development needs a station sooner in that project. Same thing with Daybreak. Daybreak is a huge hole in the service delivery of this fire department. We brought maps forward to that as well. And just the density of that project alone, you know, in our opinion, necessitates another fire station down there. When you add all of the infill developments, all the high rise that is potentially planned for our community, that creates an additional demand on department resources, whether it be personnel or equipment. For example, there was a high-rise high-rise structure just last week in LA City, had fire on 3 different floors of it. They were doing rescues, helicopter rescues from the roof, and an aerial rescue of a guy literally hanging onto the side of the building because the fire started in his apartment. So when we start adding, you know, not only are we growing out, but when we start growing up, that creates additional challenges for your fire department and your firefighters as well.
Right. Well, one of the things that we don't, you know, there's always that elephant out in the room, and it's item B4, and that's talking about automatic aid. And that would be something that would help tremendously too. And that is something that I, you know, was very vocal about in the last meeting. And I think, you know, that is essential. I have a letter from the county commission in support of helping with automatic aid. And, you know, again, I think, and you know, I feel very strongly about this. People, they don't care who's going to respond first when they're in a, you know, in a life or death situation. You guys all know that. I want you to raise your hand if you believe that's to be true. Everyone in here, raise your hand if you believe that's true, that people don't care who's coming to save their life. Everyone, I want to see everyone in here. There's a few of you back there that didn't raise your hand. Okay, so we can all agree. And that's where I'm coming from. Today, I told you, when we first started this meeting, this was about providing the best possible public safety for this entire community. You know, we cannot put politics over people. We can't do it because you're playing with lives. And as much as you don't like it and it's uncomfortable and everyone wants to be on their own team, look, I want Reno to win too, but not at the stake of putting innocent people in those positions. I mean, you guys need to think about seriously putting your own family in those positions. How would you feel? How would you feel? And there isn't anyone in here that can argue with me differently. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You said precisely what I was going to say, is how auto aid really does play into all of this. And not just for, you know, the community at large doesn't give a rip about color of the truck, contract. They want to know whoever's close and is going to get there the soonest is going to be there to help with their situation. And I do think that is part of the equation that I know we will talk about more later. And I know there are nuances and staffings and trainings and how all that works. But it's part of the answer. And I've been kind of frustrated that auto aid hasn't gotten further along. And I know there's reasons for that. But I do think we need to talk about that, not only in the context of who can get there first to render aid, who's the closest station, who's the closest truck, but we also need to talk about the real impacts on housing of building a station across the street from a station and what it does to the price of a home.
Yeah.
I mean, things are so out of whack right now as it is, and it just doesn't make any just common sense. We have to have a real discussion about auto aid. But I want to also say that when we talked about fire taking that hill, which I agree, that is kind of the role in which you all do, and that's the oath that you took and what you're trained for. The problem is, then we get in a situation where it's not ideal, but we can do it. Then if the council, as Madam Manager said, the council is the ultimate decider, yes and no. Because at the end of the day, we're relying on that information from the experts to make our decision. And if we say no to a project, but you have said we can, it's not ideal, guess what we get? We get sued. Because we were arbitrary and capricious, because we didn't follow. So it's kind of this catch-22 we get in. So, Madam Manager, I'm going to push back a little bit that it's the council's ultimate decision. Well, that decision is based upon the feedback we get from those experts in the field and the engineers and the fire and the police. So we're relying so heavily on your feedback, and we need the truth as to what you believe you can adequately, optimally serve to make our decisions most appropriately, so.
Okay, I want to point some things out. It is, am I looking correctly? It's 1:15. We do have that meeting at 2 o'clock. And with that being said, at 1:30, I want everyone to break so you guys can eat lunch, because I don't think anyone's done that. And I know that automatic aid is on here, and maybe that is another meeting, and we bring in the county and have a really straightforward discussion, and make that another special meeting. Does that sound something like the council would like to do? Because I think it deserves its own separate discussion, and it's definitely going to take longer than 15 minutes, but you certainly heard how critical and crucial and important it is, to this body. So, does that sound good? Can you reach out to the county?
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
If we're going to go forward with that, one of my long concerns about that has been the differences between our two fire departments. And to me, when we annex land, they're coming into the city with a standard level of service of all of Reno that we should have. Now, the sprawl has really hurt us on that because it stretched us out. So if we're going to have a whole meeting on auto aid, I want to understand fundamentally, are we in a position to move in a direction where there's very different levels of service? I know you have different response times, but I think it goes deeper on that. I don't know. Does the county use volunteers? I don't know. Do they have certain other training levels or
That's the thing,
something?
we can't
Well, I
answer
just-
that, right? So
Yeah,
that's what I think you're right. Let's get that information, because I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes we get these special agendas and it's more, the homework in my mind isn't done
Yeah.
to do the issue.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna have a meeting on auto aid, I really wanna tickle and have before me what I tell people, because they aren't gonna be Ward 1 residents. Ward residents are in the core, they're at a certain level. They don't want that decreased. But are you going to tell Stonegate or up above Demonte Ranch or out in Verdi, you're now at a Washoe County level and that is this? And how does that sit in a theory of municipal government to have such differences? I don't know. Maybe it's acceptable in sprawling western communities. I don't know. I'd like that homework done if we're going to have that special meeting. Thank you.
So maybe some background history, can you put together maybe some questions that you have?
Sure, I'll
That
work
way-
with the manager and the chief on that, because it's a big threshold for us to marry ourselves to a different level of fire service that some folks we've annexed are going to get that other people are at a different level.
All right, I just want to make sure you have all the information that you want before going in. So, yes, that would be great.
So, Madam Mayor, I understand we're moving off of item B1 and taking a break. Do you want to move B4 or delete B4?
I think delete before
And then put it on
bring
a different
back.
meeting?
Yep. I'd
Okay.
like that to be an entirely separate, different meeting. Get some background, some history. I want to get also, some of the thoughts from the county before this meeting. So like Councilwoman Brecka said, that there is some correspondence of what's sort of taking place and maybe getting a better idea where everyone's at. I have a short letter from the county. What exactly does that mean? I think there's a lot of questions at play, so let's see if we can get some of those answered, and then let's come up with a date that we can all have a joint meeting. And maybe that's a joint meeting, we do that joint meeting with the county, but we haven't had one in a long time, so maybe that might be an appropriate place. So, like I said, I want to be able to wrap this up by 1:30 so you guys can go to lunch. And that goes with, so in the last meeting, one of the things that was really important to me is, what, Chief Cochran, what is your vision for your fire department? And I asked you if you would sit down with 731 and discuss, we talked about a strategic plan. Tell me where you're at.
So what I've done over the past year, maybe a couple years, is, it's very difficult, you can imagine, to get all 250 some odd people in the room and hear one message at one time. So I've made it a point to go to our Captain's Academy, our captain staff. Even interviews last week, or 2 weeks ago now, we were doing promotional interviews. And I take the time to explain to them my vision, my goals for the department. My goals for the department are 1 and 1A have been people and apparatus.
What is it?
People and apparatus, staffing and apparatus. Because when I started, those were the biggest challenges. Those were the biggest shortcomings. And I called them 1 and 1A because they were both so important, and we were deficient in so many areas for both of them. And then the third priority would be stations. Stations are, there's going to be that need, and I recognize the fiscal and capital challenges, but if we don't keep putting it out there and acknowledge that that's an issue, I don't want it to go away. I don't want people to think that it's not a problem because I haven't put it out there.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Beyond that, I want the department to be opportunistic. I want to keep moving forward, and I want it to be nimble. And I use that word intentionally, even though it sounds a little awkward for a big municipal department. But if we're always looking for an opportunity to take advantage of, we're not married to maybe CAD to CAD that we work on for a long time, and we just never get to that finish line, and we ignore the one that we can accomplish, like First Do, like embracing that technology, like I described before, where we are identifying needs. Because I don't claim to know every need top to bottom that the department has, and the needs are going to change. And as we see needs, as we see something important, I want us to be nimble enough to take advantage of it. Maybe there is something new, like the RTF training, the Rescue Task Force training that I mentioned before. When I started, that was not a thing, but it is now, and it's important. And that's why we're working so hard to get the training, get the equipment, and move the department forward in that direction.
So these are your recommendations, am I right?
Those are the CPSM recommendations.
Okay, but then you wrote your own.
I don't think I added anything to those.
You had your opinion on them, correct?
I do have different opinions about.
Did you, one of the things I asked you to do, I said, please get in the room with 731. Did you get in the room with 731 like I asked you to and go over those and go over a strategic plan?
So I talked to President Tapia several times.
Did you get in the room and sit down and go and have a strategic plan like I asked you to?
And he did not provide me with an opportune time to meet. We chatted about it briefly last week, but we both admitted that we were busy and it did not happen.
Madam Mayor, those directions should probably come through me,
Okay.
so I can direct him
Well, you
to
were
do
here at
that.
the last meeting, city manager, and so were you, Chief Cochran, and I asked you, and you guys saw me, I was not happy. That was the one thing that I wanted more than anything, because let's talk about this. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's go there. The recommendations, let me tell you something. None of this is going to matter if you don't have someone sitting down at the table with your team and saying, how are we going to get there? Right now, I'm not seeing that at all. I want to know on a scale from 1 to 10, Chief Cochran, what is your rating for communication with 731?
Communication is a challenge.
Give me 1 to 10.
sorry?
Give me a rating on how much your communication is with 731.
I think it's probably a 7.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, 731, I'd like to know what is your communication level with your chief?
3.
It's a 3?
I would say a 3.
Okay. That is a problem. You guys have all got to be on the same page because you're not singing the same tune. And that's a really big reason why we are here today, because it's constant. Matter of fact, here's another thing. There's a lot of grievances out there. Would you guys say if you had better communication, less grievances would be filed? I want to hear your answer, please.
Absolutely, without question.
And that's because it comes down to communication. So, and I asked you in the last meeting, I said, please sit down with them. please sit down with them. I even asked Madam Manager, I even asked you, please sit down with them. So I want to make sure, I mean, I don't know how we move forward unless the communication gets better. There's definitely, you know, two sides. Put it all aside. I want to know what your plan is. I want to know, are you opening Station 19? You told Councilwoman Jordan you would be. Then, you know, I'm hearing no, we're not sure. You know, we've got to be on the same page. You know, this is not, you know, anything to attack anyone. This is everyone to come together. Again, bottom line, offer the best public safety service we can possibly do in the region. And that's really
Madam
what it
Mayor.
needs to come down to. I'm sorry, City Manager, but really, there was no excuse. You guys had plenty of time to sit down and talk about this and give direction, and so that they know where they're going. Do you guys know where this fire department is headed? Do you have a strategic plan, a vision? Do you guys know?
Madam Mayor, if I may, I think that in my discussions with Mr. Shaver, we have discussed bringing in sort of someone to help sort of moderate that discussion between management and the union. We may not always agree, and President Tapia and I have had our disagreements, we've had our agreements, but we've always been reasonable and professional and respectful of each other. And I think they do have monthly labor management meetings together. Maybe it's time that I start going to those, so.
Well, you shouldn't, this is,
I mean,
the
I
chief
reached
is
out
the
verbally and in
leadership.
writing to
You're
President
the
Tapia, and
one
he did
that's
not
leading
respond.
the charge, and we put you in charge to do that, and I think, you know, that's why we did, because we thought that you were perfectly, you know, capable and a good leader, and I think, you know, you can continue to do that. I'm not so sure. I disagree with 731 all the time. I mean, and that's just a fact. We are all going to disagree, but we all also have to be on the same team. And, you know, I have confidence that you can do that. But just the fact that I had to get so upset in the last meeting that we couldn't even get in the room, we're still here and haven't been in the room. So Chief Cochran, tell me, why is there such this issue? I mean, we all got to talk about it, bring it out in the open. What is it? What is it?
You know, I think there's some misinformation out there right now, because I did reach out by email and verbally and ask for a meeting. That meeting didn't happen. I can't force him into the room. He said that there was a lack of communication, which led to that last grievance. I specifically talked to him about that grievance weeks before it was filed and got nothing in
No,
return.
I'm talking about, are you talking about the grievance, or are you talking about, I
I'm
asked
talking
you
about
guys to
communications.
Okay, so when I asked you guys to sit down and strategize and come up with a strategic plan for the fire department, is that what you're talking about?
So I reached out to President Tapia and did not get a response.
Okay.
So I can't force him into the room.
Mr. Tapia, is that correct? Do you want me to speak for me? Yes, I do. You can come up so we
You
can
need
get
to
it on the
come up to
record.
the mic. You don't get to talk from back there.
Dan Tapia, for the record. I will say this. I'm a little confused on exactly what we're talking about. If it's a strategic plan, we have never, which you did ask the chief to
asked
sit
for a
down with us,
strategic
we have
plan.
never done that.
Yes.
As far as the CPSM study, we did actually discuss that. I did talk to you about that. We discussed the CPS plan together in a labor management, the last time we talked about was in our last labor management meeting. So we did discuss a little bit of that. But as far as an overall plan for this fire department.
That's what I want to see. I want to see the
731
vision of the fire department. Where are we going? I think this council also should have some clarification on where we're going. Today, I heard about most teams, and actually, I felt like there was a lot of diverting. We got to get back to basics, because our community deserves having these basic services. And if we're all over the place, we're not providing basic services. You know?
Yeah, and I'd like to just comment, the chief talks about saying, bringing this up in captain staff, but he needs to talk to us about that. And, you know, we can sit down and if this is the direction, we will do this. However, in captain staff, we represent the captain. So really the conversation should come through us, because we make the decisions. We get voted in by our body to make these decisions. So just to clarify, we did talk about the CPSM.
But not
but
about.
not about any kind of
The
strategic plan. We
strategic
don't.
plan, and I mentioned
we'd love to hear
strategic
one.
plan. That's what I was talking about, was
Sure.
the broad vision, so you guys all know where you're going. I mean, wouldn't you like to have some stability of where this fire department is headed? I think this council would, so that's where I really am stressing. I thought that I was pretty clear in the last meeting, I guess I wasn't, but that's the bottom line for me. Okay, I'm done, it's 1:30, I'm gonna hand it over to Councilman Reese. Go ahead, Councilman Reese, and then we're gonna wrap this up, because at 2 o'clock we need to be back.
I think part of the problem that I'm seeing is that we have all this dearth of material. And it is difficult at times for our body to be in the process of micromanaging what happens. But we know that the broad policy aspirations are ones that this body will set. And the mayor has been very pointed and asked for some things. And if those things are not had, then what happens is we have to come down and start to do that micromanagement, which we don't want to do, nor is what we're tasked with doing. And so what I hope you understand and take away from this is the conversations that we have to have include both management and labor. And in that regard, I'm excited because I did have the chance to speak to Mr. Shaver briefly before he left. And we are just reorganizing some of the managers' assignments as to who's handling them. And I think that Mr. Shaver will be an excellent person to help facilitate, but it's not like we're saying, hey, take 2-3 weeks more to do this. It's a yesterday kind of thing. And I'm just adding my voice to support the mayor's initiative in as much as we need to get moving towards the goal, because elsewise, all the other stuff that we're doing, all these little recommendations will not come to pass if we're not communicating about them. And I think you can sense some frustration on our part, especially with regard to the mayor's concerns about these things. And so at the end of the day, the time is now. Let's act.
All right. Any other questions or comments from council members? None. I do want to point out the other item that we, I think, that we're not going to hear.
So, Madam Mayor, if I understand you correctly, items B3 on CAD to CAD and then B4 on the unrestricted automatic aid, we are not hearing today. B4 to be rescheduled, but B3 just to be dropped, yes?
All right, are we okay with that?
Let me ask too.
Yes.
I believe that's your understanding, yes.
I just want to clarify.
We
everyone
covered
knows.
it.
Yes.
Then to take a break until 2 p.m. to hear item B5, which is the RTAA item.
Yes.
Yes?
All right. Are you guys good with that? Yeah. Yep. Okay, we'll recess until then. Thank you.
We
Madam
will
Clerk.
recess. We will be back promptly at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
I figured you didn't. Hi, how are you?
Madam Mayor, whenever you are ready.
All right, Madam Clerk.
We're calling the meeting back to order. We are on item B5.
Okay, go ahead and read that, would you? Just really quickly. Item B5.
Update and potential direction to staff regarding the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority Fire Department operations and the cooperative agreement with the City of Reno Fire Department.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I think, I'm going to assume that these were for the board members, these seats? Or maybe, am I wrong, or?
Actually, I believe those are set up for tomorrow's meeting on the
Would the board
Title
members like
18.
to come up and sit in the hot seats? We've got 4 of them right here for you.
They seem super excited.
All right. However, I do want to say, if you are a City of Reno appointment on the RTAA board, will you please raise your hand? All right, so we have Richard J., Jennifer Rose, Jessica Sferraza, and Mr. Frahi, correct? Okay. And, oh, and Mr. Carey. But you represent Sparks. There you go. Sure. And matter of fact, what I'd like, and sorry to make you a little uncomfortable, we have, what, 5 seats up front? Why don't all the board members, even if you don't represent the City of Reno, I think there's enough seats, come on forward, because I think we might have some questions. Uh-oh, yeah. No, go ahead and sit in the, yeah. We won't make you get too close to us. That would be terrible. All right, let me give you a little bit of background and history. There was a letter that was brought to my attention. As many of you know, I am the liaison for the City of Reno for the RTAA. There was a letter that was circulating. I read it. I reached out to some board members. I was, very concerned with some of those things, and I realized there's 2 sides to every story. So let's sort of get in the room. At that time, it sounded like things were, coming together and going in the right direction. And then I started to read our agreement with the RTAA. We have a mutual aid and an auto aid agreement. So I hope that council members are familiar. If you're not, you probably will be by the time this presentation finishes. But I had some questions on there, and I also met with Marilee Mora, who I'm a big fan of, and we sat down and we kind of talked about who's doing what. And then I asked a board member you know, what he believed. And the reason why we're here, long story short, is that for me, if any of you guys know me, public safety is one of my number one concerns, and certainly fire safety is my number one concern. So this meeting is not about let's point fingers. This meeting is about how we can make it better. Mr. Carey just sat through quite a long, a long meeting with our fire department, so he knows that it's certainly our priority here. So if there are some inefficiencies and ways that we can make it better, you know, that's what we're here to do. And so sometimes it can get very uncomfortable with some of the comments that are made, and I want you to realize that that's not the intent here. The intent is to make our community safer for everyone. And, you know, we do put board members on the board for you guys to make some hard decisions and to speak up. That is really critical. And that's what we do. We put our trust in you to represent the rest of the community. So I'm going to ask you to continue to do that. And I appreciate you to do that, but sometimes it is difficult to be on a board and, you know, come out and make those hard decisions. So I want to say thank you for your service, and we appreciate you greatly. So one of the things I do want to say is I asked each board member if they would meet with Reno RTAA Fire. So I want to ask you, starting with you, Mr. Richard J., did you meet with RTAA Fire?
We're in the process of working, trying to get schedules together. We had one, but we couldn't do it, so we're still in the process trying to
Okay.
get together.
Okay, great. Mr. Farahi?
Yes, I am.
Yes, okay. Trustee Rose, I guess you guys go by trustee. Let's do that. Trustee, I was told I have to be official, so, okay, Trustee Rose.
I scheduled several scheduled phone calls with them and have had multiple conversations, yes.
Okay, Trustees Faraza?
Of course, yes, and had several conversations and meeting and by the phone with them.
Okay. All right, so with that said, I believe we're going to start. Do you want to go into public comment, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have public comment from Tom Dunn on behalf of Reno firefighters.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, trustees of the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. For the record, Tom Dunn, representing the Vice President of the Reno Firefighters Association, representing the Reno firefighters. I'm also the District Vice President for the Professional Firefighters of Nevada. I represent both Reno firefighters and Reno Airport firefighters at both the state and federal levels. Thank you for the conversation and discussion today. I'd like to give you a little bit brief background and history of one of the reasons why we're here today. On May 1st, 2018, an aircraft crash at Reno State Airport that resulted in a fatality. After that crash, it is my understanding that both Reno PD and Reno Fire requested Reno Tahoe Airport Authority to respond as it was and is their facility, and aircraft crashes fall under the jurisdiction of the FAA and TSB. For whatever reason, neither the RTAA police or fire responded to that incident. On May 9th, 2018, both Reno firefighters and Reno Airport firefighters contacted their respective employers and brought up safety concerns of both Reno firefighters responding to the incident and not being properly trained regarding aircraft extrication and rescue, a lack of response from the RTAA resources. Also, it was discovered that the aid agreement between the City of Reno and the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority was signed in 1981 and had not been updated in 37 years. On December 28th, 2018, after several months of no action by the City of Reno and the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, both Reno firefighters and Reno Airport firefighters requested a joint meeting between the two managers of both organizations, both Ms. Newby and Ms. Mora, the two chiefs of both organizations, Chief Cochran and Chief Nelson, and the associations. To date, there has been no meeting scheduled, and today is the very first day we've had any substantial discussion about policy, automatic aid, and firefighter and safety issues. December 28th, 2018. On April 11th, 2019, Reno Airport firefighters submitted a letter to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority Board about issues that have come up since the crash on May 1st, 2018, and they will be here to discuss that in full at your request. On April 24th, 2019, News 4 picks up on the letter to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority Board. News 4 quotes Local 2955 that issues have begun to be addressed, but further states that the Firefighting Association does not want a mutual aid, but however, there is a response that the firefighters do not want a mutual aid agreement because they are, quote, wanting more hours and pay. This is in a news article by News 4, and that is per a quote from a member of Airport Management. On April 24th, 2019, the City of Reno approves a new annual operating plan and cooperative agreement on the consent agenda vote, and there was no discussion about that whatsoever. On April 25th, 2019, Deputy Fire Chief Corey Huffman, who was an employee of the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, was no longer a employee of the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. The reason why we're here today, and we brought up all these concerns over the last 2 years since a fatality crash, is that there were issues with the existing mutual aid agreement from 1981. There's existing concerns with the current mutual aid agreement from 2019 to include no mention of training or equipment that Reno firefighters may need to provide, quote, an all-hazard, unquote, service level to Reno Tahoe Airport. Other concerns that we have is that the AirCom at Reno Tahoe Airport is not set up as a dispatch center, and if we're sending multiple resources to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority, will they have the personnel and training to manage the radio traffic, answer calls and questions from incoming resources from the city of Reno, answer a Mayday activation on their radio frequency, and others. There was no policy discussion about services to the Reno Tahoe International Airport, such as to buildings that are on there, such as the Hyatt Hotel and the new hotel that's being built next to the Hyatt. On structure fire response, either to the parking garage, to the terminals, to any other commercial properties that may sit on Reno Tahoe property. And once again, and one final one, there's been no recognition of the EMS delivery to the Reno Tahoe International Airport that may be available from the Reno Fire Department based on mutual or automatic aid requests, even though we have another REMSA, we have a provider as REMSA. We have another provider with REMSA that provides that service as well. All these issues that we've brought up over a long period of time for the last 2 years involve firefighter and public safety. With 4.5 million visitors a year coming through the Reno Tahoe International Airport, it's time that we address what the service needs of the international airport are, what the needs of the city of Reno are, and how we can work collaboratively to address these issues. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have during the course of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, do you have any more public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment registered with us at this time.
Okay, then let's get back to the agenda. And I believe the airport has a presentation. Mayor Lee, I guess you will do the presentation, correct?
We have a couple people.
Okay, all right.
So Mayor Sheevy, council members, and City Manager Newby, I'm Marilyn Mora, the CEO of the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. We've already introduced the trustees that are here today. I'm very thankful for them being here. Also want to acknowledge that Lisa Giannoli represents the county is here, and just mention that Jessica Sferaza is our current vice chairwoman of the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. So the last time I was here was on May 22nd, 2019, and that was the annual presentation to the Reno City Council. And I've got to tell you, much has changed since then. At that point, I acknowledged that safety is nonstop and it always has to be improved. I thanked our fire union for bringing issues forward. And more recently, I have called our firefighters change agents for our organization for both safety and security. Last June, we hired Mike Brown, who's well known to, I think, all of you, to be our administrative fire chief during the recruitment of a new fire chief. And today, you're going to hear from our new fire chief, Jeffrey Tongate, who joined the Airport Authority last November with 32 years of experience in fire service, and most recently was with Columbus International. Last May, I acknowledged that the mutual aid agreement had been signed between the City of Reno and the Airport Authority in April, but acknowledged that it needed to be a living and breathing document with changes made as needed. We talked about training with City of Reno, and you will hear more about that today with Chief Tongate, of that training that is actually happening this month and the live fire burn that happened last October that included the City of Reno. I talked about establishing a joint management and union working group, and we have met 9 times. We established and implemented an emergency medical dispatch between the Airport Authority and REMSA and have executed an interlocal agreement with REMSA. So some of the things that we had problems with in airport communications that has started to solve. We acknowledge the need to improve our airport communication center because we've heard about that from both our fire and from our police. And we are finishing a $2.5 million upgrade and reconfiguration of that center. In December, this last December, we identified to our board the need to create the classification of dispatchers and mentioned and told them we needed to add 2 more personnel in the form of dispatchers and a manager to that center. These recommendations were forwarded to an emergency management team, which was created in January. At that same time, last December, we identified the need for 3 battalion chiefs in our fire. Now our emergency management team, which we'll talk about a little bit more, is looking at depth, what is immediately needed, and what is needed over a multi-year plan. You're going to hear today from Trustee Sean Carey about the board's Public Safety Committee, which is chaired by Trustee Carey and includes Reno Representatives Vice Chairwoman Jessica Sferraza and Daniel Farahi, and Lisa Giannoli representing the county. Again, we appreciate that mutual aid agreement with the City of Reno, and if more needs to be done, airport staff are willing to sit down and collaborate on refinements. I'm going to kick off our formal presentation, then turn it over to Chief Tongate, and then Sean Carey will close out the presentation with recent public safety activity, and then I believe that Chief Cochran is going to talk about the agreement between the city and the Airport Authority. Again, just to familiarize everybody with our airport operations, we've got 3 runways, approximately 9,400 passengers per day, 104 arrivals and departures per day, and last year we served 4.5 million passengers annually. That's a number we had not seen since 2008. But let me remind you that we lost about 1/3 of our passengers during the recession, and we are not back up to the numbers which were well over $5 million passengers in the past. And we carry approximately 379,300 pounds of cargo every day at the airport, and our acreage is over 1,450 acres. Just to talk a little bit about our economic impact, we refreshed our economic impact statement back in late 2018, but $3.1 billion of economic impact per year goes to Northern Nevada. $52 million in tax revenues for Northern Nevada, and $5.8 million of that goes to the City of Reno. Just to remind you again, we are financially self-sufficient. We don't use local tax dollars to operate, and we operate on fees and rents from our tenants. And we are the 66th busiest commercial airport in the U.S. Now I'm going to turn it over to Chief Tongate, who's going to get into a little bit more depth about what our airport fire actually does.
Good afternoon. Jeffrey Tongate, Fire Chief for Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. As Ms. Morris said, I've been here since November the 12th. Today's actually 90 days, so far so good.
You're still there.
Still here, yes ma'am, I'll be here for a long time. So what I want to do is just discuss a few things of our responsibilities and the plan of moving forward. The primary responsibility is to respond to any aircraft accident or incident that responds at Reno Tahoe International Airport. Anything that's defined as an emergency, accident, or incident defined by the FAA, the ACM Airport Certification Manual, or the Airport Emergency Plan. We will respond with mutual aid partners to any incidents to assist minimizing the risk and life safety of anyone as long as our resources are available. So when you look at our resources that we currently have, we actually exceed the FAA requirements. We exceed the agent levels as well as the number of resources that are required for an Index C airport to operate for its certificate. As far as NFPA, we exceed their recommendations that fall in line with the FAA. Our current capabilities is that we have our staffing levels, 5 minimum, 6 optimum. That's our line personnel with 2 chief officers. The agents, we have 11,760 gallons, 1,950 pounds of dry chemical, 5 vehicles, 1 trailer, a command post, and a mass casualty vehicle. Also on the airfield, we have the Nevada Air National Guard. They have 3 personnel minimum, 5 optimum for their staffing. They also have 2 chief officers. Their agent count is 9,581 gallons, 1,000 pounds of dry chemical. They have 5 vehicles, a tender, and a mobile air unit. Reno, with the 3 stations that are close proximity to the airport, there's 18 personnel, 2 battalion chiefs, 3,250 gallons of water, and also a 1,000-gallon decon bladder. They have 3 engines, 1 truck, 2 brush trucks, and a decon truck. Since my arrival, training has been a concern. So there have been improvements with the training process since I've arrived. Last year, well, let me start off by saying, first of all, we meet the FAA requirements, the annual requirements for training as well as live fire burns. Last October in 2019, to meet the FAA required live burns, training was conducted with mutual aid partners. They currently, right now, starting February the 3rd, for 18 days this month, we actually have training with the Reno firefighters at the fire station on airport property to discuss airport firefighting, its missions, responsibilities, as well as some of the hazards. I've discussed with Chief Cochran establishing quarterly training, not only with Reno, but with Sparks and our other partners that will be working with us if we were to ever have an aircraft incident or accident, to include the Air National Guard. Later in 2020, I don't have a date yet, but I have reached out to Southwest. They have a program where we can actually get mutual aid training hands-on, so it's not a PowerPoint presentation, or in the training room. It's skill-based, so that is going to happen. Again, I've talked with Chief Cochran as well as Chief Bandoni from the Air National Guard to make sure that we have all our mutual aid partners for those who would respond if we had an incident or an accident. Currently, I'm still assessing our training needs. Again, I've only been here 90 days. I will tell you I have a very firm background in training. As Ms. Moore said, I have 32 years in the fire service. 10 of that was spent at a Department of Defense Fire Academy as a master instructor, as well as the Arkansas State Fire Academy and the Alabama Fire College. So I understand training. I know how to establish training. Coming up on May 20th this year, we have our triannual FAA required full-scale exercise, which again, we will include in the planning process as well as the day of the exercise with our mutual aid partners. As a small note, we actually are reviewing our airport emergency plan. Part of that plan does detail the partnership with our mutual aid partners. And prior to it being finalized, we will meet with our mutual aid partners to ensure that the responsibilities, roles, and requirements are crystal clear. And we are all able to meet those. That's all I have. Trustee Carey.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Sheevy, members of the council, my name again is Sean Carey. I'm a trustee at the airport. It's a really great pleasure in my life to be working with the team of trustees at the airport and working on the future of aviation in our community. And I want you to know we have a team at the airport that's very, very interested in the future. And we are dead set on finding the right future for our airport to serve the needs of our catchment area, which measures 130 miles in every direction. I also have a lot of experience as a city manager. I was the longest serving city manager at the City of Sparks, a member of the ICMA, the International City Managers Association. I'm a member today. And I want to make sure that as I work as a trustee today, I don't forget those values. And those values tell me that we have to have communication and we have to have honesty in everything we do. And I'm using those at the airport to help with this problem. This problem is on our radar, and we are spending resources to make changes. And I want to thank Trustees Ferraza, Trustee Jay, Trustee Rose, and Trustee Farahi, your representatives. We have not turned our backs any time on this issue. We are moving forward in a direction that you are going to be proud of, and you're going to see positive influences on your resources and your communications with us in the future. And that's called a high-performance government model. We are shaping our organization. We have taken a diagonal slice through our organizational chart, and we are meeting on a weekly basis. And we are in the forming stages of this initiative. And the initiative was first chartered by our entire trustees voting 9-0 to make public safety a priority for our board. We have had planning and engineering and finance and all these kinds of things, but thanks to the leadership of Marilee Mora, she sees these issues and sees how they tie so directly to our future. And she is authorized and is supporting fully the utilization of the high-performance government model in the creation of a team which goes from top to bottom. We're meeting weekly with our chiefs in the room, our HR director in the room, our union representatives. I had a member of the Teamsters Union come up to me after our first meeting and said, "Thank you for putting us in the room on this issue." We're in one place at one time working on the most critical thing we do, and that's provide safety. And I can assure you that that team is organizing and formalizing, and we're moving to the future with a speed that we can attain with the resources we have. Do not confuse what I'm saying, as it does not include you. Trustee Sferrazza has been relentless on making this public safety issue and its interaction with this community. You provide a lot of services, and we want to have a better relationship with you in the future on the utilization of the resources that you have put into a mutual aid agreement. We rely upon you, and you rely upon us. Don't lose that thought. We're in this together. I've worked on enough regional committees in this organization to establish some things that go back 25, 30 years. And guess what? We've got more to do together, and we're dedicated at the airport of doing just that. But know this, we have to invest the time to get around a table on a weekly basis and write the problem, write our understanding of the problem, test the solutions, and move it forward. That's what we are doing to change the future. When you have a team and you spend the resources on it, you can change things faster than you can by doing it across the dais. And they have allowed me the privilege of helping mentor that team and getting it established. And I'm also very, very pleased to tell you that I have 4 trustees, myself, 2 from Reno, and 1 from the county. And we're going to look at this issue head on, with no blinders on, with our unions in the room, and we're going to make the right decisions for the future. Where we are today isn't good enough, and the opportunities to make it better are the invitation we have given to our organization. And guess what? We will make this issue much better because we're focused on it, we're putting the resources into it, and we're going to solve it. Now, you're our partner. We're not to the point where we have invited you to the table because we're forming. We're forming this nucleus to take on public safety. Our trustees voted 9-0 to empower a team of the board to begin to meet and to begin to build a public safety program that works with this region. Give us that chance to do that. Give it that chance. Our union representatives are at the table with us. We're having good, positive discussion. Yes, we're going to have disputes on resources, timing, and those kinds of things. But guess what? We were going to have them anyway. And we're going to do them head on with those members as full partners, full members to bring issues to the table, and we're going to sort this thing out. Now, when it comes to the Reno Tahoe Airport, you got to understand something. Airport service and what we do there is highly controlled by FAA regulations. And it takes experienced managers such as Marilee Mora, Dean Schultz, Mark Cameron, our police chiefs and our fire chiefs, being trained and functional in the day-to-day obligations we have to keep air travel safety. We all saw what happened on 9/11 when you took air transportation out of the skies for a few days. And know this, we're focused on building a public safety program for both police issues and fire issues because we rely upon your police department, as you know. for services which we are not large enough to provide. If we have a major interest at the airport, we're going to need you, and we're going to need to have already worked out how we're going to work together on every single issue. So I'm inviting you to the table. I haven't asked my board this yet, but I know this. We know communications between Reno and the airport on this particular issue, safety, public safety, our most important duty. We're on it. And it's being led by 4 trustees. And we have a president and CEO who is committing a lot of resources. We're meeting weekly. We're not wasting anybody's time. And guess what? You're going to be brought into that conversation. Sabra, we need your leadership here. We need to have a corollary team of resources that we can meet on a regular basis to begin to take these problems down. It needs to involve our partner at REMS as well, because every second in a disaster matters. It matters. And we have to put the right resources with the right equipment at the right time to solve the problems of this community. That's what it comes down to. Now, I'm not lecturing you at all. I'm only issuing you one thing, an invitation to join us. And I would hope, Madam Mayor, that you would empower your city manager to work with us, to work directly with Mayor Lee, so that we can get the most out of the resources these trustees have said they want to use to solve these public safety problems. I don't need to tell you, when I got that letter in April from the firefighters union and we opened it up, you need to know one thing. We're not overlooking that. The problem at Stead is a problem we need to solve, and we're working towards it. So this is a good day. I hope you will go from this meeting as the leaders of the city of Reno and give us the resources from your agency where you can get your mission accomplished and we can get our mission accomplished, because there are those days when we come together like this. The problem is, when I move my fingers like that, it's uncomfortable. Try it yourself sometime. Just do that little thing. And know this, I'll be really ready to talk to you, and your trustees will be ready to talk to you about issues for public safety from here on out. This trustee board has made it a flat priority to meet the future head on. We can't change the past. I was here for a lot of that past, but we're focused on the future. We are going to be a hub for transportation, bringing in the talent and the treasure to this community and this region for a long time to come. Join us. Empower your city manager to build a corollary team on those issues where we cannot afford a second, not 1 second, in our response being delayed by anything. And guess what? The realistic thing is, this is going to take time, talent, and treasure if we're going to solve it. And what I've heard the mayor say today, if I heard anything, she wants this to get better. And every one of you are part of this discussion because you represent the citizens of Reno. I almost said Sparks. Dang.
That's okay. I think
You can find me later, Madam Mayor. But anyway.
Hey, don't worry. I did that at the state of the, what was that? No, the inauguration for the governor.
Oh, you
I
did.
said, go Reno instead of go Nevada.
There you go. We're human,
So don't
right?
feel bad.
We're
And that was
human.
in front of a lot of people.
So let's take this down to the level where it should be. Let's put our managers, Marilee Mora and Saber Newbury, and we have our team. We'll meet with your team. We'll figure out how we can best put these issues into a room and we can solve these problems. And I'm not talking about an endless series of meetings. We're taking this thing on for today and tomorrow, because the one thing I want you to know, I can't change the past and neither can you. But when we look to the future, we have to look to that future together. You have to respect our job, our boundaries that are provided to us as an agency, and we will always promise to honor yours. Now, I've been privileged to work with your four trustees. Daniel Farahi, Jennifer Rose, Richard J., and Jessica Sferrazza are are absolutely central. And their voice is being heard by our management team and our employees. Now, anytime you do something like this, you get uncomfortable with, well, I got to be careful because there's this union issue and that legal issue. And that's why you have to invest it in your managers to keep us all safe. There are things we don't want to do and we don't want to say in public because they hurt our ability to serve the public, especially in areas of airport security. It's paramount that I never say anything at this dais that would give away the law enforcement approach, because it's that critical to the mission of the future. Now, I may sound like I'm carrying on, but I want you to know this. If you heard one thing I say today, we're here to tell you we're on it. We're on it because 9 trustees said this is going to be a priority in our agency, and I'm asking you to do the same thing. Empower your city manager to stand up her team, and we'll take these problems down, and they're not all going to go away quickly. The economic realities that you face and we face on our mission are going to have us prioritize this stuff. But the lines of communication between our agency and yours are wide open. We're not going to be using Dixie cups. We're not going to be using 800 megahertz radios. And I don't know if we're going to be using CAD dispatch. But we're going to figure this stuff out together. We're going to get on this train, and we're going to take it to the future, because we have a strategic plan to be the best airport we can be and serve every single aviation need you guys want to put on the table. That's what these trustees are already doing. They've adopted a master plan that sets the future up beautifully for you to be able to move throughout the world. And we have a promise to make to you. We want to respect your services. When we work with you on police, fire, and dispatch issues, it's a serious thing. We want REMSA to also come to the table because they do a lot of this providing. Now, I've been a firefighter and an EMT a long time ago. This ain't a union issue. This is a public safety issue. And we called ours the Public Safety Committee. We've assigned 4 trustees to it. Marilee is putting forth a slice of her organization. It includes labor. It includes mid-managers. It includes specialty people. We're forming. We're going to have our first meeting of the trustees, and we're going to begin to use what they're learning now to set the course for the future. We're on board. We want you to be on board. And I hope I've answered every single question you have, but if I haven't, that's why I have Marilee.
That's why I'm, right. All right. I guess Chief Cochran, I think it's his turn.
Thank you. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. I will just speak briefly to the cooperative agreement that Marilee brought up. We've been working on that for a number of years. We're finally able to, let me get the date right, finalize it April 26, 2019. That was a great, it took a long time, and I'm not going to make excuse for how long it took, but we got there. We got everybody in the room. I know Marilee, Sabra, Dean, Mark were all there. I said, we're going to figure out how to get this done, and we did. There's 2 aspects of it that I want to make sure I bring up for this council. There's the Reno Stead Airport. I think I'm calling that the right name, right? Where we have automatic aid. So our Station 9 is out there very near the airport. They automatically respond and handle emergencies there. Part of this agreement was specifically designed to address any communications issues as best we can, because I know communication is always a problem. And that, what I'm talking about is making sure that the airport is aware that we're on the scene, that there may be a need for mutual aid so that they can respond appropriate resources if needed. The other aspect of the agreement is mutual aid, and that's aid by request to the Reno Tahoe Airport. And that, in that situation, if they deem that they have a need for our services, an emergency that exceeds their capabilities, they can ask for our assistance, and we respond. The agreement does provide that neither department, because it's a 2-way agreement, that we can ask for aid from the airport as well. And the agreement does provide that neither department has to respond if it will reduce their own service capabilities below an acceptable level. So that is the agreement we're under. I would like to reiterate and join in with Marilee's comment that it is a living, breathing document. If there's a need to change, we are absolutely on board to do that. One of the things, as we peel back these layers, we found that there are actually additional airport properties that are off airport, but airport-owned properties that we're responding to. You heard mention of the hotels and there's some warehousing. So we're going to look at those and incorporate those into the agreement. Like I said, we've identified issues, and as we identify them, we'll work to correct them and make them better. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Marilee, I think.
Okay. Is that it? We're all good? Okay. I just wanted to acknowledge Ms. Gianoli. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to hone in on our representatives, so you don't feel like we're attacking you. But we're attacking them, just so you know. Anyway, but thank you for being here. And thank you, Mr. Carey. I can see that you were a very valuable city manager at the city of Sparks. You did a phenomenal job. And I really appreciate your sentiment of cooperating together and, coming together for, the best possible service. So thank you very much. I thought you did a great job. One of the things I definitely want to talk about dispatch, because earlier we had, a lot of conversation about dispatch and sort of that. But before we do that, I want to ask you, we do have our TAA fire here, correct? And I would like for you to come up, because I think, do you have a presentation? No? Do you have a presentation? No?
No,
But I did, one of the reasons I wanted to ask you about training and things like that. And the reason I bring that up is because from what I understand, a firefighter at the airport are trained differently compared to our firefighters. And so one of the issues, looking over that agreement, is that you have to remember, if our firemen go in there to, to an airplane, they are not trained to go in there. And that, from what I understand, is incredibly dangerous. Like to open one of these doors takes, it takes a lot of knowledge. And if they're not, they can go flying like 50 feet, for one. The other thing that I noticed too, reading over some of these documents, is that it says that our firefighters have to be escorted onto the property. I would imagine during, a massive explosion or something to that capacity, we would not wait for an escort, something to that. I'm kind of going off of the list of the things that kind of stood out to me. The other thing is I did speak to a trustee, and he mentioned, hey, Hillary, we are going to take care of our properties around there. So I just want to make sure, maybe that's already been clarified to the board, but under the mutual aid agreement, we would go over there and assist. And from what I understand, the reason why we would assist is because that you guys do not have fire apparatus for structures. Am I right? And I guess my concern with that is, and there's been a lot of communication, kind of circling this. This is why we're getting this all out there. Part of it is, a lot of the communication is, what happens if there is a fire in your terminal, okay? Now that's a structure. So if you don't have apparatus for that causes me great concern. The other thing is, and this body heard it earlier, and Mr. Carey, you heard it too, we had a lot of concerns, I'm going back to my fire chief, about the level of staffing. Because clearly what I'm concerned about, if I've got incidents happening up at the university, then all of a sudden you guys have some massive, plane fatality into your terminal. I'm not so sure, how does that work? Because we could honestly find ourselves in some, serious lack of manpower. And then when I start to, anyway, so you go ahead. I'm just saying, reading through this, and then I, spoke to a few of your trustees. It seems to be that there's some confusion on who's doing what. So, I mean, this is a really, really big deal, certainly for our visitors and for our community, keeping everyone safe. So we've all got to be on the same page. So that's why I'm bringing this up. So go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and trustees, or council members, and
Same
our
thing,
board
it's all good.
trustees.
We
I'm
know what
getting
you're
used
talking
to it.
about.
My name is Ryan Green, for the record. I'm president of the Reno Airport Firefighters Association, and also I sit with Tom Dunn on our Professional Firefighters Nevada board. I'm the secretary treasurer for our state. And a little bit of background too, just as I expand on things, my own history. I worked in Southern Nevada for 13 years in North Las Vegas, had a very, very busy fire department. And so I bring some experience from both sides of the state with some of this, and a large amount of municipal experience also. No small task you gave me, rattling off quite a few things to touch on, but I got some notes here. First of all, I do want to expand a little bit on what Trustee Carey said. We have recently began some really good relationships with our Board of Trustees. And I do think that us and them are moving forward on some stuff. Hopefully. Our issues have been around a while, though. I think some of you clued in on that. We wrote our letter to the board quite a bit ago. We even had a turnout issue where we had firefighters and turnouts that didn't cover all of their skin, and it took 10 months to resolve. So I don't think that's why we find ourselves here, to settle little issues like that, but I bring that up because I think it highlights the snail's pace at which some things have been moving. And as you can see, we're talking about and extending these olive branches for a collaborative effort. In your packet, the addendum part, you can see letters that we have written with Local 731 asking for this. And we still haven't been at the table at any point until the last month, when our trustees finally got involved and said, hey, this is what you need to do. So where we're at now, so to touch on the training aspect, all of us have firefighter 1 and 2. That was discussed earlier today. That's like a base level certification for Nevada, and that's what you would get when you get online with any municipal department. And then to go into the ARF world, it's an additional 40-hour certification, a class, and then you need annual training in 14 subjects. So there's a continual aspect to it. And then there's multiple layers above that, but that's your base level to be at the airport. So everybody started at what would be a Reno level. I don't want to say that because, as you know, you have a prideful fire department here, and they do, even in the discussion earlier today. I could tell you from my vantage point in the state, they train up their folks to a higher standard than what firefighter 1 and 2 is. So I don't want to sit here and say that we are above them. We just have a certification that sits on top of that
You're
base
just
level.
saying different training.
Yeah. You had mentioned staffing, and you guys are well aware that your own fire department is struggling to put units back in station, open up stuff, and we quite honestly had the audacity to list you as part of our capabilities in a mutual aid agreement. A mutual aid agreement is that we are supposed to deal with our own emergencies, and when it rises to a level that we can't deal with it, then we ask you for help. That doesn't mean you're coming still. If Collin Ranch is burning,
That's what I was worried
if
about.
UNR's got something going, no. So now, can all of us plan on the greatest catastrophe? No. I mean, we just can't. We don't have that kind of money. Our daily staffing is 5, though, amongst 3 trucks. On our 2 biggest ARF trucks, our airport fire response trucks, we put 1 person on it. We could have a school full of kindergartners in here and ask them to explain how 1 person comes and does all the firefighter activities. It's not possible, right? I mean, you don't even need to know our job to understand that doesn't seem right. So our staffing is that bad. We can deal with EMS calls and fires in the cigarette butt trash can. And then when it comes to bringing you on property, you hit that on the head. You have to be escorted. We don't, even in an emergency, we don't just open the gates. Our police have vital places where they store their stuff. The airfield still, if we can keep it open, we're gonna keep it open. Air traffic's still coming. So depending on when and where or whatever that emergency is, no, you have to be escorted, and that takes resources. And that's something that,
I didn't even think about that. So there's a gate that would have to be opened.
correct.
Okay. Is there some way to, I mean, if we have to get in there, I mean, how?
You
But
need-
this would be a dispatch thing.
You
I
need a
would think,
police
too.
escort or somebody with an escort privilege on property. Some of our maintenance folks, I believe, can do it. So The already strained resources are gonna need to come get you and bring you in.
So, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this a little bit. So what kind of apparatus is that for an airplane then? I would think it would have to be major water, and you're telling me
The ones that we drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are,
But
all of ours.
But that can't be used at a structure fire, correct? So
It's-
anything happens in the terminal, that
Right.
better be us. Do you guys understand this? We better get there.
So I can give you a quick scenario. So like in the sea gates, does everybody know where the new subway is? Let's say if something happened, toaster oven caught on fire or something, fills that terminal with smoke. We will still go. We don't carry enough hose on our rigs. We can't deploy up to one of those things. We do carry kind of a quick pack and we'll make it work off of our rigs, but they aren't designed for that. They're designed to flow big water, a lot of foam onto aircraft, and then the handline operations are pretty well set to operate. So a structure engine like you have here, you can adjust a lot of different adjustments with pressures. You carry, I think Reno probably carries 4 to 5 different sizes of hose on that, a couple different large diameter, and then probably 3 to 4 hand lines, we call them. So you have some variety on how you're going to attack that fire. If you have a lot of fire, even a hangar fire, we'd be pulling in probably a 2.5-inch hose. We'd take what you call big water. We don't have that.
Yeah. Okay, but then.
Because we can't carry it.
So then let me ask you this, and the chief would be able to tell me if I'm right. I thought on mutual aid that you would also have to provide the same mutual service in return. Could
Correct.
you provide the same mutual service to the city of Reno in return?
No.
So that isn't mutual aid then? What is that?
Well, I think it's, so, and I will say, we can get nitty gritty and do like for like in that extreme respect. Or, it could be as easy as you have a large diesel fuel spill on the freeway. Our trucks would be perfect for laying down a foam blanket on that. So.
But really.
With a special, or if we called for hazmat.
So, but that means you guys could never go onto your property right now because you don't have a structure fire truck, any of your other properties. Remember, it's not just
Right.
the airport, it's surrounding properties as
Correct.
well. So that means, automatically, we would have to go.
And the dirty little secret to that mutual aid agreement is we don't have enough staffing to send any of our resources to you anyway.
Okay.
Because we'd fall out of index, most likely. If we still meet, so when we say that the FAA minimum, first of all, the FAA doesn't do staffing. They only talk about apparatus and agent. And then by default, the minimum would be 2 apparatus, and you need 2 drivers to get those there, so you can infer that 2 is the minimum. An Index C airport, a large Southwest 737 MAX, you're gonna have like 175 people on it. We got 5 coming, and if we send 3 away, you got 2. You all probably use that airport also. That's what's coming.
Yeah.
And no, we can't do like for like. We don't have that capability.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to first off by saying thank you to Mayor Lee for your years of support of this community. I know that you're transitioning to another phase of life, and so I just want to congratulate you on that, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds. I have some questions for a variety of the speakers, but I want to sort of situate in place and time the concern, because I think Mr. Carey addressed some of it, but in a way that didn't entirely answer some of the concerns about why we're going to be here today. I think everyone can acknowledge that there is a past and there is a historical reality about service levels and mutual aid and what kind of equipment can respond and who can respond there. Obviously, this body is concerned about what happens from today going forward, and the mayor has made it very clear that the safety concerns that are involved in this are active and ongoing things. So in some ways, we don't have the time to sit around and have more committees and things happening because we have the potential for a bad action to happen or a fire to occur at any point in time. And so with that in mind, our members of this trustee group are there, and they are the eyes and ears for our body at times, and they report and are serving at our pleasure. And so where we go from today is what is more important to me than what is the past. But the past informs that decision. And so I received this really artfully designed binder, which has questions infinitely that I'm not sure we're going to be able to answer today, but I want to start with one example and get someone to answer something for me, which is I'm concerned about this October 29th incident where there was a fire. I think it was on Riley, which is, I guess, just down the street from the airport there. I want to can someone tell me what happened there? Because as I understand it, I'm told that the firefighters at the airport were told not to be involved in putting out the structure fire and watch the thing burn to the ground, or I'm not sure. Tell me what happened there.
So if I could just call up our chief, because I think it's important for Chief Tongate to generally talk about what he sees now and what he is delving into and looking about potentially changing. So if I could call him up, and I think in that discussion may answer your question. So I think if you can just generally talk about response, what you're going to be looking at in terms of things close to the airport, because there's a distinction between properties that we own, like our terminal, and there's properties I think that have been discussed, like the Hyatt Hotel. We have a ground lease, but we don't own that structure. So I would just like the chief to have the ability to talk about what he's seen and what he is looking into potentially changing or delve into more.
Well, and I'm happy to have Chief Tongate come up and answer those questions, but I think I'm asking a more broad question. It's a sort of a paradigm or a procedural question about how do we move forward from here? Because at the end of the day, you all have already said you're going to commit time, effort, talent, treasure, resources to making changes, but we arrived here today because there was a letter that was authored, and it's almost a year ago now, that shed light on some very serious safety concerns. And those things, I'm not sure have yet been addressed, although I assume they would be if given an infinite amount of time. And so I'm saying we don't have an infinite amount of time because I don't know when the next fire activity will happen. And also, you have to appreciate that we have a department and our folks are going to respond because they're dedicated people and members of this community, but we also can't put them at risk. And so I'm trying to figure out what are we doing to address the concerns that were raised by the original letter as to how we all arrived here, and why has it taken a year to get there? I mean, that's really the question. And so I was drilling down to one specific point, which was about a particular fire. And I don't know all the details because not only do we have the airport, but we have the Stead Airport. You have businesses that are locating on property, I think, that's owned by the airport, like FedEx and some of the other distributors. They come into the mix. I mean, there are a lot of questions here that perhaps even in the time we have today will not be able to be answered. But this body, the members on this side, deserve those answers with some clarity because we're putting our employees at risk. We're putting at risk the citizens of this community. And it's not enough to say we're going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. We have to have action. So I guess my question for the chief, originally Chief Tongate, was related to this fire episode that happened in October.
So I am aware of the incident that did happen. I don't know all the exact details. And I'm going to give you my thoughts from my perspective as the airport fire chief. We have boundaries. We have responsibilities, and our primary mission is to ensure the revenue and the operation of the airport. So with that said, anything that's outside of the area of responsibility, the AOA, traditionally, all fire protection, emergency medical services come from your mutual aid partner. We are crafted that we provide all aircraft responses. We want to be able to provide more.
Hold on a second, that's not true, because you just said, or one of the other presenters said, that in the case of a catastrophic incident, you would require more than what you have. And your union head said you don't even have the minimum staffing needed to do more than EMD, right? I mean, this is not, there's a disconnect happening. And I'm trying to figure out where the disconnect comes from, because I want to be your partner. The airport is an incredibly important piece of this community. It's also one that creates the opportunity for things to happen that we aren't anticipating. And that disaster preparedness is part of what we all in the public safety world and those who are responding to it are concerned about. And so it just doesn't sound like, I'm not sure if you're hearing what I'm laying down, is what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand what you want to do to get us to that future place forward. In 90 days, that's awesome. I'm told that you are incredibly capable and talented. I believe you will be part of the solution. What do we do as a body today to help get you to where that part is, knowing that our time, talent, treasure, resources are going to be invested in it too?
Well, I can tell you what we do today is what we are doing. Since my arrival, there have been multiple meetings with labor, with management, with the emergency management team. Prior to that, there was an enhancement plan that was going to be put in place to get us on that path to ensure that we did have the number of resources as well as staffing. Unfortunately, with my short time here, all I can do is move forward. So from that, I can tell you what my plan is as fire chief to ensure their overall safety of the employees, the passengers, as well as the property, is to move forward in working open communication relationship. And that's what we're doing right now. There are some points that have been made today that I disagree with, and that's okay. I've agreed that we will disagree. However, moving forward, it's imperative that we communicate and we work together. Because obviously before my arrival, it wasn't working. That's why I was hired. And that's my mission. My mission is to make sure that the airport has the best fire department. From that, I want to work with Chief Cochran. I want to work with Chief Bandoni, my mutual aid partners, to make sure clear, concise directives for what each mission is and how we can assist each other. Does that answer your question, sir?
I think it answers where you're coming from. I think that there's a lot more meat to be put on the bones. For example, you said in there somewhere that there were things you might disagree with. Well, the thing is at the end of the day, if that is your disagreement, it's not necessarily with me as an individual council member sitting with you. It's with our chief and it's with your various bodies, the union that's there. I understand they are now recently aligned with the local here. And so those things will have to be meted out in these meetings that Mr. Carey was talking about having, but we don't have the luxury of delay because, again, I worry that each day there's an opportunity for something that we don't want to have happen. And so I don't know if Madam Mayor is going to set a timing for it, if our manager is discussing that too. I will leave that to the body. I'm certainly not the only voice, and I'm probably the last of the table too. So, I mean, the mayor, I think, will direct traffic.
Councilman Reese, just because I am the Reno liaison on this body, I will make recommendations. I just thought it was really important that council members had the opportunity to ask, certain questions and kind of get a background. I obviously know because I read a lot about it, and, a lot of correspondence comes into my office. That's one thing being the mayor, you hear everything. So, when I see correspondence like this, then I kind of started to dig in because fire safety to me is incredibly important and personal. This is one that I'm not going to bend on. And we live in a small community, and I'm a huge fan of Marilee, and even though, we just had some disagreement with our fire chief, I like him, very much. But I think at some point, we all have to stand up and do what's right, just not because, to be, the more popular kid on the board. I got to tell you, I'm on a board right now, and it's very uncomfortable because the one that speaks up seems to be the one that is retaliated against. And, the board members, I'm just going to say, I'm incredibly passionate about, the board members that sit on there, and we all try to do a really good job of selecting board members. And sometimes it's not easy to speak up, and it's really easy to go along with the crowd, but speak up and do what's right, even if it might not be the most popular, because I do always believe the truth shall set you free. But anyway, I'm going to make some recommendations at the end because I've, sort of been thinking about this, but I also think it's important that the council weighs in. And a bigger reason is we are your partners in this. And so going through that mutual aid agreement, and then I also want to talk about the auto aid because I also think that's an issue because you guys just heard for hours that we're short-staffed. And you just heard we have 2 fire trucks. That is scary. I mean, I just want people to know, you know, it's not a matter of if, it's not a matter of when. And I think, you know, to use, if there's ever an argument that, oh, we only get a couple calls, because I kind of heard that, oh, we only get a couple calls. What if that's your family on that call? What if that's your family on that call? What if that's your family on that call? Because I know what it's like to be the family on that call. Do any of you? Do you? Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you.
I gotta say, Mayor, I love your passion on this issue. I love the direction.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm sorry, but,
You know something?
yeah,
That
yeah,
feeling you have,
yeah.
I have that feeling.
I can tell by the way that you want to help this.
Group of trustees
Yeah,
that are gonna work on this issue.
yeah.
Don't judge the past by the future.
No, I'm not, but I'm just saying, here, let me just tell you why I'm frustrated now, just like I was this morning. And let me just tell you, and I love, this, it's so refreshing to have you up here and say this, we want to be your partner, you know what I mean? Like, and I really believe that. And let me tell you, the board loves working with you. So, I think that is awesome, because you're here and you're making it happen, right? We haven't seen that for a long time. Okay, so we're all making this happen. But why I'm frustrated is I did reach out. I did during the turnouts. This has been kind of going on. So I shouldn't have to call everyone into this room and say, let's do what's right. You guys know what's right. I don't have to tell you that. I have 4 trustees that sit on that board. You guys know what's right. So we're looking to you. So I need you guys to speak out, and I really appreciate you. You know, that's all I'm saying is I'm frustrated now because we had trouble a long time ago, and we tried to get in the room. That didn't happen. So I'm just saying I'm frustrated now because it's long overdue, but now we move forward, like you said.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to step in. Can I please have all the commenters speak closer into your microphone? Our recording can't pick it up. They're
Can you
on.
turn those
You
on?
just have to either, you can certainly come up to the podium.
Yeah.
Our recording just can't pick up anything from a distance if it's not directly in the microphone.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
This is very important. Here's the moment we're at. You feel it here in your heart, and you care about your community. We feel it in our heart. The trustees you've appointed, this is on our table. I can't change the past, okay? If I don't learn from the past, I won't have a future. And I'm gonna get to the point where our trustees who are unanimously behind this effort, their voice is going to be heard, especially those that represent your agency. We're forming in a new, more powerful way. We're gonna put the resources we've never put into this problem, and we're meeting weekly. We're open, the union is there, we're not hiding a thing. And guess what? That long list you talked about this morning is gonna be a long list of things we're gonna work on. And we need to work on those with you, and we're gonna put these solutions together, and the best public safety we can provide is what we're after. So I can tell you, no one on the board, especially your trustees, are gonna let this situation continue. It's not going to continue. We're doing the hard work. Marilee's a professional leader. She's got a professional group of professionals around her, and we are putting forth an initiative that is gonna move this issue forward. Join us. Don't do the laundry here today. We're not gonna argue the facts with you about what's going on here. We've heard from our union. You've heard from your union. Your chief wants to go home at night to his family and know that we're doing the best job for public safety within our resources. Make no mistake about it. This job at the airport involves you. We sit inside your city, and our relationship is fundamentally changing. We're not here to tell you we've got the answers. We're here to tell you we are the right people to come to the table with our team and put the best plan for the future forward. Give us your support.
You have my support, 100%.
So let's do
But
this.
we can't work on it if we don't know what those issues are.
Well,
right?
let's
And
do
this is the
this.
first time we've met your new fire chief, who we like very much.
Madam Mayor, I'm not.
We do?
I'm on the same
So,
page.
I know you are.
Lights on.
Don't take my comments,
You know,
in
my fellow
any way.
trustees, it didn't happen overnight, just like when you're sitting there and you see something that's wrong and you want to change it, and what you were doing today and what you're doing right now is you're demanding a better future. Marilee Mora and the professional team there, our firefighters, our police officers, we're in this together. That's what we're doing.
Yep.
So let's do that for a while.
Yeah.
Let's see where we can get in 90 days.
Okay, I love it.
We don't have another time for letters to be exchanged.
Yeah,
So
thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Dewar. I think
Yeah.
she's got some questions.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate everyone being here today and devoting our afternoon to this. I first became involved in this issue over a year ago when I became aware of issues that were happening at the airport with relation to both medical response and fire. I took it really seriously. I called all 4 of our trustees. And I don't want to embarrass you, former Councilwoman Sraza, but you were the most responsive and concerned. I think it's because you sat 12 years up here and you helped manage the whole fire department. And you know the kind of issues that we face and deal with. So I just wanted to acknowledge you for standing up and bringing these issues to daylight, because as our mayor said, it's very hard to be that sort of lone voice, that person that is constantly ringing the bell saying, what about this, what about that? So with that, and that we are involved and as partners, I just want to say what, I hope you'll come back to me on second round, because I can't cram it all into 3 minutes, but one of the big issues that I've been concerned about, and I brought this up when you came, Marilee, was about your emergency response protocol in terms of a 911. And I say it from a very personal experience. So I was once on a plane, I got a concussion on the plane with a flight attendant. You know, she was going up and I was coming down, or vice versa. I actually got a full-on concussion on the plane. Nobody could do anything about that moment, but as soon as I landed at Reno Tahoe, I had to have emergency response deal with me. They ushered me off the plane first. I thought this many years ago, and I thought they did a pretty good job of meeting me, checking my vitals and doing all that. By then I'd been on the plane 3 hours, and I think I was over the emergency phase of the concussion. But yeah, this weekend I flew into Reno Tahoe Airport. And often what informs our thoughts is our own personal experiences. And I was sitting next to a gentleman who I would say was having a personal breakdown. In fact, I got so worried that he was so despondent on the plane before we took off, calling his family, I have to talk to you. I mean, he sounded so despondent. I wondered, is he going to take his life here on this plane? He did end up getting really sick on the plane. Unlike my experience where I was ushered off first, he was not. He just sat in the plane with, stuff on the floor. I'll just leave to your imagination, and exited like everyone else. And I don't think that there was any intervention. Now, one flight attendant did come up and say, "Are you okay, sir?" One time. Anyway, the point of it is travel is stressful. And I was most concerned, based on what I saw, about what our airport response was to 911 call, because medical seems to be the #1 issue at the airport. And so my concern came in that as I delved into it, I realized you really didn't have a 911. You had an operator who didn't seem to be trained in that kind of response. It didn't seem like you had the ability to deploy into the right section of the terminal in a timely manner, to assess the call and respond, because I don't think that those people have that kind of training. So that's a huge issue to me, is just, how professional is that group? Are they trained to do that job? Now with you on the job, thank you for showing up and being here 90 days, because it takes a person that cares about those issues, and sounds like training was one of your big deals. To make sure that happens. We're relying on them. I, as a passenger, I, as a council member, I, as a user of the airport frequently, Marilee hears all my experiences, whether it's a baggage issue or whatever, because how else are you going to get better, right? Unless you hear this stuff. So that to me, and I guess it's not so much a question, unless you want to address it, Marilee, but I know you've probably taken steps by now.
We have.
And maybe you want to address that.
We have indeed. So since last year, I think again, I mentioned that both our police and fire brought up concerns about our airport communications. So we've been in the process of taking steps to improve that. This new emergency management team will be going further, but some of the things that we did is that we've identified, and again, this is going to be vetted out with our emergency management team, and that goes to the board public safety committee. So again, we have been over to your dispatch center. We're looking at increasing, having our folks be dispatchers. Now, when I look at it, those medical calls, we take 300,000 calls a year, and the medical and public safety calls are very small percentage, 4% potentially of that. So there's a lot of other calls they're taking.
Right.
So we're going to increase the training. We're going to call them dispatchers, more training, more experience going into it. We're going to be using the kind of training, looking at the company that you train your folks with, so that we bringing that training on. As I mentioned, we have now got an EMD. I know that Trustee Vice Chair Safaraza had suggested that we had the EMD. So our medical calls go immediately to get flipped over to REMSA, so that there is a better classification, because we're the first responders, but REMSA also comes in.
So here's my question, though. Do they have to be escorted into the airport the same as the fire? And I mean, how are they responding, like whether it's a concussion or this guy that was virtually suicidal sitting next to me, how are they responding in a timely manner?
In terms of REMSA or?
Well, any kind of medical call,
and
any kind
we
of
will
emergency.
not, if something like that is happening on an aircraft, unless the crew
Right.
takes action, we won't know about
Of
that.
course.
But REMSA is responding, and I would say, and I know Dean Dow, who I've had many conversations with, is here, but we've improved it. We have more communication via radio between our fire and REMSA. So there's a whole lot that has happened there. We have an agreement now with REMSA. So I think what you're finding is that we're on a path that's much better. I think what we've been studying it. There's more change to come. There's still more improvement, but this is an area that we have concentrated on.
Well, I mean, I would be hiring some dispatchers right away. I mean, like, I know it's difficult because it's hard for us to recruit as well in that field. It's so stressful.
And what we did is we brought a plan. So I think I mentioned we had Mike Brown with us for 6
Right.
months. We developed a plan with him, and one of those was to hire dispatchers, elevate, bring 2 more people in, and bring a supervisor. Now, when we brought that forward to a vote in January, at that point, we've now gone forward, let it be vetted in this emergency management team, a cross-section of public safety and operations, including labor at the table, and then those results are going to go to our public safety committee, the 4 members from our board. So I think, in essence, we brought forward a recommendation. We want it vetted. So
Okay.
we
I appreciate it.
we
You can-
totally believe that those are areas we have to improve.
And I want to be just careful, and I want to hand the microphone over to someone else. It's medical, but it's also the subway example where someone's reporting a fire. I mean, that has to be handled seamlessly, obviously, so that they can deal with it quickly.
Bad on them if they didn't. I can tell you recently, we've had a number of aircraft that have been diverted to Reno for medicals. And bad on a flight crew if there's something going on the aircraft, because they have that capability to divert and go somewhere else. And I can tell you, we've been the recipient of a number of those recently.
Well, I'll come around. I have a second question, so I'll hand over
Okay,
whoever's next.
Councilman Delgado, I'm going a little out of turn here, but there's a reason on time. So Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My apologies, I'm gonna have to leave a little soon. I gotta go pick up my little ones. But before, I wanted just to add just a few points. Thank you to Mr. Green and to the new chief. Appreciate you guys being here and for your comments, and to the trustees, of course, Marilyn Mora. I don't want to keep beating this thing to death. I think there's clearly opportunities to make sure that there's safety is at the forefront for those passenger citizens. But one of the things I just want to acknowledge here is what's just really not disturbing, but somewhat disturbing, is that fire was right in our neighborhoods, and this entire airport falls within my ward, Ward 3. And I've had a true, thought a great opportunity to work closely with the airport over all these years, and to know that there was also a lack of possible safety or lack of possible stronger mutual aid is somewhat frustrating. And so my hope is that by all this coming out and being transparent and hopefully clear, is that there's going to be clear opportunities for us to move forward. I've heard that clearly from Mr. Carey, Trustee Carey, and from everyone else here at the board. But and thank you, Jessica Sfraza, Trustee Sfraza, for bringing to light some of these issues. I know as a former councilman in Ward 3, we've talked numerous times about the opportunities. But clearly, if there's a neighbor and there's a fire burning and where there's an opportunity for someone to help, that should have been just a easy, let's figure out, let's make that happen, especially if it's right across the street from 2 apartment complexes where there's families and there's kids. And so we've got to do better. We've got to do better. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to chime in a little bit. I know I support you in terms of where we're going, and my apologies for having to leave a little early.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Really appreciate your words. Okay, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just had some questions, so I'm trying to better understand how many properties does the airport have? Obviously, it has the 2 main airports. How many like neighboring properties? Do we have any idea? I mean, a rough estimate?
Yeah, do you have a map?
60? Am I hearing 60?
60?
About 60 different properties. I'm going to guess they're properties surrounding the airports, the Stead and maybe the Reno.
And to this point, I think that what we've asked, because I think we have to drill down more in this question. This is a really good question, and it's one that we're in conversation with Chief Cochran about. So one of the things that we have just gotten some information from him, and we're not quite understanding it, but we want to understand where have the calls, where has Reno responded? So I think in terms of answering this question and how we go forward, we have to have that data, you know, of where the city has responded. And if there's an issue there, again, let's go back and fix it. But that is what we're trying to get the data in terms of, to any of our properties, what has been the response from the city of Reno? You know, let's dive down. Has that at any time been difficult for the city to respond? So I think rather than talking, I think this is an area that we know we have to talk to the city in more depth. We've begun that conversation, I think, between Chief Cochran and our new Chief Tongate. And if there's something different that has to go forward, whether it's a standard operating procedure or changing the mutual aid agreement, we're open to that. But it has to start with the dialogue and the data, and we have started that process.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I think what I'm trying to get at, and you just came at it from from your perspective, I'm trying to understand the geographic area and the taxes that are generated from those properties that would go to services that help support that. So I'm trying to understand who's geographically responsible for what and who's paying taxes into those responsibilities.
And I think this is a whole area of investigation.
Yes.
And that is something that we certainly could bring back to the council, because I think it's, you know, again, let's look at what is the response. You know, I think what we're hearing today, and certainly the discussion is that you're short-staffed also. So if there's something different that has to be done in the future, I think that's a conversation we're certainly open to having. But let's get the data, let's talk about it in all of our properties. So we're digging in there.
Okay, and the clarity and the understanding of that helps everybody involved. I mean, it gets rid of
Absolutely.
some of the gray, it helps to
I
everybody,
think,
so
and
I
it
appreciate
would certainly
that.
help, I think, our airport staff, I think, being the new chief, I mean, he is going to be looking at these things as well and looking at where things go in the future. And this is one area that we, both chiefs, need to have more conversations, and certainly with labor, let's look at this.
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate everybody being here today. I kind of felt today has had a principal's office theme to it, almost, but I want to move past that, because it kind of feels like it almost was forced that we had to get everybody into the principal's office, and the principal is now saying, okay, everybody go forth and take care of business. And sometimes these are uncomfortable points that have to be reached in which to grow from. And I appreciate everybody showing up, because lesser entities wouldn't have showed up. They would have found a reason to not be here, or send someone who wasn't willing to walk into the fire, pun intended, to help resolve some of these issues. So I appreciate every one of you that are here that want to come to some solutions. And, you know, we all suffer from our bubbles. We live in our bubbles, and we are protective of our bubbles, and we are mind-focused on our bubbles. But this is one of those things, folks, we got to rise above it, and we have got to look at what is best for all and what is the fastest and best way we can get there. Because at the end of the day, it could be your kid on the plane.
Or your councilwoman?
Yeah, or Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead, Tom. I think you wanted to.
Yes, ma'am. Just to answer your question,
Show us.
Councilwoman Jordan, when we were doing some digging and research into this over the last couple of weeks, what we found off the Wash County Assessor's page is that there's 60 parcels and/or addresses that are associated with the Reno Tahoe International Airport. So, for example, on this map over here, we look at this corner. This is the corner of Rock and McCarran. This is Ferguson Plumbing Supply here. Over on this property, you have Simplex Grinnell. This is FedEx Ground. These two commercial properties in here, they have everything from a pet supply store all the way to Great Basin Brewery's bottling operation. On the east side of the property, you have the Hyatt Hotel here. You have the new hotel that's being built directly next door to it. And then just up here a little bit farther on Terminal Way, you've got some commercial properties to include auto body shop, a Mexican restaurant, and some others. So that's just a quick snapshot.
And is the key thing, though, to your point, that are they tax exempt because they're on a federal property? Do they pay property taxes to us? Are they helping support our fire department? No,
When we
yes?
have looked into specifically those properties I just mentioned, there is some sort of tax associated with it. However, there is also an abatement, so there is a credit that's going directly back. And what we have found, like for example, the Ferguson Supply Building right over here, it according to the assessor's website, is supposed to generate approximately $2.5 million in taxable whatever it is to local government. That includes the city of Reno, the state, Washoe County School District, and all those entities are receiving, according to the assessor's office, zero.
Zero.
Yes.
It's been abated because of some.
Yes.
Okay. We have some other questions, I think. Madam Clerk, do you know, I think, was it Councilman Reese and Councilman Breckus?
Yeah,
Okay.
Councilmember
Go ahead.
Breckus.
Go ahead. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Well, I just think that was kind of the point that I was going to bring up, and it's potentially precedent setting, because when we came on in 2012, those of us who did, there was some discussion about the tax exempt status of other activities like the hospitals. And so if we use this as a case study to proceed with their commercial non-government operations in a payment in lieu of consideration, I think that's, would be fruitful to us, in terms of the services we're being asked to provide. And also, y'all have a pretty big agreement for commercial development that's in the planning stages. You need us to get the infrastructure there, and we'll see if, how we get there. If we get there on the up around Stead, because you bring on a large industrial building and it doesn't pay property taxes, that's not helpful to us. And 27% of our general fund is property taxes. So if the Hyatt or whatever is getting 27%, not having to pay that 27%, that property, into their lease arrangement with the.
But we're responding, and what if our guys are busy?
Yeah.
Guys and
Yeah.
girls are busy. So shouldn't they have more apparatus that can fight structure fires?
Well, I think the approach that should happen is that we
Or
should enter into a
consolidate.
payment in lieu that for their commercial enterprises, and I don't think we need to go for the calls of service. They are what they are. A Hyatt is going to generate this, and so on. I mean, I think we need to go off of the land use from what the assessor would, show, and get a payment in lieu of the taxes to then shore us up to provide the responses to your commercial enterprise. And frankly, Ferguson Plumbing, I heard that name, they are getting a public tax subsidy that, say, Western Nevada isn't, because, if they're a competitor, because they're selling plumbing supplies, but not paying in their deal with you as the landlord, a property tax increment that, say, Western Nevada Supply that owns the property is paying. So, government land is being used to maybe as an incentive or recruitment to certain companies that then all the other taxpayers are coming in on the back end, and that's not right. We got to get somewhere with that. If we have the statutory authority, that might be the first and most important thing, is to see if we have the statutory authority with another department to, quasi-agency to go into a payment in lieu. We probably do, I would imagine.
I just want to be clear on the stat agreement. We pay for your fire service from the get-go.
No, but by virtue of you being in the commercial landlord business, you are creating economic activity that is in competition with our private land owners who are paying property tax.
And-
Ferguson could go to your property, or they could go to, the mall.
And I would say that in recognition of what might happen at Stead in the future, there's actually a clause in that agreement with the city of Reno that says when that development happens, it's a time for us to revisit it. So there is a clause in that was put in there with the understanding that we know that we have to have that conversation and maybe something changes in the future.
Yeah, but even these ones back, we probably need to go back in there if we re-engineer this agreement, because we need equity among all of our property owners. It's hard for us to look at the example of a Western Nevada Supply, and I'm just using this as the theoretical, and tell them that Ferguson over here does not pay property taxes, so Western Nevada Supply's property taxes are going in to pay for your fire services.
I'm gonna, city manager.
Yeah, I just had a question on Ms. Breckis's point. Just because I don't know how these leases go, are the lease rates adjusted for that increment of taxes that aren't being paid?
No?
I'll have to get you an answer. I don't have the answer to that.
Okay. I'm seeing some trustees over here, and do you want to come up, RTA Fire? Did you, there was a.
This one or?
No, there was a question before that.
Yeah,
Do you remember what it was?
I do.
Okay.
I,
Just really quickly.
Ryan Green, for the record, again, Reno Airport Firefighters President. And I don't want to belabor the point, so hopefully we can just move on past this, but I think you brought up the medical response issue, and I think this is really important, especially with what I heard from you guys' knowledge base that you have with the dispatching thing. You're getting tired of the same old question coming up each year. Well, what we're about to do is go backwards 30 years. We're about to establish our own dispatching place where we're gonna try to take in a call and then ship it to another CAD. It
instead
doesn't
of
make
being
any
on
sense,
one,
right? The
right? We should
regional
all be
approach.
consolidated.
Exactly.
No.
That is the most efficient, to have a call go into a PSAP, get EMD'd or police, fire, medical, go to the proper person sitting right there next to them, and then get sent out to the proper agency. We can still have our own agencies, but for everybody in this valley and everybody that comes through that airport,
Be on one.
their call needs to go to one place
Right.
Yeah.
and get processed by one person or the one right next to them, but never leave there until the dispatching occurs. It just, I think we can all agree on that, and that's our fear internally. So all these questions,
I see what you're
we
saying.
haven't got a seat at
Yeah.
the table, but
And someone else brought that up. I can't remember if it was Remza or something this morning, but I think it was. I think it was you, right, Aaron?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
and I.
What?
I believe that.
I think it was you. So speak to that a little bit.
So again, Aaron Abbott, Executive Director of E-Master Operations for REMSA. Our comment was just that we had recently entered into an agreement with Reno Tahoe Airport to provide EMD call-taking services for them. And so now, as it currently sits under that agreement, we're processing those EMD calls as we normally would with a 911 call for medical calls, which elicits a medical response from REMSA.
But they should
to
be
the
on the
airport.
same program that we're all on.
We would be
Right?
happy to have
Because
them at the
wouldn't
table
that help,
during our
especially
regional
if we're going to
discussion.
come to their aid, we should know,
We certainly can
Right?
include them in the discussion, so.
right? The chief is shaking his head, yes. Okay, I just want to get clarification.
Thank you for addressing
Thank
that,
you.
because it was a hanging question. It's like a
Right.
rhetorical I asked, but I really am out looking for an answer.
Right,
Okay.
and that also plays into this fire. I don't want to hound on it, but the one on Riley, highlights the exact same issue with the dispatching issues, radio communications, and then also the part of the mutual aid where it's not going to be mutual.
Yeah,
So
I see what you're saying.
when that occurred, our internal policy, and you guys have them sitting in front of you, our policies say we don't go do this stuff. They say Reno Fire fights structure fires. We're not allowed to. We have to call the fire chief and ask for permission. On that fire, our guys are sitting there looking at it. They called the fire chief, said, hey, nobody's on scene. I can see it clearly. Can we go? The fire chief, not this fire chief, the one at the time said no. So they said, what do you want us to do? He said, call your aircom and then have them call regional dispatch, find out if anybody's called it in. So so we're gonna call our airport dispatch. They're gonna call dispatch. It'd be faster to call 911 directly.
Correct.
Or our radios, we're on Reno Red. We can switch over to Reno Red and say, hey, is anybody on this? But how about this? Even if we aren't going to engage in firefighting, we can knock on doors. We can evacuate
Yeah.
houses. I think if we were having this discussion, you found out one of your Reno Fire Department units watched a fire burn in Sparks across the street, you guys would lose your minds. We still haven't made an adjustment. Those policies you have in front of you are our current policies still, and they were written in 2000, 94. I mean, this is how slow this snail moves. And so I hopefully this will be the date that we do move forward, because we want to also. But until we accept our stuff, that won't happen. And standing up here trying to sugarcoat it for you guys isn't helping us move forward.
Yeah. Thank you. And then who would have the information on your taxes? As far as the property tax? The property tax. Who?
We'll get that back to you.
Okay, but who typically, you guys have, who does that? Is that your accountant? Like, who would have that information? Well, I'm I'm kind of
you're
looking at
Dean.
Dean.
We have
I'm
our
kinda
airport
looking at
economic
you. I think,
development
is that
team.
Ann Morgan back there? Is that,
Yeah,
are you?
between
Ann?
our attorney and our airport
Yeah, okay.
economic development team, we'll
Yeah,
get you an
and
answer.
some, I just, okay.
But I think, again, this is an area, I mean, we're talking if there, I think this is an area that we need to explore, and if there's
Sure.
something that needs to be changed in this area, we're open to that conversation.
Okay. I'm gonna send it now to Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to come back to something that is a theme throughout this, but it is perhaps more addressed by our chief, Chief Cochran. And so you probably want to get up there. So we got the mutual aid agreement, and it came on our agenda as a consent item. And at the time, I raised very few red flags because I asked you if you were good with it. I think I reached out to the association who, yeah, I mean, they didn't have anything negative to say. And now it sounds like we have lots of problems. So I'm trying to figure out, and maybe Madam Manager, this is something also for us. I'm saying there is failure enough to go around. And I'm indicating that I think there has been a failure of our body to have asked the right questions. Perhaps we didn't know. It seems like we have a mutual aid agreement that is not what we hoped it would be, or perhaps doesn't address the questions we thought it could. And our our union folks are concerned about where it leads them. It sounds like it's not really mutual, from what I understand from Mr. Green. So where are we? What do we do with our mutual aid agreement?
So, thank you for that question, Councilman Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. I don't know that I would call them problems. We've definitely identified those issues. I think I described it as we've discovered new layers, these additional properties that were not considered when we entered into the agreement, and now we're learning about that, and we're trying to get that information, that data, to figure out how we're going to handle those. One issue I would put on the table is the idea of mutual. Mutual doesn't mean exact for exact, right? It can be whatever the parties agree to. So I don't want to go down a rabbit hole that it's not truly mutual. There's some benefit they can provide to us. There's some benefit we can provide to them. And the consideration we need to look at is, are we comfortable with the mutual exchange, whatever that may be? And now what we need to do is revisit that agreement, particularly for the mutual aid part here around the Reno Tahoe Airport and the properties that we've been talking about.
Well, and Chief, I have been involved in lots of mutual aid agreements between various fire departments over the years. I understand what they are. My concern is that it arrived on our agenda as a consent item, and there was much more to it. And I don't think it has to do with the taxes, but it has to do with staffing requirements, the fact that the folks at the airport don't have some of the things that they need and will probably ultimately be getting as a result of these conversations. It also has to do with just our general response. And so I'm worried now that we have a mutual aid agreement that really does not, is not going to serve either one of us well. And I'm not happy that it was on an agenda as a consent item where we are not used to seeing things and we wouldn't generally have questions for them. And so for my part, I failed to do more due diligence on looking at what that agreement entailed, which were the sides and parties to it, how they came to it, because I relied upon the recommendations that were given to us. And so I don't think our body would be happy to say that we're involved in a mutual aid agreement which we don't have control over. And I'll leave it to my colleagues to answer.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just
Go ahead.
add a couple of comments on that. I think at the time when we were looking at that mutual aid agreement, it was because the original one, or maybe it wasn't the original one, but the one we were working off of was from 1981. And we knew that we needed to get something more updated in place and something that had some reimbursement language. But we knew, as I think Ms. Mora said earlier today, that it wasn't going to be the stopping point, and that it needed to be a living document. And if there is this public safety committee, as it sounds like there is, and if the city of Reno and our labor representatives and our management representatives are invited to be part of that, I would expect that whatever comes out of that in this discussion of coverage would then be part of a new living document that would come before you and would have a lot more details in it.
All right, thank you. I think to your point, Councilman Reese, and this kind of seems to be a theme before, and I'm sorry, Chief, but it was on there. I am the representative, so that's when I started to, look at it, especially, like I said, everything comes into the mayor's office. I see a lot of things. I also want to say, we rely on your expertise. That is really, really important to us. That's why, some of those conversations that we had earlier today, and that was sort of explained. When it does come on a consent agenda, I don't think it gives any of us the opportunity to really dive in and look at it. I kind of feel in some capacity, this is your bailiwick, and you should have, said to the council, look, there are some real issues with this. And then we could have worked on it, and then we could have brought it forward. And so I have to say that when you're seeing something that is causing you a problem, you please alert this council, because there's so many issues with this, is my point. And so I'm glad that, I kind of started to look into it and see that this was incredibly broken. And also, some great trustees and Mr. Carey, were concerned. You guys were very concerned about it as well. So I just want to say, moving forward, when you see stuff like that, I don't want it on consent. Like, let's have a full presentation. I think that would be very helpful. But the other thing that I wanted to bring up on here, and we all got the material, so we all got to see it, and it's got my signature on it. And I don't know what your, I don't know, we have a charter, you guys would, what do they call that? You would have what your body, how that's regulated. I see there's a couple of signatures on here, and that would be your Marilee Mora, and then it looks like a secretary. Is this the legal counsel? Ann Morgan. Did your body see this? Did you guys see this?
No.
You've never seen this? So, I mean, I would think according to our charter, that's why we did see it. So the trustees are telling me you never saw this. Mr. Carey, did you ever see this? I do not believe so. Okay. Is that correct? Is that how that works, that it would be signed by your legal and by Marilee?
I believe I would have shared it at the time after that was signed, but the mutual aid agreements have been signed administratively.
But is that how that works? Because usually it would have to come to our body in order to sign off on it. So I'm just curious.
I signed the mutual aid agreement.
That's how it did work, and we're going to change that, okay? So, again,
Sure.
this particular issue, our airport director, our president and CEO,
Yeah.
took the issue on, took it through the process they've done, and this board has
Yeah.
unanimously started a public safety initiative, and we're gonna go through it.
Okay.
And we wanna go
Thank
through
you.
it with you.
Yeah.
And these stories, we're not gonna argue them.
No, but the
but
reason we want to
please-
bring
please
them
hear
up
this.
is so that we know moving forward what to work on,
The process,
right?
really.
Right,
Just
and
the
we're
process.
learning too.
We're
But
trying not to-
I just wanna
So-
say, empower
Yeah.
your team to meet us at the table.
Well, I did. They were in meetings,
No.
and that nothing happened. So,
Well, we wanna sit
We
down.
wanna change
we
that
wanna
moving
sit down
forward.
with your manager,
okay,
and we wanna work on the future.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I see Trustee Sferrazza. Did you sign a public comment form?
I do, and you guys know me, I rarely speak in front of this body, and I feel compelled that I need to, and because this issue's been a big one, and I've had several calls from this council concerned about the issues, and I do want to say this, I want to compliment our board, because it was held up, and the staff kept going on and on and on, and I want to compliment our firefighters, because they brought this issue to the table in a letter, and I got to say, all those issues they brought forward are true. Every single safety concern they brought forward was true. I served 12 years where you guys are now. We never saw the mutual aid or auto aid agreements. That's ludicrous. We need to see them. As a board, we're committing airport resources. To you guys, I need to know what we're committing. So I will say that I think the board has taken this very seriously. I think Trustee Carey, having his experience as a manager, I disagree with him on the point that, no, this needs to be driven by the board now. This has been in staff's hands. It now needs to be driven by the board. We're going on a year. I think the issues with dispatch, some of the issues that came forward that Mr. Brown brought to our attention, that I respect immensely. I'm glad the new fire chief is on, but we got to move this forward. I'm sorry, it's not airing dirty laundry. These are public safety issues that we need to get done now.
Right.
We don't have time to do subcommittee after subcommittee. We have inspections, equipment. We need to have these agreements ratified, and I think it's going to take both the boards. But I want to say, I want to thank all the trustees, because the trustees, true, we said, hey, we've got these issues. It was a 9-0 vote, and we are committed. And I just want to let you know, because you guys called me on this when this letter came into you. I don't want you to think sitting there doing nothing, because I've been very vocal. I think the board can attest to that, about these issues and how they need to be resolved. So I want to thank you, all the council, for asking these questions. Councilwoman Breckus too, just an issue on the payment in lieu of, serving on the housing authority. This is done with other jurisdictions all the time, payment in lieu of. So it's true, if you go to the treasurer's office, this is very, I just want to simplify it for the council. It's just like the bid, how you have nonprofits or jurisdictions, you guys have that assessment for public safety.
Yeah.
And it's not exempt.
Right.
Okay? The airport, if you look at it, there's a remediation district that the county did when Councilwoman Weber was on the county commission. And that remediation district is not exempt from the property tax because it's for a benefit. I think there's something the airport can do regarding public safety in that jurisdiction, because there's so many properties that are outside the airfield and outside the terminal. Same with Stead. And it's true, again, what Councilman Breckus said about the economic development. We have that agreement with Dermody. I mean, this issue can be solved. And I think jointly with those mutual aids, that's the first place to start off, but thank you.
All right. How does it feel to be on that side? I know what I was looking for. Bylaws. In your bylaws, who signs this? Is my point. We sign it here at the city council. I'm just wondering, in your bylaws, I would check to see, and your attorney's over here, right? Who in your bylaws? Who signs this? Is it your board or is it? It's your CEO? Okay, so that would be another thing to maybe look at. Anyway, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, do you want to go? Oh, thank you for coming back to me.
Does yours work?
Oh,
Does your button work?
I don't think she even has a screen.
Well, you're going nowhere then.
All right.
All right,
So
I'll
I'll try
next
to, I'll try to just
Go ahead.
quickly hone in on this issue. What it sounds like to me about the mutual aid agreement is really, it's almost more like a contract. You are needing us to provide services to things like structure fires and 60 buildings, 60 properties, and that's not really mutual aid. That's really contracting with us to do a service. And I think if we're going forward, we should be having that conversation. If that's the expectation that we're gonna take on 60 buildings of various sizes and activities, then how are we changing money for that? I mean, that's a service that you have to provide. The second thing is, I'm really unclear how many firefighters you have or staff. Could you just quickly say, because I don't even know?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I think it's going to work.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I have a 6 assigned per shift.
6
right now.
assigned per shift.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and a total of how many people on staff?
We're missing 2 positions right now.
So
18.
18, okay. All right, so 6 per shift. So what strikes me, and this is another area I think for exploration, is I guess I'm wondering what fire code or building code, the buildings that are in your purview, and I don't know whether that's just the terminals or whether that's these other 60 buildings or 60 properties, what they have to meet. Is it the same as the City of Reno fire code, building code? Do you have a fire inspection system? Like we have a fire marshal, they go and inspect all the buildings, they make sure they're beating the code, make sure they have the fire extinguishers and they have all the, escape hatches properly unlocked and all that kind of stuff. I don't know who on your team does that, if they do that. And if they do that, how often do they do that? Like when was the terminal, let's say, last inspected for fire safety?
So anytime there's construction, what happens is the city has signed off on the permit for that building.
Okay,
We do have inspections that are done on the fire suppression system through a third party called Delta.
okay.
My staff, I do not currently have any inspectors, but that is on part of the plan to move forward to make sure that we have the proper personnel to provide that service.
Okay, so that might be something in redoing this mutual aid agreement. Maybe look at it as a contractual. Maybe you don't have to hire fire inspectors for just those buildings unless it's something very unique. But we have a whole fire inspection team, with a command structure and so on and so forth. I mean, maybe that's a better way to get the job done, rather than build it from the ground up.
And
Yeah.
right.
Oh, sorry.
No, you make a good point, because that was another thing, I was curious as the fire inspections, how often do we inspect the properties on there, in the terminal, all of that? How does that?
Right, and then do the
right?
60 or
Yeah.
the 60 properties that are kind of in this gray area of airport property, but, did they get city building permits, city fire inspections? Are we responsible for responding? It sounds like only through this mutual aid agreement, which has sort of an upside down relationship. Maybe, I think it's so upside down, maybe needs to be more contractual.
But, excuse me, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. I think you've hit on some very important issues because going back to the mutual aid agreement, and I can assure you, if I knew or aware of any issues involving that agreement, there certainly would have been a presentation. This is more of a standard type agreement that we have with all our partners in the
Right.
region, but we've identified some different service levels. Stead's a perfect example. We're doing it differently instead. We're charging for our service out there because of the need, because it's a different situation. That's the same issue we're exploring on these additional properties. As far as the initial inspections, Chief Tongate mentioned, our inspectors do go out to the initial construction. We sign off on those buildings. It's then turned over to the airport, but we're investigating those issues now as well. And maybe that is something, we might need additional staffing if we're going to talk about taking on those additional inspections. But you're right, we have a team
But us
trained.
adding 1 or 2 versus them standing up a whole fire inspection system.
Exactly. We have the existing division. Maybe we just add more staff and we take on that role. But that would be a good issue to also
To talk
address.
about anyway. Well, again, I appreciate you all being here. I know we're kind of wrapping up today, but so much on the table. But again, I'm going to thank our trustees, all of the trustees, for making this, now a top priority. And I got to agree, thank you for speaking up, Councilwoman. Because one of the comments I wrote on my page was, I am not satisfied with the committee at this point. With all due respect, Marilee, I feel not quite as impassioned as the mayor, but almost, that, these things need to be addressed like yesterday, like the guy next to me on the plane, like the potential suicide or whatever, now, not go through the committee and maybe in 6 months we'll I know your care I know very much. I know you personally, and I know how much you care. But I just think the urgency, and you guys have already signaled it by the 9-0 vote. So thank you.
Did you want to talk about inspection? Yeah.
Just a little bit, I was asked to. So, for the record, Patrick Mooneyhan, Reno firefighters. So I just wanted to echo what the fire chief had said, and what has been mentioned here is that the way it currently goes is construction and plan review is permitted and performed by the city of Reno, both building and fire. So the Hyatt, the hotel next to it, all the remodel of the entire interior of the airport was all plan checked and inspected by Reno.
Great.
Reno personnel. The issue exists, and after that, the fire code is a maintenance code. So, and in the fire code, there is a specific chapter 20, that's specific to aviation facilities, and it has a bunch of regulations in there that need to be checked on a regular basis. So, a property like the airport, a huge property like that, we would inspect annually. So we would be out there looking for, issuing permits for the fueling, for storage, for all these different things that go on in and around the airport properties. So, we are more than willing to offer our trained personnel and expertise to assist in that until they get stood up. That direction obviously will come from the fire chief and how that looks, but I know that we have a bunch of trained personnel that are happy to perform that in lieu of letting this thing slip by the wayside in the time being. As far as a formal code adoption process, I'm not sure if that is something that has to be handled through their board of trustees as far as they have their own code that they adhere to, or if that they just run that through us. I'm not sure. So that's one thing.
But we
that
all know
think.
it starts at the beginning, how the thing is built and how it's maintained, right? Is going to
Correct.
be what happens at the back end when suddenly there's an emergency.
Right, but for example, everything that's been done in the airport since the remodel has not been checked, since it was
It has
C of
not
O.
been checked.
Since it was C of O'd, no. Since it
Well,
was
that's
signed off
like-
by inspectors at the final permit signing off
I mean,
certificate
maybe
of
that's
occupancy
something
part.
we can fix next week. If you have the signing authority, Marilee, as a CEO, maybe that's something you can address right away.
RTA Fire Green, did you want to come up?
So this issue specifically, the fire inspections, we brought up to the fire chief a few months back because it's our safety. It's Reno firefighters' safety. It's everybody's safety when they're walking through those structures. And what we offered and asked them to do, so contractually through our collective bargaining agreement, our local provides fire prevention services, which would be inspectors. We asked the fire chief to have the Reno inspectors come through. We agree that this needs to happen immediately, but we asked that when we do that, we sign an agreement that we will, by a certain date, do them ourselves, because contractually as a union, that's our jobs. And I think you guys are well aware with how that stuff works. And
We
so,
don't really know how your union
well,
agreement
Well, now you
works.
will.
yeah, but I mean, yeah, that is how ours reads. So that's all we asked for, was that we commit to, by a certain date, that we will actually do that as per our contract. But we have already asked, this was a month and a half ago, easily. We felt it was that important. We also felt that it has gone on long enough that we need maybe an independent third party. Because our current company level inspections, often when we go into places and we ask them to make corrections, they don't, because.
Well, and
they
I
know.
hate to interrupt you. I was just going to say that as part of my comments is that just like we need outside auditors sometimes, it doesn't seem right to inspect your own stuff. It's like you
Yes.
need that, whether you need Reno to inspect the airport, maybe we need Washoe County to inspect us. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah, I do. That's where it's hard, in some ways it's nice to have your own little local fire department because you maintain control. But then also there are cost inefficiencies when it comes to certain services. And we all understand, and that's where we're at. But you have to still provide those services.
Maybe consolidation. I know everyone's like, oh my God, she said the word. Okay, so it's getting, what time is it? 3, 4 o'clock? Okay, it's getting kind of late. I kind of think we all understand where we're going, right?
Yeah, but
And go ahead. I'm so sorry, Bonnie. So sorry. Go ahead. I don't have you on my screen, so just, you got to yell at me.
Thank you,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
She had
Thank you,
me
Madam
down.
Mayor. I've heard so many things, and I keep referring back to Trustee Carey when he says, safety is the number one issue. We all agree with that. Where we are, you said today, thank you for saying it, where we are today isn't good enough. And so the point is, with all of this, I really think we need to step up to the plate and, as you said, engage with this, with these folks, but it needs to be leadership. It needs to be the council. It needs to be the trustees. And we need to absolutely go here and make this happen sooner than later. We can't stop, we can't have minutes, hours. We can't have that. We have to step up to the plate and get things done. And as many of you know, I was there years ago, and I just appreciate all of you being here and your comments and what we're doing. But we need to be a team. We need to be working on this positively for what's best for Reno, what's best for the airport authority. We just need to do this. So.
Okay, like I was saying, it's 4 o'clock. I know everyone has been sitting here a long time today, and I don't want to take up anyone's time. I do want to bring up one thing, looking directly at you, Bonnie, in the sense, is the other thing, because what I think is come back in 30 days, let's look at that mutual aid agreement. But the other thing is the auto aid agreement. Now, remember, with auto aid, that means we're going automatically. I don't know how we're going to possibly do that if you're in Double Diamond and at the university, okay? That, and think about that's automatic aid. What, Bonnie, or what happens if you have constituents that are having, you know, a house fire by you? So that has to be looked at as well. I think everyone kind of understands what we're all trying to accomplish here together and move forward together. You know, I'm glad we've had this conversation. I want to thank the board because I know how hard you guys work. The other thing is, and Mr. Carey, maybe you can say, is this a public safety committee board? Or is it just a fire board? What exactly is the mission of this board?
This committee was formed by the unanimous action of all of the trustees. And we have 4 of us. 2 of them represent Reno. Lisa Gianoli represents Washoe County, and I represent Sparks.
Okay.
Know this. These trustees, all 9 of them, and the 4 that are on this, we're in this to fix this.
Yeah,
Okay?
thank you.
And we're not going to use this agency does
Yeah,
that.
we're in this to
This
fix it.
agency does that.
Yeah,
Because we work together.
yeah.
We
Well,
work together.
I
And-
guess
and
my.
these folks
yeah.
are gonna meet.
Yeah.
They've got a lot on their plates. We need to hear, as a committee, we're meeting for the first time because we have to form, norm. But you know what? Jessica Sferrazza has told you, we ain't waiting.
Yeah.
We're going.
Yeah, thank you. But I guess my question on there is, will you look at all of public safety? Because I have
This involves
letters from
everything we
police,
do.
from
Yes.
TSA,
Yes.
from, so like,
Yes.
a whole
Yes.
broad view. So
Yes.
I'm going to lean really hard on my trustees and look for, you know, all your positive
emergency
energy and
management-
leadership.
The emergency management team that President Mora has stood up and these trustees are expecting is going to deal with all hazards, just like you do, from earthquakes to riots to terrorism, the things we face at an airport. We're going to move together in the future in conversations that are going to lead to answers. I don't want to be here again. And I can tell you, the trustees won't put up with this. We are going forward. We have leadership in place that understands the future, and we got to give ourselves the time to come up with answers that work for you and work for us, because these trustees behind me that I'm part of, we're on it.
Yeah, thank you. I love your passion. I love it. And your positive energy.
Who are
Okay.
the 2 from Reno? You said Lisa Gianoli, Sean Carey.
No, Lisa is from the county.
No, but this committee has 4 people. I just
I'll clarify it. In our selections, we put myself on there
Yeah, I
as
got-
the chairman. Jessica Sferrazza is my vice chair and a key member because she's the vice chair. She used to be up there.
Right.
She's got a wealth of information that we're going to use to solve this problem.
And then the 4.
We also have Daniel Farahi, who is a leader in our community. He understands this stuff, and he's coming to the table. We have a very valuable member of our trustees from Washoe County named Lisa Gianoli.
Right.
And she's an expert on how we're going to do this.
Right, thank you.
So we're armed,
Yeah, I'm ready.
Got it.
and we're armed, and we've started with our own staff. We're going to turn this wheel. Look, We're going to be as safe as we are today, and what we're working on is our safety tomorrow.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I also want to say thank you to Mary Lee. You know, I'm a big fan. You have a very big job, so you have a lot going on, kind of like I do.
Thanks to all of you and the amount
right?
of time you've dedicated today. We really
Yeah. No, you guys are, great, but I know you have a lot going on from, trying to get air service in and dealing with airlines and, there's a lot going on. So, I appreciate you, being here and always being a great, great partner and working with us. It really means a lot. So thank you, Mary Lee, for everything that you do. And then we'll move forward. So in 30 days, let's come back. Let's have those agreements looked at. I guess that would be, I would task that over to our city manager, Chief Cochran, on our side. And then I would imagine your chair, Mr. Carey, and Mara Lee, and and an RTA Fire, and probably 731. So let's make sure we're all at the table, and let's see what happens in 30 days. Sound good? Good, okay. Other than that, public comment, Madam
Mayor?
Go ahead,
I
Councilwoman
think we
Breckers.
should take a formal vote. I think we've had some operational issues recently that have been problematic in terms of direction given, direction taken. So
Okay.
I will summarize what I understand the mayor to say is within 30 to, let's say 45 days, 30 to 45 days, if you don't mind, for the manager to report to us the progress on the agreements with the trustees, because, okay? So
Yeah, sound good. Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, public comment.
We have none registered at this time. We're just looking for a motion of adjournment.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I love that one because otherwise you would never hold yourself hostage here. All right, thanks you guys. Thanks everyone.